All right, tēnā koutou katoa, and welcome back to this hearing. I won't go through any housekeeping matters. I think you're all familiar with the venue, even though it was a few weeks ago. Now, I just want to go through a few preliminary matters, and thank you all for making able to be here at an earlier start time. Hopefully that hasn't caused too many issues for anybody, apart from getting through field days traffic. Now, since adjournment on the 4th of April, we've received further information from the applicant, updated conditions from the councils, and various matters arising from that further information and evidence exchange has been addressed through several directions or minutes since then. I think through that process, we've managed to arrive at a workable schedule for today's hearing. Do have copies of that. Going to try and run as close as we can to it, notwithstanding the usual variables that occur through a hearing. I am conscious that we've got sort of only an hour set aside for the council at the end. I'd like to think that we can allow a bit more time there, but we'll just have to see how we go. And we've received obviously some new information just in the last day in terms of evidence, additional comment from you, Mr. Matheson, about changes to the proposal. So we'll come to those shortly. I just wanted to highlight, we have Commissioner Manukau and Phillips online today. Commissioner Manukau, I hope you're feeling a little bit better, or not. The flu hasn't got to you too badly. So we'll just have to refer to them online as we go through questions today. Right, so I'll just hand over to Mr. Matheson. Obviously, you've got some further changes to introduce, and we've also just received this morning the document, a further statement from Mr. Mansur, so no doubt he'll be taking us through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner and Commissioners online. Yeah, so there's a couple of things I just wanted to quickly speak to start off with. First is I'm comfortable we'll get through our bit early, so there should be ample time there. What I'll do is speak just quickly to the additional change. So one of the questions that was raised was whether or not the gully wall could be left at its full height initially and then taken out in stage 5. That's been considered again internally by the applicant. It does have some operational difficulties. And it does reduce the amount of flat land at the bottom in the early stages. But the applicant is nonetheless happy as part of its ongoing efforts to try and address these concerns to leave that in now. So it will effectively remain at its full height until stage 5 and then be taken out. The method for taking it out on stage 5 is identical, just is slightly higher. So it's taken out from the back forward, et cetera, So none of that changes. Doesn't change any of the vegetation because all of that's below that upper level anyway. So there's no other changes other than these reduced views into the quarry from 2 or 3 spots for the first 24 years or so until it's complete. I wanted to flag that last night and circulate that in case that affected who wanted to come or not. I thought that was appropriate. And equally, we wanted to flag that at the start of today rather than at the end. Just so that we use the time efficiently. So that's that. Happy to answer any questions on that. What that may mean, of course, is that a large part of the supplementary evidence was directed towards a lot of those issues in terms of that difference in effect between the 10 metres and not 10 metres. And I guess we'll just wait and hear from the PALs as to, given that they primarily raised it as to what that means for them, but we'll wait for them to say that, whatever that is. In terms of the other material that was circulated this morning, all of that is so one page of Mr. Mansur's speaking notes, and that was really to address 3 issues. One is the corrected cross-section, which I've suggested that we just file with our reply because that just needs to get updated to include the additional height in this stage 1. So that'll come with reply, not with this. There was an issue raised about the Transpower
I'll just pause you for a moment. Yeah. It keeps Commissioner Phillips, you okay? I saw you drop out.
Apologies, Chair. I've got this hat rack in the background and it kept popping in and out of my screen. Okay. So I decided to just lie it on the ground so it's not a distraction. Sorry about that. I did hear everything that was said though. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, thanks.
First time I've been distracted by a hat rack. The second table there is to address an issue that was raised about this perceived concern about these mountains of topsoil and overburden. Mr. Mentz can speak through that, but that's there as well. So that's the material that was provided today. In terms of the 13 May material, Mr. Mentz will speak to his updated model, his supplementary evidence, and he has some speaking notes I've just discussed. A full draft of the erosion sediment control plan has been filed with that. You would have seen that. So that was filed on 13 May. Yep.
Yes.
The plans and...
Yes, yep, yes. Yep. And the report that goes with it we received on the 6th of June.
Yeah, yes. Sorry, that should have come in at the same time. The full draft of the environmental management plan's been filed on the 13th of May. That includes the habitat restoration enhancement plan in section 5 of the report. If you look at that section, you'll see that it specifies the plants, particular plant species, the density, the spacing, the PB root size, etc. I raise that because there was some criticism that hasn't been provided, and that's clearly in there. There needs to be some flexibility because it's eco-sourced and some of the plants may not be available, but the detail is clearly there. So it was obviously overlooked. The full draft of the groundwater management plan has been provided. You would have got that on the 13th of May as well. The XRD report was provided formally together with a borehole plan showing where those composite samples were taken from, and happy to address that further if need be. And then a legal opinion on the air discharge issue was included. That was responded to by counsel for the Powells, and I understand that counsel for the WRC may address it. I also will address that in reply to the extent I need to. There's one Environment Court case that I found that I do need to draw to your attention that I wasn't aware of, so I'll do that in reply as well. We have Mr. Curtis here and Mr. Hall is hopefully going to be here and Mr. Mentz is going to be here. We don't have the ecologists here, but we're happy to take any questions or Ms. Holbrook, Dr. Holbrook. But if you have any questions on those, we can get those addressed. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'll ask Mr. Mentz to kick off.
It's just, there was a couple of preliminary matters just to assist the discussion or where the questions need to go. The issue of this sampling you raised in your memorandum on the 13th of May, I think it was a question as to seeking that I think it was at the GNR report, the earlier one, be withdrawn from the evidence record. I think it was a request or drafted as a request to the panel, which we haven't determined yet, but I see that the submissions from the PALs yesterday were certainly of the view that it had been withdrawn. Do I take it that because you've asked for it to be withdrawn, that it effectively is, rather than a decision for us?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it is. We're happy to withdraw it on the basis that the XRD report actually addresses the silica component, and that was the key issue. And evidence specifically on how the composite samples were taken was given by Mr. Fulton in the hearing, and there's no basis to challenge that. So it's easier, it's going to be cleaner if we just limit it to that. The purpose of the borehole plan was to simply indicate on an aerial photo where the samples were taken from.
The other matter which arose from a review of the Southern Skies ESCP, it refers to an updated table of the overburden and concrete sand quantities. And that brings us back to the issue that we had in the last hearing of whether it's 90% of the extraction is going to be concrete sand or some lesser volume of, I think it was 39 to 45, according to Mr. McElraith. There was some confusion as to where those different figures had come from. Now, that Southern Skies report restates the total quantity in the area of 90%. And so we just want some clarification on that, because we do think it's relevant to the question around economics, for the reasons that the witnesses have covered, also to transport. And then it's also a factor, I think, in terms of shall I say, the need at the end to remove, or the economic case for removal of the gully wall at stage 5, as to what the quantity of concrete sand within that resource is. So just put that there for you to consider now, but it seems to be relevant to a few topics, shall we say.
Yeah, and that's it's probably tidy to cover that off and reply. I've got some specific details written in reply. We can briefly discuss it at the end of the day as we need to. Yeah, so it's probably easiest rather than sort of partly dive into it now if I address it at the end of the day. But no, we haven't forgotten about that issue.
I'll just see if there's any other questions from commissioners. Commissioner Phillips?
Not at this stage, thanks.
Okay, all right, thank you. And none from you? I think that's a no from you, Commissioner Manukau. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll ask Mr. Mentz to just briefly take us through his speak notes and his supplementary evidence. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. I'll start with supplementary evidence as it was prepared and distributed a wee while ago, and things have changed. The information included may have changed or will have changed somewhat. I'm in your hands as to how much you'd like me to go through that evidence, or rather talk to the change that retaining the gully wall to full height will reduce visual effects further to the point where the only real effects after initial strippings and the pit is lowered will occur from the power's perspective at the stage 5 when the wall is taken down, and the effects are essentially the same as in my previous assessment. It's just more wall to be taken down, so they will last slightly longer.
I think, I mean, the change seems to me to be what you've proposed here is reasonably significant relative to what you were addressing in your statement, the supplementary on the 13th of May. So I think we're best to focus on that in your statement that you've provided. And that's to address both the, obviously the transpower issue, the overburden topsoil question, as well as that, this corrected cross-section. Now you've indicated that'll be handed up as part of the reply. Is that right?
Yeah, because if you remember, the cross-section had the top 10 metres off, and
Yes.
that needs to get
Yes.
redone to effectively put that in, which then may change the other bench heights, but
All right.
it's all internal at that point.
Yeah.
So,
and I think the other, well, it's not in your supplementary statement, but I think just to presage some questions, you may want to talk about the species mix that you've relied on to as part of these visualizations, and I think as a matter that was raised for the POWs.
Certainly. So starting off at point 1 in my speaking notes, condition 62 on the regional set as it's drafted at the moment requires a 12-metre wide corridor with planting no more than 2 metres high and compliance with the 2003 electrical regulations, which extend some height control limitations slightly wider than 12 metres, but effectively mean that any tree growing in a zone determined on where it is within the swing of the conductor cannot get within 4 metres of the conductor itself in terms of potential falling or damage. And given that the height differences after excavation and where the plant, well, the excavation actually makes no difference to this because all the planting is outside the excavation area, and the species identified. Now they're listed in the ecological management plan, and there are various species in there that have different height growth, both rates and mature heights, and those species can be used within both the zone underneath the conductors, the 12-metre wide zone, and that additional strip, which would allow a slightly taller growing species, and then we can have the full species mix as per the ecological planting mix outside that area without impinging on the regulations. The earlier 3VR model, as I said, didn't show this zone, and Mr. Matheson explained that to you, that there was hope that Transpower would be more lenient in this case. I've included a couple of screen grabs looking straight along the corridor to show what the effect of that might be. I have some printed copies from other locations with me, but the full model can be put up as well, so you can see the implication of the lower planting versus the higher planting. It does mean that there remains a continuous vegetative cover across the entire area proposed. It's really just, and there's no changes to the species being proposed. It's just ensuring that low planted species is planted where they need to be. I've reviewed the implications for the visual effects on Mr. Powell's property and conclude that the restriction does not alter my assessment or ratings. the remnant gully wall still provides the substantial screening, and even more so at full height. The only a small area of potential screen planting, and you may recall it from the ecological planting plans, there is a 10-metre wide strip at the top of the planting, which is would have provided some screening for the final stages of the previous bund height. Where that is removed, and if I take you to the second to last page, which is this one here, showing unmitigated. The only difference in screen, or the potential loss of screening, is really only this little section.
Sorry, Mr. Mansberg, can you say which, because we can't see that, what you're holding up, which, is it the photo point P7? Is that the one you're referring to?
P7, stage 5A.
5A. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner. And you can see that there is a small gap between the trees where you look in. If you look in on the cut face, if you go to the 5B, you'll see that just exposes, at the end of the day, pasture. And I've said the vegetation will remain visually connected along the gully to bank. Now, as I said, I do have images from the overview P2, P6 and P7 in hard copy here if required, but the model can be uploaded for you to examine from all locations. Moving on to topsoil overburden management, there was some concern raised that there would not be enough topsoil on site to rehabilitate the final landform. I've used the models provided by the applicant and calculated the surface areas using GIS and worked out the topsoil depths based on the logs, topsoil bores, sorry, the bore logs that were undertaken by the applicant pre-purchase of the property or pre-application, which indicate that topsoil depths range between 200 mils and 300 mils across the site. So taking the assumption of a 200 mil topsoil strip, I've worked out the volumes that can be recovered for each stage. Now these might alter slightly with the retention of the wall because they're calculated on the lower wall, but overall the recoverable volumes and the end volume requirements will be the same. It's just how they're balanced through the process. And what that shows is that, in my opinion, that can be managed in a way that avoids any large stockpiling of any large area of topsoil within this site. The strippings from the processing area would go to form the processing bund. The key columns to look at are the topsoil volume column, which is the amount recoverable, and the rehab topsoil volume, which is the amount needed for the restoration works. So
can I just clarify, when you're talking about topsoil, are you including the overburden as part of that? The reason I ask, I'm just thinking about that photograph. I'm trying to remember whose evidence it was on recently. It was a photo of one of the bore digs. I think it was the one undertaken for the POWs. which seem to be somewhat deeper than 200 to 300 mil below the surface. Are your calculations including overburden?
My calculations are only including the topsoil for topsoil rehabilitation. So overburden, so I understand that if it's needed to construct bunds, then I'll call it, for want of a better term, the B horizon material will be included in that. And as I think we heard in evidence in the last hearing, that some of that material will be mixed in with sand and removed from site as pit sand. So it's a balancing act. The topsoil has to remain on site from the proposed condition. And concern was raised that, one, there wouldn't be enough topsoil to rehabilitate the site, and two, it in itself would cause unsightly bunding. So basically the processing areas, topsoil gets stripped and put in the bund around the processing area. The stage 1 area topsoil gets stripped and is used to form the southern and western bunds. Stage 2 stripping goes to stage 1, and so on until you get down to stage 4, where you have to start pulling it out of the bunds again. And essentially it balances. So from that, I've reached the conclusion that apart from some minor temporary bunding over a short period of time, it wouldn't be a problem. Regardless, now any bunding inside the pit itself at full wall would likely be completely screened anyway. So I think the visibility of it issue has disappeared completely. I think that pretty much covers my point. Sorry, sir.
Just, is there anything in terms of obviously a bit of effort went into the joint witness statement that you prepared with Mr. Morton and the council. Has this change effectively taken us beyond the matters that were considered in the joint witness statement? Obviously, you've talked about the overburden balance or the stockpiling and so forth. There were issues raised in there about the species mix, for example. I think your plan, what we've tried to do to understand the overall approach is to consider your plan against what the EMP shows us, because that's actually the only planting plan in front of us, which is, as far as I can tell, undertaken for a different purpose. It's an ecological planting plan, and I think approaches its species selection on that basis. So that's an area of questions that we have for you. But I think, sorry, my first question was really just the joint witness statement. I think the changes that you've done sort of take us beyond that. There's not much point going through that statement at this point.
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
I think it addresses the key concerns that Mr. Morton was raising during the expert conferencing. I've satisfied myself that the issues around, as I said, the topsoil stockpiling will not create a problem. The concerns about the lowering of well, whether full height or low have now been addressed by the decision to keep it high, which satisfies which I believe would satisfy Mr. Morton's concerns. In terms of the species mix, I did not rely on the planting to provide screening by itself. So I am comfortable with the ecological species mix because they're there for a different function. They have a secondary function of providing some landscape amenity value and some screening value, but they're not critical to the visual mitigation or screening of the application itself. So
I suppose where we get a bit confused is looking at your visualizations and the idea, what we understand to be wetland riparian type planting and the EMP for a certain width next to the stream. in your visualizations is shown as essentially forest species right up to the stream, for example.
Yeah, I mean, these are visualizations that aim to give a indication as opposed to being, I mean, species.
Well, that's the problem, is how much of an indication is it really?
Well, in terms of cover and height, they are accurate in terms of saying this is the exact species and that is exactly how it looks. No, it's a model that indicates a degree of coverage.
I think, so jumping ahead, I think Commissioner Phillips has probably got some questions on this, but when we get to the stage 5, and then I think the assumption there is that the vegetation has reached such a height and density that the gully wall becomes, as you've termed it, a redundant landform. That was in your supplementary evidence.
So that's not connected with the vegetation cover. That is a landform.
All right. My understanding of your evidence was that because the vegetation would achieve such density and height, that landform would become redundant because you could no longer see it. Was that what you meant?
No,
Okay.
That's not what I meant.
Right.
What I meant is that the redundant landform is that the landform, if the gully wall was left, and I'm talking about the wider landform of the river terraces, the term redundant is generally used for a piece of landform which is left over after earthworks have been carried out and looks out of place within the context of the wider and more natural looking landform. So if the gully wall was left in place, it effectively creates a big basin as opposed to something that would appear like a intermediate river terrace if it was opened up to the gully itself. And that's what I mean by the redundant landform. You often see them along the sides of motorways where there was an old road alignment and the new road, and you've got a weird or odd shaped piece of landform sitting in between, which, had it been removed, would have probably made the landscape look or appear slightly more natural.
All right, I'll relook at that. That's not how I interpret your
Sorry,
evidence. So thank you for
if it was unclear, my apologies.
All right.
But
Excuse me, Chair, could I just ask a follow-up? It might be
Yes,
easiest
sure.
if I ask a follow-up question now. I guess it's more, I understand what you're saying, but I guess when we were down there standing on the gully, you know, next to the stream, and you get this sense of almost majesty from the valley itself. And so I don't quite, I understand that in the context of creating the farm, that this could be somewhat redundant because, as you say, it's sort of almost out of place. But in the wider context of the wider landscape, which is the stream gully, is that, I mean, it seems to me that actually would be quite consistent with what's in the wider landscape. So I just, I was interested in what is your definition of the wider landscape, which you just described yourself.
Well, what I'm looking at and considering it from a landscape effect is the wider landform that was created as a result of the Waikato River creating the series of terraces and then affected by the Kitapiro stream. So yes, there's a balancing act there. And it's just my opinion that removing it creates a overall more natural landform than retaining it.
But that landform is
Purely
only natural from the context of the surrounding sort of farmland that's been created through the sand mining process. I mean, the wider landscape still has that gully and valley form, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, running up the gully.
Yeah. So, okay.
When you're within the gully, yes, I agree that provides a continuous within that gully itself.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no, not disagreeing. It's consistent with the gully.
Yep. Thank you.
I think the other part to that issue is that when this planting plan was put forward, it was on the basis of the proposal with the 10 metres of the gully wall removed in those initial stages. And on that basis, I think your view was that the vegetation could achieve a height that would then screen or come near the top of that reduced gully wall height. Is that correct?
No. It would only ever get up to a height which would provide some screening when you got to the bottom of the gully wall removal.
I think if I could, I think the question might be the extent to which it provides some screening if you're down in the gully itself looking up. That might be, is it?
Well, no, I think the issue is this viewpoint here that we're looking at. It's the view from the Powell property is what's, my understanding is that's what you're trying to achieve, is to address that effect. It's the primary viewpoint, isn't it?
You said
Yes.
It might be.
The planting below the gully, there was just would provide some screening, but it's not the primary.
Commissioner, I wonder whether it's worth the witness actually taking you through the model. Just to be clear, this is the view from the pylon, which nobody goes to. So the reason this view was chosen was it shows the gap in its worst form. That was the reason that. So given the questions, I wonder if it is worthwhile actually the witness taking you through the amended model, accepting that the additional 10 metres will remain, because then I think the questions around the height of this becomes a lot clearer.
Yeah, look, it might become clearer from the full set of visualisations. What I'm looking at is the height of vegetation relative to the landform. The point is, its original purpose at the time was with a lower gully wall. So there was a greater ability to screen the gully wall so that once the rest of it was removed, the difference would be less. Now the gully wall is to remain as is in situ until stage 5. I guess what it's leading to is my question is, between stage 4 and stage 5, is there a landscape performance standard? I'll put it in those terms, for want of a better term, that would need to be met or that could be certified before the next step of removing the gully wall in the manner proposed is undertaken. And the purpose of that question is, as will become apparent through further questions, possibly, is around that species mix and what it can really achieve. Because as I've said before, the planting mix is an ecological management plan planting scheme. It's not a landscape planting plan. This plan looks like a pine forest almost, which you might have, and I think Mr. Morton raised this, that even a pine forest may struggle to achieve the kind of heights that have been shown in the visualizations. Now, I understand that they're indicative, but it is being relied upon to inform a landscape assessment.
Yeah, I think it is worthwhile. So we've got the full set, so it's probably worth the witness taking you through that. The updated model is going to be provided, but just to be really clear, none of the vegetation is proposed for directly for landscape screening purposes, either now or in the future. So,
and that's the point. I accept that.
Yeah,
it's an ecological management plan planting scheme.
Yeah.
And if you look at the mix of species, which has now been provided, and spacings and so forth, it's difficult to reconcile those species with what is shown in these visualizations. That is the point. That is the issue that we have.
Well, yeah. All I can say is that it is difficult because the colours are very similar to separate out the taller trees from the smaller trees. But I think, I mean, if you've got a question about how the model was built and what plants were put where, then I guess that's something you can put to the witness. But I think it's really important that we're clear on the purpose of this, of the ecological planting.
So the
Excuse me, Chair, could I just ask a question of clarification? Sorry, Mr. Mansberg. Manzig?
Yes.
Just so I'm totally just on the images that you've provided in your statement this morning. I just want to, just looking at the first image, and you've got these 3 lines. So these are the power lines. That's correct. That you can see the 3 lines. Is that right? At the top of the bottom. Sorry, the bottom of the image. So I'm just looking at page. What page is it? Page 2, basically. For example, just look page 2. Got the 3 lines.
Oh, yes.
At the bottom. So those are the power lines. Is that correct?
Oh, that's a shadow actually from the power lines. Which,
well, yeah, or the shadow, but that's an indication of where the power lines
Yes,
are. Is that correct?
that's right.
Yes.
Yes.
So my understanding is that the transpower restriction is 12 meters either side of the center line of the power lines. So
That's
there'll be
correct.
that middle one, is that right? So I just, I guess I just don't quite understand why then there's all these tall trees. I might have missed something that appear to be quite dense bush, forest, whatever you want to call it. And then there's that, directly, if you just follow those lines directly, and then you've just got this sort of lower bit. I'm just trying to reconcile that this is actually 24 meters of vegetation that's only 2 meters high.
Yes,
24 meter width.
Yes, I've used the GIS to ensure that it is the correct width.
Okay. Yeah.
And integrated that into the model.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah, it's just, can you understand my sort of, it just doesn't look like very much. But yeah, I guess not having
landscape.
any, not having any sort of scale, I guess, on the image, perhaps that would help. I'm not sure, but and I also appreciate that you're actually going up a slope as well.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's a 3D model which has perspective. So putting a scale on it means the scale would be quite different in different parts of the model.
It's true, but I guess this is a snapshot of a 3D model.
That's correct, but
so
it's still
that could have some sort of scale, perhaps on. I don't use them.
No,
but I guess, but I agree. But I agree that it would be very helpful to have the visualization, so we can actually essentially play around with it and look at the different sort of things.
I mean, the purpose of the model is to help to visualize the changes, the large scale changes that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's as accurate as possible. While one could go down to selecting every single plant and putting a correct image and a correct height, that would be phenomenally time consuming. I've used these models previously to illustrate the type of change that will occur. The trees themselves are not specific to the necessarily to the species on a tree by tree basis. The spacing is there to give the indication of density and are scaled to give the correct height with a little bit of variation for the band. So no, I'm not trying to say this mix here is exactly.
No. I appreciate. I understand that it's a model. Yes. I guess from our perspective of having been down in the gully floor and seeing the floodplain wetlands down there, which look nothing like that, and it's hard to imagine them ever looking anything like this.
Well,
on,
the plants are located.
That's the challenge. Sorry?
The plants are located as per the ecological plan.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Actually, Chair, I just had one more, sorry, while we're talking about the visualizations, I just had one quick question, which there is reference to, sorry, in the landscape. In your visualizations, Mr. Manzig, there's reference to stock accessing the rehabilitated area from years 11 And it's clearly stated in the EMP that stock will not have access to those areas. So I was just a bit confused about that.
Oh, sorry, what I'd be referring to the rehabilitated pastoral lands, not the.
Oh,
It's a
okay, okay,
Yeah, it's a rehabilitation area, not the restoration area.
Not the restoration.
okay. I'll check on that. And, yeah, thanks.
No, definitely wouldn't want stock in there.
I think just going back to my earlier point, that Mr. Morton raises the specific issue that only 5 of the 13, what does he say, starting crop species will grow over 10 metres, while only 3 out of the 9 year 5 planting species will grow taller than 10 metres, and many are slow growing. Have you considered that evidence? Are you still satisfied that this visualisation is something that is realistic?
Yes, because after the caucusing, we went back and I had a very good look at the species mix and looked at the growth rates and their mature rates and so on. Yep. Sorry. So yes, I'm satisfied that will be achieved over the 25 years.
So just coming back to my point, is there a potential condition that you would suggest that requires something akin to that to be achieved through a certification process before the stage 5 works are undertaken? So as I understand it, you're satisfied that once you get to that point, that there's a suitable level of screening of that area, landscape screening, that removal of the gully wall would then achieve a natural looking outcome through that gully?
Yes.
Yes. So
Once the gully
rather than saying this is what will happen, stage 5 will happen at year whatever, that seems to me to be predicated on these landscape outcomes being achieved. Would you support a condition along those lines that requires certification of something along the lines of what you're showing here?
I mean, I believe that the condition that's already been proposed for the preparation of the landscape management plan would achieve that
Which number is that? Can I?
number. Sorry, just have to look up the number.
Regional. Sure.
In district, isn't it? Yeah, there's one in there that requires the certification by council.
Yeah, it's this. Landscape, this one. It's the permit abandoned valuable thing. The visual training.
Oh.
Landscape training with that. It's to the north. And then
Commissioner, I wonder whether it's probably worth the planner and the landscape witness having a conversation, understand the question. There's one, and I understand the certification point, and I think I understand the rationale for that. There's one photo point though, it probably is worth, I'll just ask Mr. Menzies to address you on, because I think that's probably the best. That'll really bring to the nub the issue of, is this a landscape mitigation issue or a ecological issue? And that's photo point 2, which is the one from the house, and it's year 22. And remember, this photo point has now needs to be seen in the light of an additional 10 metres of gully wall on top. So this is the view from the fence at the back of the Powell's property. So that's probably more realistic than than the pylon, which someone might go to occasionally. So this is arguably the worst case from the Powell's property looking across, and you can see the relative heights there of the lower gully wall plus the vegetation. And then if you have an additional 10 metres on top of that, because remember that shows a 10 metre gully, a lower gully wall by 10 metres. Because this one hasn't been updated to show the additional 10 metres, right? So the view you're looking at there, you need to add another 10 metres on top of it. And that probably gives you the best indication. I don't know, Mr. Menzies, do you have any other comments?
Yeah, so I was just going to say, if you turn to year 1, the gully wall is still at its full height at that point. So that shows effectively what it looked like. And again, the photograph on the front giving the actual view. As you can see, you're looking across effectively eye level seas is looking across the landscape at the same level, at the same on the southern side of the gully. So any excavation behind the gully wall at full height that goes down below that will just disappear from view. What you can see, barring the tree growth in year 1, is how that will remain right through until the year 25 image. You can consider the year 22 to be halfway through the removal of stage 5 now. So that would, I'm assuming, occur at year 25 or thereabouts. That would be halfway through, and then it gets right down to the RL 41, which is shown in year 25A.
Yeah, look, I understand all that.
Yep.
I mean, I think what you're saying is that your landscape assessment is that at that point, the planting appropriately not screens it, but it's, I guess, what provides a naturalised environment. It gives you the landscape rating that you've reached. Obviously, Mr. Morton has a different view, and we'll hear about that. But as far as you're concerned, if you were to achieve that before you then took the gully wall out entirely, then that would be an appropriate landscape outcome.
Yes.
And that's kind of where I'm trying to get to. At least we're talking about, if that is achieved at that point, then stage 5 goes forward.
That's right.
So it's a bit more than what's shown in the EMP monitoring conditions, or replanting, replacement of trees, all that sort of thing that happens in that 5-year period. This is something that says, well, at that point, if that's not achieved, then because that's the issue that he's raising, that the species mix is not sufficient in his view to achieve what you're saying can be achieved.
That's
so
right.
We can say, well, if you're right, that's fine, but it has to actually be achieved before you take it through to the next stage.
We understand the issues, sir. We'll have a talk about a condition, and that'll be dealt with in reply, but understand the point. Thank you. Was there anything else, Mr. Menzies, that you wanted to discuss?
Nothing.
Okay.
I don't think of.
Any other questions from Commissioner? Yeah.
Quick look. Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Mansuga, I know, I appreciate, this is in the JWS, and I appreciate, although you've just stated that none of your ratings change, this is around that ratings table. And I was just interested in what factors contributed to the positive ratings that you gave for P4 and P5?
Well, I think that the addition of the ecological planting helps balance out, because at P4 and P5 you've got substantial screening, so you've got a limited visual effect, but you're just enhancing the wider or gully landscape.
Okay, thank you.
Its natural character improves.
Okay.
So that's why it's a slight positive.
Yep, sure. And you've also, Chair, you happy for me to continue? Sorry. It's a wee bit
Yes.
difficult. Yep, yep. You've provided some detail of mitigation planting in various documents. I couldn't see anything about, in terms of, the detail of species and purpose and that. I couldn't see anything for the processing area. There's quite a large mitigation bund that's being proposed. I think it's 5 meters high or something like that. Just wondering if it's, and I couldn't see it covered by the EMP either. Just
The processing bunds are 3 meters.
Yeah. The processing bund is 3 meters high, and then it's excavated a further 2 meters to give a 5 meter screen. Just to clarify that.
I thought I read something that it was. Oh, okay, thank you. Yep.
Giving a 5 meter high effectual bund.
Okay. Yeah, but in terms of the actual planting that's going to be involved, the species mix and that sort of thing for that area.
Okay. Did that? Yeah, there's no planting schedule yet. I would expect that to occur as a matter of detail.
I see. Because I was particularly interested in the timing of that, when that was actually going to occur. I would have thought it was part of the overall planning for the site in terms of.
It would occur around the processing area immediately upon, well, next logical planting season immediately upon the construction of that bund.
Okay. I was I picked up on that from the erosion and sediment control plans that were presented. So that's where I was picking that up. Okay, thanks for that.
I mean, there would need to be some plant vegetative cover regardless for that erosion control purpose, and because the bund around the processing area will be there for the duration, that can be planted up with native species to provide.
Yeah. I mean, what I got from the erosion sediment control plan was that it would be planted with native species. It wouldn't be grass like some of the other ones. So I assumed there would be a planting plan for it, which includes timing, which is what I was interested in. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Mansell, I've just got a question in regards, it's actually got to do with the model, and just looking at the colour contrast of the landscape, of the vegetation and the pasture, and just comparing it to the actual real photograph of that same area. So the photo point 2 upper track existing view, it's got a real life photograph there.
Yes.
And when I look at the actual modelling, I feel there's a bit of a contrast difference in terms of what they actually look like side by side. Can you just take me through what the process is for setting contrast in a model?
Okay, so
I find that it seems to be quite different to what I'm seeing in the picture.
I understand. The way the model is constructed is that a digital elevation or terrain model is created, and then an aerial photo is draped over that model to align with the terrain. Now, the aerial photo is of a different date and different resolution to the actual photograph that you're looking at on the front. So there are some differences in just the general colours and appearance, etc. And also because the resolution of the aerial photo is effectively stretched, it's there to give a contrast indication as opposed to you know, trying to match every single point exactly. And you'll notice that the backdrop we've included Mount Maungatautari is an even lower resolution, and that's because to include that in the view, we had to go to a much lower resolution terrain model. So that's there for context, to give you an indication of the difference, the resolution of the model in and around the site, which basically extends. And if you're looking on the on-screen version, you can actually see there's a bit of a white boundary line if you pan around a little bit. That's a 1 metre resolution, meaning that every 1 square metre has its own height parameter and a pixel from the aerial photo. If you look, the Maungatautari, or the wider contextual, is an 8 metre resolution terrain model and just effectively a coloured overlay by the much larger aerial. So yes, there are differences, and there always will be. And what we try to do in fine-tuning the model is to pick out the key features within the model and make sure that they are similar or as close as possible.
So I guess I'm looking at the landscape planting and the intensity. I guess the contrast intensity. I feel it's quite significant compared to some pictures of existing vegetation that is there already on that gully wall. I just want to highlight that.
That's the difference between a real life photo and a model with a computer simulated sun and shadows. And the difference between sort of the software available to me and the software that might be used to produce a high quality cinematographic rendering.
Thanks, Mr. Mansell.
Hey.
A couple of questions, further questions from me. Does the photographs that Mr. Powell showed of the state of the gully in the last couple of weeks with the rainfall that we've had, does that cause you any concern in terms of the viability of the type of landscape? Well, it's ecological planting, but from a landscape perspective, any concern from your experience of such landscape schemes?
I'll just have to refresh my memory on these photos.
Were these the ones received yesterday?
Yes.
Oh, yesterday. Sorry, I have not
10
seen those.
Right.
So it's looking into the basin.
Yeah.
Trees have established. Still continues with this.
Yeah. Just, I mean, I relied on the ecological experts to suggest where different types of planting should be established. From the practical perspective of establishing planting in that area, there's certain things that one would need to ensure didn't happen. For example, planting terrestrial species into saturated or waterlogged soils. Many of the species in Dr. Kessel's list are quite capable of surviving inundation for periods of time. So no, that doesn't concern me. The planting on the upper gully doesn't concern me because it's above that flood level. So again, it comes down to the detail and the next stage of preparing the actual planting plan, planting design, and ensuring that there is an appropriate planting specification, management structure, etc., to ensure their survival.
So any loss would be effectively covered or addressed through, sorry, I'll just find it.
Through the management plan, yes.
There's a monitoring requirement associated with the EMP for canopy closure and those types of things and replacement where it hasn't happened.
Yes.
What on review I can't see in that is sort of tying that into next stages. So, sorry, I'll just bring up those conditions.
Just to be clear,
It's a bit like the other question I had was just how that relates to if the canopy closure hasn't happened in stage 1, then does that act to restrict what the next stage, implementation of the next stage? Are there performance measures built in? Because it doesn't seem to be at this point, that if the landscaping hasn't been achieved to that point, that stage 2 doesn't then carry on.
Sorry, sir, are you talking about the implementation of the ecological planting or the
Well,
stage?
that's the only planting that we have to implement.
Sorry, when you
Yes.
said stage, I'm just clarifying, you're talking about the staging of
Yes, well,
extraction.
there's planting to undertake,
Yep,
and I think the intent is to get underway with it pretty much immediately
yes.
because that's what's shown in your plans.
I mean, I can't talk in detail to the ecological management plan because I didn't
Okay,
prepare it.
all right.
I've read it and I understand it, and it provides landscape benefits, but if it's an ecological implementation question, would probably have to be directed to Dr. Kessels.
All right. I think that underscores the difficulty I perceive with relying on an ecological plan to achieve what it is that you're showing in your visualizations. I've probably asked enough questions about that now, and you've told us what you have to say about that. The other point was, the other question I had was just the way in which the staging, the next stage occurs, in particular 5, when you've established this, this outcomes, sorry. Say at year 22 and you're preparing to then take out the gully wall, I have the impression that the stage comes right up to the forest or whatever you want to call it, the bush area that you've created along here. Is there an intent to have some kind of setback from this area rather than working right up to it?
In practical terms, yes, there will have to be a sort of a buffer to ensure that root damage doesn't occur, etc.
Okay.
There's also in the
What would be the distance of that? Do we have that built into the conditions?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
Dr. Baber did discuss that in his evidence. It was some time ago, but when he was talking about that, and he said, yes, there would need to be a setback. I'll double check what's in the HERP about that. But there will need to be some setback, obviously.
Yeah, okay.
And in addition, the final grading to ensure that the stormwater flows back will create a setback on the boundary side. It's also normal to ensure that you've got at least 1 metre away your stock-proof fencing to stop stock damage or stock reaching over the fence and nibbling on the trees.
Yes.
By the time you get to that, of course, that shouldn't be a problem because of the maturity of them.
Yeah. Okay.
And from practical purposes, you'd be planting just down from that sort of finished level anyway to ensure that there's sufficient the existing natural soil to plant into.
Okay. All right, I think that's probably all I had for you. Are there any other questions, commissioners, for Mr. Mansur? No, okay. All right, that probably ties us in nicely to the erosion sediment control matters. Obviously, with the change to the proposal, is there an intent to update the ESC plans or a
Yeah.
need to? Did you?
Well, I had a brief look through that last night. In short, a full updated set will be provided, but of course, the only thing that's going to happen is that what would have happened on the reduced gully wall bund will now happen, will not happen because it's not needed, and the staging amounts areas will slightly change, but they'll just potentially be moved back, if you know what I mean. So it'd be more in stage 5 and stage 1 and stage 2 and stage 3 and stage 4. So we, for completeness, will provide a full updated set, but in terms of the actual water management, erosion, sediment control, there's no changes that I could see, that certainly no changes that wouldn't result in a better outcome, put it that way.
One aspect of that Mr. Mansur might be able to assist us with is the gully. What number gully is it? The gully adjacent to the SRP. We talked about it at the last hearing about revegetation through there, but it also functioning as an overspill for that SRP. Is that something that is incorporated into into your understanding of the landscape and ecological planting?
I understand it's planting at lower part of that gully.
Yeah.
That's shown.
Yeah.
Yes, that's shown at the ecological plans that shows planting at the lower end of that gully.
Yes. Right, and in fact, just going back to the EMP plan, it does actually run right up through that gully, I see now. And so again, that would need some sort of setback, like we were talking about before, between that gully planting and the nearest part of the excavation.
Yes, that's correct.
And in fact, that is almost the purpose of my earlier question, because when I look at your this plan here, what is it? It's the year 25 plan showing the excavation right up to that gully wall. I take it that that's not the intent. That's just I guess a visualization that hasn't specifically taken into account a setback from that vegetation. Part of the gully wall.
The part of that, the lower gully wall is removed as part of that stage. And yeah, there is I mean, if you look carefully at the, so you can see where the shadow closest to the buildings in the background falls across, and you just come back a little bit, there's a hint of green. That's showing where there is setback, but it's difficult to see from that angle because the planting would have to be on the other side of the gully wall and down. So yes, there is intent for it to be there. And if you look in the ecological plan, I think it's a brown 10-metre wide buffer strip that runs right around that area. And that's where that planting would occur. It's labelled mitigation planting on the ecological planting plan. Right. And that's the only planting which I've considered or relied on from a landscape effects perspective. Yeah. The rest is beneficial from a landscape character perspective, but as I said before, doesn't serve a screening or mitigation function to the landscape. Short answer, yes, a buffer is needed.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Excuse me, Chair, I had a follow-up
Yes.
question on that. Yeah, and I just noticed sort of looking at the maps or the image, I realise, or maybe I'll hold off. Are we talking to the erosion sediment control expert, Mr. Matthews?
No, Commissioner, but we're happy to pass back any questions and address anything in writing.
Well, I guess just to be fair to Mr. Manzug, I'm just referring to some images that are in the erosion sediment control plan. They're not actually about erosion and sediment control. They're about where the staging boundaries, the boundaries of each stage are. And it just looks to me like they overlap with that mitigation planting in the EMP figure 3, where it goes through Gully E. And we're just talking about having a buffer there. So I was just sort of, I mean, it would be useful. I think we had some earlier diagrams of the restoration enhancement areas with the stages on them, but not in these later ones. Yeah, so my question was really about, is there going to be a conflict between where the staging is proposed to be? And this is particularly stage 1, 4, and 5 as it currently is, which of course is slightly different now. I'm particularly, in the erosion sediment control plan at figure 7, you can see that the yellow line goes partly through Gully E which is in the EMP figure 3. I probably confused you completely now. So,
sorry, just trying to follow that through. So, figure 7.
Figure 7 of the erosion sediment control plan is just an example where it shows the staging.
Oh, sorry, okay. Is that the report or the separate plans?
The report is, sorry. I thought I said report. Apologies for that. Just because that's the latest version, yeah. Oh, not so latest, actually. Yep. And so you can see where it goes through, where the boundary of stage 4 goes partly through what is Gully E near the processing area.
Yeah, well, I think as Mr. Mansug said, there is the top edge of that Gully E will need to get taken off to smooth out that landform. So there will be some part of that gully wall in the upper sections that will need to be removed. I think the question was, will there be a setback? Yes, there will be a setback, but it may need to get removed and then planted and then a setback. So there might be some sort of subtle changes just up in the very top section there.
I guess I'm just linking, what I'm trying to do is link that image to the image in the EMP figure 3, which shows mitigation planting in effectively the same place as that yellow line. And I assume that the mitigation planting would actually go in early. So it's just, is there a conflict there, I guess is what I'm exploring.
Yeah, well, I think the scale's such that it probably becomes quite difficult at that stage. But
yes,
we'll have a look at that, and I think the easiest thing might just be to draft a condition which directs an outcome, rather than trying to rely on plans that sort of meter sort of dimensions for something like this.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
So if the intention is, which I completely understand, to have some buffer areas before you reach the Gully E, we could maybe just direct that with a condition, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With those ESC plans, and I appreciate witness isn't here, so we can put these questions to be clarified. But in stage 2, we've got an access ramp on the eastern side, and it looks to me like the machinery access would then be across the grassed, reinstated area. And the same thing happens at stages 3, and then stage 4 has access ramp across reinstated grass for stages 1, 2, and 3 areas. It was sort of an issue that we raised at the previous hearing, just the reality of being able to rehabilitate parts of the quarry floor in the manner shown in the ESCP while it's still a working quarry?
Yeah, I think what we had, and maybe these plans aren't as helpful, but in the amended conditions, which you won't have seen because that will be put up in reply, but there is a specific requirement to fence off access ways, because there might need to be an access way along the bottom of that, the last batter, to access the area. So the requirement, there is a condition requirement that any rehabilitated areas are essentially fenced off from machinery. And, you know, it may be that there's a race of 3 or 4 metres that simply allows access to the remainder of the site. I mean, it's not in the applicant's interest to spend a fortune rehabilitating land and then drive trucks all over it. So it's literally just a matter of if there needs to be access to certain areas, then there will be a raceway to enable that to happen. And there's a condition requiring that to be clearly fenced off. So if the farmer wants to use it, they can, but otherwise, and probably more importantly, any of the pasture and soil profile that's been laid down doesn't get destroyed again.
It's also a diagram, and so I've got my hand on it right now, in the Southern Skies report.
This is probably the most useful one. And to be fair, the Southern Skies one wasn't really directed to sort of address the access, but this PowerPoint 01, photo point 01 overview year 11 is quite a good illustration that you can see the access road along the bottom. And then, so that's the concept, is that to the extent this is fenced off, then there will be an access road allowed to enable trucks to come up through there, and then the area will be fenced as it. And that was done deliberately, and as I say, it's in no one's interest to, you know, have it open. And then likewise with the next one, that is the start of the gully wall section, and you can see there, you know, there needs to be an area in front of the gully wall that's obviously used for accessing and all the rest of it, but you can see the vast majority of that can be fenced off and rehabilitated. So we tried to show some of those access roads in the staging, and it's probably easy to look at them in the model plans rather than necessarily the ESCP, which weren't designed for that purpose, to be fair.
Right. I think, yeah, I suppose the outcome of that is just ensuring that the plans all work together. Once if they're proposed to be all listed as things to be complied with as part of a condition 1, whether it's in accordance or general accordance, that there's no areas of conflict.
Yeah, and I think that's why for matters like that, we have in the reply conditions actually included a lot of specific conditions just to.
And just the bunding, coming back to this bunding issue, just around the actual processing area. The question I had looking at this figure 5, the typical bund section that was on top of the graded site and then slopes off into that, well, I guess that part of the northern gully wall, but the separate part of gully wall. Just how that occurs without that bund itself just essentially washing down the gully wall. So it's almost perched on the edge of that formed gully wall. Is there an engineering solution that addresses that?
Yeah, we'll have a look at that. I might ask. I mean, I understand your point. I mean, again, it's in no one's interest to get some really good quality topsoil and have it all washed down the gully. So it may be that needs to show a small setback area, potentially with a sediment fence or whatever might be needed. The idea is that is revegetated very quickly, stabilised probably first, and then revegetated. Probably with that magic stuff they spray on the side of motorways, and then plant it as necessary. But I'll have a look at that. Okay, all right. I think
And
it
I
is
wondered as
setback.
part of that if there was, the planting's an obvious requirement, but whether there's an engineering aspect to it, by which I mean it's engineered fill or it's compacted as it's laid down or something like that.
Yeah, I think just to be fair, I think it's probably, and I wanted to, I'll come back to this and reply, but in terms of the planting, I think it's worthwhile bearing in mind that this is topsoil that will eventually need to be used again. So in 25 years. So, there might be areas of that that actually benefit from just being grass, and it'll look just the same as all the other grass in the area. But that will allow the topsoil to be recovered much more easily than having tall trees, and it doesn't need to be necessarily engineered other than making sure it doesn't go away. There won't be any structures on it or anything.
Commissioners, any other questions on the ESCP aspect?
No, thanks.
No, okay. All right. Just turning to the groundwater monitoring and contingency plan, Commissioner Phillips, I think you had some questions on that.
Yeah, I guess just I was sort of surprised when I read this document that it hadn't used the information that was in the HDGO report from December 2023, which included settlement monitoring. I was just wondering why it seems like a completely different report was presented. I don't know if you can answer that question right now.
Well, this was primarily, I had understood, to deal with groundwater effects and potential loss of bores and impacts on bores rather than necessarily settlement. But was there...
But it does actually refer to the TARP, which is part of it. And which was another question I had was, why wasn't the TARP appended to this document? So it's just about having these links between these various documents.
Yeah, I think the regional council can address the TARP, Commissioner, but that's something I'll have a chat to Dr. Holbrook and we can just get some clarity on that, on the HDGO question you had, and the TARP's going to be addressed by the regional council, I'd understood.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just in terms of the report content itself, it seemed to me that I appreciate it's a draft, but a lot of it is just a reiteration of the conditions. And then on top of that, there's quite a bit that sort of says things like should be constructed. I thought this was sort of meant to be a, how-to manual almost. It is a management and monitoring manual, excuse me. And there's also, not being critical here, but there's quite a bit of tidy up with things like there's actions and triggers referred to, but then there's no actions listed. As I say, I do appreciate that it's a draft, but I was just sort of, I guess when I was looking at the HDGO report, it was very clear because it's not just about settlement monitoring. It talks about the TARP and all of that as well, which I know you're familiar with. And then I come to this report and it's, as I say, it's very focused on these are consent conditions and not a whole lot of else really. So I don't really have a question about that, but I just a general comment about, yeah, that's it. So.
Okay, thank you. Well, look, I think that I suspect that, as I understand it, the TARP is going to be merged with this document. And I think it's going to be called a groundwater monitoring and settlement contingency plan or something. So, which I think will address both the matters you've raised. And as you say, it is a draft. And other than the two bore issues and the settlement, I don't think there is actually a lot of other issues with groundwater, like in this case. So, but look, we'll pass those comments back, and it may be most useful to actually have an updated set copy produced. We're potentially merged, but I'll have a chat to the planners about that. Thank you.
Just think about the point that you made about it being about groundwater for boreholes for neighbouring properties. It seemed to me to be broader in intent than that. It has just been talking about, it does reference the TARP, which is another factor regarding settlement and land stability.
Yeah, so the issue is the land stability for the motorway, the bore at the T-Rail Road property, and the Miller's bore. We're right on to, oh no, we're late, just. I think that's, unless you had any further questions, I think that was what we had.
Excuse me, Chair, I do have one more question relating to the draft EMP, which I'm not sure if who can answer this one. And it was just that, as you say, there's now some planting species and densities and areas, and I did basically a back of the envelope calculation to work out how many plants would actually be needed in the first year or two, which is defined by the starting crop. And I worked out at least 80% of the plantings would have to be in those first couple of years, which equates to around about, unless I've got something terribly wrong, over 100,000 plants. And I was just wondering where you were going to eco-source all of those from.
Well, I think, Commissioner, that's exactly the point Dr. Baber made when he was discussing this, and said that's why there did need to be some flexibility around the plant species to make sure there is sufficient ability to eco-source them. The requirement is that all the planting occurs in the first 5 years. It'll be done as soon as possible, but that might give slightly longer time. It's a balance, isn't it, between wanting to have eco-source plants and wanting to get the work done quickly. So,
I guess I was just going on what the planting schedule was saying within the first year or two. About, I appreciate 5 years for all plantings, but the starting crop species said in the first year or two. So it's quite a substantial number of plants in the first year or two, which takes us back to the discussion that the chair had earlier on around the ability to achieve not only whatever screening may be done, but also the ecological outcomes that are envisaged through the EMP. I guess that's just a bit of a concern that I have around that.
well, I think it's fair to say that the ecological restoration that's proposed is extensive, and there's consent conditions that will require it to be done and monitored. And what's being offered will be a considerable improvement that you would have discovered from walking through there, a permanent, long-term, significant improvement in the ecology of the gully. The applicant's happy, has gone probably above and beyond, and there are conditions requiring it to be done. And the applicant's just going to have to deal with the tempestuousness of nature and floods and all the rest of it. But the conditions are quite clear. And if there are concerns about the conditions or the nature of the requirements, happy to consider them. But the applicant's quite clear on what it's putting forward.
Thank you.
Just before we finish, and on the point of conditions, we've had those handed up from the councils, obviously. Were there any particular matters of contention just for us to take into account from here on, and prior to your reply? And one in particular that I just wanted to check with you was the revised vehicle limits proposed by Mr. Inder.
Yeah, well, thank you. I can indicate it's pretty much full agreement with the regional council. There's a couple of suggestions we're making, but they're pretty minor. As you intimated, the suggestion that the applicant should just reduce its revenue by 25% in terms of its daily truck movements in order to address an effect that nobody can actually explain isn't acceptable to the applicant. So that will be addressed in reply, but happy to have a daily limit, happy for it to be at 400, happy to do all the review, the safety testing, not happy to just arbitrarily have that cut by 25%, and not happy to have a 2-monthly limit or an annual limit without that being justified. So that's probably a summary of the. Is there anything else? Yeah, but that's pretty much it. But we can address that in reply. But that's the guts of it.
All right, thank you. We'll take the morning adjournment and we'll start at 10 with Cambridge Town Hall. Thanks. Right, welcome back. Now we're hearing from the Cambridge Town Hall, Simon Brew. Welcome back.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the time to speak again today. And just to acknowledge that to my right, we do have, as a sort of joint presentation, the Chamber of Commerce and the Community Board. So this is my second appearance before the panel. When I spoke last, there were no proposed conditions available around the through traffic in Cambridge, and since then, the applicant has submitted a revised set of draft conditions, and I'm here today to respond to those and to outline why, in my view, the conditions do not adequately avoid or mitigate the effects on the Cambridge Town Hall and its surrounds. These effects and concerns were the noise pollution, vibration, heavy vehicle traffic, and the potential economic impact from these things on the hall. So to reiterate, we do not oppose the quarry, we oppose the traffic and vehicle direction of the movement, and as a result of the quarry. To start, I'd want to acknowledge my colleagues at the Council for their role they have played in collating, processing and passing on the applicant's material in a neutral and procedural capacity, and for keeping us up to date. It's really great. I understand it's not their role to advocate for or against an applicant, so I respect that. So to begin, I suppose the Waipawa District Council notification decision found that the effects associated with the transport are potentially more than minor and required to be notified. As we all know, subsequently, the Waipawa District Council draft conditions relating to the Cambridge through traffic were directed to be determined at the hearing subject to further evidence. For the Town Hall, and to my reading, no evidence has been supplied in response to the effects raised by the Town Hall submission, and the post-hearing draft conditions now offered do not mitigate the potential or actual risks and effects on the Cambridge Town Hall. So a couple of points that I want to question or pose to you. Number one, the conditions are not sufficiently specific or enforceable. So I would question if the current conditions, specifically condition 28, meet the typically required consent conditions. As I understand, the RMA does not specifically define smart conditions, but best practice in planning, including guidance from the Ministry for the Environment and the Environment Court case law, expects that the conditions be so. As I read them, the conditions, many of the traffic-related conditions in the current draft supplied by the applicant seem vague and non-specific. For example, the language uses words such as best endeavours to avoid the Cambridge town centre, and this is not enforceable, and there are no binding prohibitions on the truck use of sensitive routes like Victoria or Queen Street. Secondly, the consent's approach to traffic is reactive and perhaps not preventative. Under the current draft, I note that the heavy vehicle movements through Cambridge will only be reviewed after a threshold is breached. I suppose I would question if this is preventative or effects-based approach. My reading understands that it allows potential degradation of the town centre and the areas around the town halls environments before any action is triggered. My challenge under the Section 5 of the RMA is, are the effects on the community, well-being, amenities, and the quality of the environment being adequately considered proactively? To me, the approach is not proactive, meaning adverse effects could occur for up to 2 years before being reviewed. In a similar vein, no binding routing restrictions have been offered. Despite acknowledged concerns from submitters, there is no binding condition that prohibits or limits the quarry of heavy vehicles from using the Cambridge Town Hall Centre route. I would hope a binding routing condition would be more effective where consents involving the heavy vehicles intensive activities near the sensitive areas occur. In short, the best endeavours language for the Karapira interchange is non-binding, fails to address the effects raised in our submission, and actual routing restrictions should apply from the start and not be contingent on future infrastructure upgrades. Number 4, the lack of a northbound connection is an NZTA deficiency, not a Town Hall's responsibility. At the previous hearing, the panel rightly noted that the current road layout south of the quarry, particularly the need for heavy vehicles to turn around to head north, poses potential safety risks. This is a deficiency of the New Zealand Transport Association's network design stemming from the lack of a northbound on-ramp. While the Karapiro interchange may eventually be constructed, this remains uncertain and several years away. In my understanding of how I read the RMA, and I note that there are many more experts knowledgeable in the room than me, but the absence of a suitable roading infrastructure is not the Town Hall's responsibility and should not be used to justify a weaker or delayed mitigation traffic effects. I would ask that external deficiencies should not be allowed to create a new compounding or cumulative effects on the sensitive community assets like the town hall. I just also want to speak maybe or draw the panel's attention to the OGA principle that an applicant may offer enforceable conditions in return for approval of a consent. And I understand that these conditions can go beyond what the consent authority, the panel or the council could otherwise impose. In this case, if the applicant has offered best endeavours routing commitments and proposed educational material for divers, this is not quite acceptable. If the applicant is...
Mr. Brewer, I just want to make a note as you go through, not to take away from what you're saying. The conditions were handed up by the councils rather than the applicant.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry.
So just to be clear that they're not offered in that sense. I'm sure they've had some involvement somewhere along the way and prior to the hearing, but just to be clear that they were the council's conditions set.
Thank you for that. I had taken that maybe the traffic conditions had been offered by the... Thank you for that clarification. So if we're sincere in wanting to avoid the Cambridge town centre traffic, then we could formalise more enforceable conditions that are realistic and achievable commitments that would mitigate the effects. This would offer a more precautionary approach to addressing the effects. So just quickly at the end, as General Manager acting on behalf of the board and under the lease and service agreement with the Waipa District Council, I hold the responsibility that is both practical and symbolic. It is my role to speak for the building, one that holds a historical and cultural and civic value for the community. Others may treat this as background, but for us, it's a living, working venue, a space relied upon by hundreds of groups, events, and people. My job is to ensure it remains protected, respected, and viable for the future generations. Increasing compounding and cumulative heavy vehicles presents an issue to us. To quickly return to a few topics or venue red flags I mentioned last time I spoke, in truth, everyone in this room perhaps is a kind of venue expert. We've all been to events where disruptions pull focus, a beeping door, a flickering light, a squeaky chair, rain on the roof, or road noise cutting through a performance, be it a professional event or a high-ticketed priced concert or a school performance prize giving or public address. You don't need to be an expert to know that these matter when attending events, and we have, and you have all experienced these effects. But the key difference is, while most people simply notice them, it is the job of the venue manager or the events manager to anticipate them. My team and I are responsible for anticipating these issues before they happen across hundreds of events in the Heritage Building with all the complexities that brings. These are the realities of events and venues, and hence I am here asking that the risks and effects are a deep concern to us. So I respectfully request that the panel, unless more satisfactory conditions are tabled, ones which go beyond vague commitments, consider the conditions as currently drafted to be inadequate. If stronger, clearer conditions are offered around the traffic, I would gladly step aside, but until then, I must continue to advocate for the hall. So thank you.
Thank you. Were there specific, just to assist me, were there specific condition numbers that you can reference as the ones of primary concern?
Yeah, so if it's... So it's the journey management plan is 28. So I suppose the driver education evenings, I wondered whether these, while they don't really mitigate trucks, they're not perhaps enforceable. There's no time on them. They could be delivered at the very last possible day. There's the words to encourage, procedures to encourage that when the Karabeta interchange is operational, that the trucks go that way. I just find that's not perhaps quite enforceable, or it's no actual reassurance to the community. Yeah.
Okay, that's the key one, number 28. If we look at,
yes,
that's the area that you're concerned about. Okay. All right, thank you. I mean, and we certainly heard your submissions earlier in regard to effects on the town hall, and I'm sure that'll be addressed by the applicant in reply. But it's part of that bigger issues around transport and how trucks manoeuvre from the site northwards. the document that you're reading from this morning, is that something you can provide
Yeah, sure,
to the
absolutely.
council for the website? Thank you. I'll just see if there's any other questions from the panel. Commissioners, any questions?
No, thanks. Thank you very much.
Just one question. I asked this question at the April hearing regards to what are some of the works that the Waipa District Council has been doing in and around Cambridge in terms of improving connections. And I'm just wondering whether you're still involved in those or others are involved in those and where those are at this stage.
In terms of the roading network, you mean, in terms of around the town hall?
Yes, just around Cambridge. I read something somewhere about the connections, trying to improve the connections.
Yeah, I think perhaps Joe is best speaking later about that. There's no direct roading upgrades around the town hall. The town hall itself, as we speak, is having a multi-million-dollar refurbishment starting process. So we're more dealing with the building itself.
Stella.
All right, thank you very much. No other questions? So it takes us to, yes, Joe Davies Collies for the Cambridge Community Board.
Good morning.
Yes, good
Thank
morning.
you. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity for the Cambridge Community Board to present to you again this morning. As publicly elected representatives, our role is really to advocate on behalf of the residents of Cambridge and to communicate their views to council and beyond. And with over 350 public submissions and numerous residents reaching out to the Community Board directly, it is clear that this is an issue that's front of mind for many and holds significant importance to our community. We have thoroughly reviewed the draft conditions and wish to provide the following considerations. As you may recall, our primary concern centres on the impact of heavy commercial vehicles on both the character and amenity of Cambridge, as well as the safety of pedestrians, especially school children, who use urban mobility pathways in areas affected by high traffic volumes. St Peter's Catholic School in particular lies directly on one of the Cambridge routes identified in the draft conditions. While we acknowledge that several transport-related conditions have been included in the Journey Management Plan, the Cambridge Community Board remains concerned about the vague nature and lack of enforceable detail in key parts of the proposed traffic management approach. We do not believe the conditions, as currently drafted, provide sufficient protection or the necessary assurances to our concerned community. Some that I would like to particularly highlight are truck movements. The Cambridge Community Board believes that the proposed truck movement limits are still too high and do not adequately protect the community from the adverse effects of increased heavy vehicle traffic. While we acknowledge the reduction from 400 movements, a daily maximum of 300 truck movements is still excessive and would significantly impact the safety and character of Cambridge, particularly in residential and school areas. Even the proposed averages of 200 movements per day over 2 months and 156 per day over a 12-month period presents a substantial increase in heavy traffic through and around our town. These volumes will place considerable pressure on local roads, compromise pedestrian and cyclist safety, and undermine the quiet village feel that makes Cambridge special. We urge a reassessment of these levels and limits in favour of lower, more appropriate thresholds that better reflect the community's expectations and capacity. The Cambridge Community Board is also concerned that there is no reference to Leamington Village in the proposed conditions. Once the surrounding growth cells are open for development, it is inevitable that heavy vehicle movements from the quarry will likely pass through this area of town. Without specific protections or route restrictions in place, truck traffic is likely to pass directly through Leamington, affecting the safety, character, and overall well-being of the village. Leamington is a vibrant residential and community hub, and it must be safeguarded from the adverse effects of quarry-related traffic. We strongly urge that the conditions be revised to acknowledge this risk and to include measures that prevent heavy commercial vehicles from using routes through Leamington Village. Reporting conditions 42 and 43. The Community Board is concerned that the timeframes set out in these conditions are too slow to address the immediate impacts of quarry traffic on our community. Requiring data collection only for the first 2 years, followed by an analysis conducted months after that time, does not reflect the urgency of the situation. Waiting 2 full years before any formal data analysis is undertaken is simply too long. The community will experience those impacts immediately, and there needs to be a timelier way to monitor and mitigate those effects. We request the inclusion of earlier reporting to ensure community safety and wellbeing are protected from the start of operations. Condition 44, once the threshold of truck movements per day is higher than the projected average, only then is action required. We acknowledge this to mean that a formal safety review for pedestrians and cyclists will only happen after truck volumes significantly exceed predictions. We believe the proposed traffic threshold is too high and request that safety planning be prioritised well before truck volumes reach this level. Subcontractor engagement conditions 28A and B. The Cambridge Community Board considers the proposed measures under 28A and B to be inadequate and overly vague. While education measures such as subcontractor evening and driver flyers are a positive gesture, they are not nearly strong enough to address the serious and immediate impacts that heavy vehicle traffic will have on the Cambridge community. These provisions rely too heavily on voluntary compliance and offer no guarantee of consistent behaviour change. Phrases like encourage respect and promote courteous driving are too vague and unenforceable. Without clear rules or meaningful consequences, these efforts amount to little more than goodwill gestures. The community needs enforceable conditions, not aspirational language, to ensure that safety and public wellbeing are genuinely protected. We request that attendance to subcontractor evenings be mandatory. The route. The Cambridge Community Board seeks clarification on how heavy commercial vehicles movements will be mandated to use the designated Cambridge through routes. Specifically, if congestion increases or travel times become longer along those routes, what mechanisms will be in place to ensure that drivers do not divert through alternative, potentially more sensitive residential streets? Without enforceable route controls or monitoring, there is a real risk that HCVs will seek shortcuts through areas not equipped to handle such traffic, undermining the intent of the designated route system and increasing safety risks and community disruption. We request that clear, enforceable conditions be included to prevent route deviation and ensure compliance with designated pathways at all times. Finally, sand dust on the Cambridge thoroughfare. While the draft conditions propose measures such as dampening or covering sand during transport through Cambridge, we remain concerned that these steps may be insufficient, particularly during the dry summer months. Residents with respiratory conditions such as asthma have already expressed their worries to us about the potential impact on air quality, especially with the prospect of up to 150 sand-laden truck movements per day. We request stronger assurances that given the high volume of truck movements through our town, including routes past schools, outdoor dining areas and pedestrian areas, that effective monitoring of sand dust levels will be undertaken, and that further control measures will be in place to protect public health and wellbeing. So in conclusion, should planning requirements not be met as expected and only evaluated after a period of many months or years, Cambridge will be in the firing line for the entirely predictable negative outcomes of increased heavy commercial vehicle movements through our town. Why should Cambridge residents and businesses be forced to suffer negative impacts of quarry operation and endure them for months, if not years, due to loose regulations at this critical juncture in the consent process? Early and immediate compliance measures and monitoring is essential to ensure the safety and vibrancy and character of Cambridge. We ask that the commissioners ensure that all people's right to a safe and livable town and environment are upheld through rigorous planning and consent requirements. The consent requirements as they stand are inadequate to address the concerns of Cambridge residents, which have been clearly communicated to you through the submission process, and require immediate alteration to allow for earlier monitoring, impact measurement and compliance enforcement.
Thank you. Sorry, could I just check the condition that you were referring to? I think it was after 28, but before you got on to condition 44, I missed the condition reference.
I had reporting conditions 42 and 43, and then truck movement condition 44, and then 28A and B.
In terms of the reference that you sought to Leamington Village, is that something, accepting that you are concerned about the phrasing within condition 28, is that where you sought, is that where you're seeking reference to Leamington Village or specific roads within the village?
Just through Shakespeare Street, which is the main street that traverses Leamington. It's a very small little village, but Shakespeare Street runs straight through it.
And so would that be something that you'd want to see added into 28A as
Absolutely.
reference,
Yes.
albeit that you wanted that wording more tightly?
Yes, yeah, and just
Right.
mention of Leamington Village. We have heard from a lot of people who live there who often feel forgotten within these processes, and they deserve adequate protection as well.
I should just draw your attention to, you've raised the traffic limits, HCV traffic limits. Now I've forgotten the condition number. Oh, there it is, at 29. Those numbers have been put forward by the council, they're revised numbers, and I think you've picked up on them being reduced, but still too high in your view.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you were here earlier, but the applicant challenges those numbers. I think they still wish to retain the numbers as they were at the previous hearing. So just to highlight that for you, that's
Thank you.
that is contested. Right, I think I picked up all your queries, and obviously we heard your issues, which you raised at the earlier hearing as well. The document that you were just reading from, is that something that you can provide to the council?
Yes, I have. I've sent it through to Tracy already.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So yes, no, those are conditions that we're looking at closely. Thank you. All right. Sorry, panel, any questions?
Chair, I just had one, just picking up on your the question around the truck movements. Ms. Davis-Colley, you talk about at the end of that truck movement section, you talk about we urge a reassessment of these limits in favour of lower, more appropriate thresholds that better reflect the community's expectations and capacity. What do you mean by expectations, community expectations?
I guess when we represent our community, I want to be clear that the community board doesn't oppose the sand quarry or its location, but we do have considerable concerns around the amount of heavy commercial vehicle coming through what is a very vibrant area of Cambridge where there is outdoor dining, there are businesses, there are small school children getting to school through these routes on foot, cyclists. And really those considerations are around protection of what makes Cambridge special and making sure that those are highlighted within the draft conditions.
So how would the applicant be able to articulate those expectations in numbers, or the council for that matter? Truck movement numbers.
I'm not quite sure. Do you mean what amounts we would feel would be reasonable?
Yeah, because I mean that's kind of, you've sort of talked about lower, more appropriate thresholds. So just sort of.
It's a tricky one. Obviously, Cambridge is growing. There's development. There's development everywhere. We want development. That's a good thing for our town too. Sand is required for that. I don't really want to put a number on it because obviously that's a tricky place to land. But yeah, it certainly needs to be lower. Yes, than 300.
Okay. Yeah, I know I'd probably put you on the spot a little bit there.
That's okay.
Just sort of, it's just trying to get a feel for, because at the end of the day, for these to be enforceable, we have to have some sort of something measurable, I guess, in some way. And so,
yes, of course. Yeah.
So that's sort of just getting a feel for that. Okay.
Yeah.
And yes, and then your truck movement levels. Again, it's the same question, I guess, around the traffic threshold is too high. So again, so basically lower, but unsure how low, 25%, 50%, whatever. Yeah, okay.
Yes, yeah.
Yep, cool. And then in terms of the reporting, where was that one? It was up at 42. Yeah. So you're saying, so your concern is that it takes 2 years before you get any data, and who knows and the effects are going to be from the start. So
Yes.
so is it your view that you know, what, annual reporting or 6 monthly? Or
Yeah, even 6 monthly.
6
I
months,
mean, the effects will be felt right from the beginning of operations, and if they are of an adverse nature, it would be good to be reporting much earlier than even a year.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right.
Especially when it comes to our small children.
Yes. 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 Okay. Thanks for that. Nothing more,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Ms. Collies, for raising a number of concerns that the Cambridge community has in your statement. I think earlier I asked a question of Mr. Brew in terms of what are some of the other traffic management initiatives that you are currently working on with the Waikato District Council. And I say that because these transport conditions were proffered by Waipa District Council.
I mean, as my role in the community board, our job is advocacy. Obviously, we have been working very closely with Waipa on the Cambridge Connections project, which is what I think you were mentioning before. That is in a current reset process, so that it has not really kicked off. But as Cambridge grows, the congestion is growing, and there are certainly a lot of traffic and congestion woes within our town. Obviously, the northbound on-ramps are our golden ticket out of a lot of that. That's still also on the horizon. You just have to see the effect of an event like the Māori Cup or Field Days, what that does to a small town like Cambridge. So while there isn't anything current that's alleviating those issues, we hope that Cambridge Connections is around the corner. That involves a third bridge and many other traffic-related easing of congestion, but we wait to see where we get with that.
Engagement, and I was wondering, and you mentioned education, ensuring education measures. Is there anything like that with other transport businesses, educating them around some of these traffic concerns?
Not that I'm aware of in my role. I would hope there would be, but no, I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just pick up on that last point again, just something that we're thinking about and may put to the council later today is how to operate that journey management plan. We heard at the last hearing that there's only a certain percentage of drivers that will be contracted specifically to the quarry as we understood it, and that the rest are sort of, they'll come because it happens to be on their way. They've got an empty truck and they can pick something up and take somewhere else. It seemed to me that, as I say, we'll explore this a bit further later, but it seemed to me that those drivers are coming from a diverse range of places, and the idea that they might all get together for a education evening to any meaningful number would seem doubtful on its face. So I'm just not sure. I can understand how that would work where you have a dedicated team of drivers that are specific to a particular activity. I'm just not sure how that will work in this context in terms of the evidence that we heard earlier on that point. But we'll pick that up again later. All right, I didn't have any other questions for you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Yeah. Right, Cambridge, Ms. Bozade? Yes, Cambridge Chamber of Commerce. Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioners, for having us here today to be heard. It is no coincidence that the three Cambridge organisations, the Cambridge Town Hall Trust and the Cambridge Community Board and the Cambridge Chamber of Commerce are speaking in succession today. Collectively, we represent the voice of our town, both in terms of residents and our business community. The Chamber of Commerce represents over 400 businesses, and we are daily in dialogue with a cross-section of industry leaders across a wide range of sectors. These conversations enable us valuable insights into the priorities, concerns, and expectations of our local business. And I've been struck by the level of engagement we've seen from the business community around this second hearing. Many have followed up to check on the date and status of proceedings, and it's an interest we don't really see that often. The Chamber's core mandate is business wellbeing, and that comes with a wider duty of care to our town in which our businesses operate. Our role requires us to be fair, principled, and balanced in our advocacy. We met with representatives of Shores to better understand their position on the revised conditions. And you'll recall that Mark Crisp spoke previously on behalf of Shores Quarry Limited, a Schick family entity, excuse me, which has been exploring a resource consent for a sand quarry on land owned by Windsor Park Leasing Limited, just across State Highway 1 on the other, from the site under discussion today. The Chamber has been aware of the Shores' interest in this area from the outset. And regardless of our position, we believe strongly that all proposals must be consistent to the same level of scrutiny and integrity, and our advocacy must be consistent no matter the applicant. The Schick family, known to many in this room, are long-standing contributors to our community. And as Johnny Schick recently said to me, I want to be able to walk down the street and hold my head high. That comment reflects a genuine commitment to the community standards and responsibility, something that must be matched by process and outcomes. And I am pleased to read a letter, an update from them today. As the hearing panel is aware, Windsor Park Leasing Limited lodged a submission in respect of the application by RS Sands. That submission raised concerns about the adequacy of the access arrangements and the adverse effects of large volumes of heavy traffic passing through the Cambridge CBD. The submission sought that further discussions to be held with Waka Kotahi with a view to constructing north-facing ramps at the southern end of the Waikato Expressway in the vicinity of Newcombe Road and Tirau Road. A partial funding arrangement was also suggested in the submission. It is understood that Waka Kotahi does not support the construction of north-facing ramps and has resolved its concerns in relation to the RS Sands application. The situation results in the traffic effects on the Cambridge community that would arise from RS Sands operation being unmitigated, as the only option for sand heading to northern locations is for the trucks to travel through the Cambridge CBD. As was noted in the hearing, Shores Quarries Limited was investigating and pursuing the preparation of resource consent applications for the establishment and operation of a sand quarry on the land owned by Windsor Park Leasing. By way of an update, this proposal has now been abandoned at present due to the inadequacy of access arrangements to State Highway 1 and the effects of the Cambridge CBD that would be unavoidable in the absence of the suggested north-facing ramps. Shores Quarries Limited is now pursuing an alternative location for a sand quarry that will not have an impact on the Cambridge CBD. That statement speaks volumes, and they've abandoned their sand quarry proposal after significant spend, upward of $50,000, because of the unmitigated and irreversible effect of traffic on our town. If that action doesn't convince you of the impact that this quarry will have on Cambridge, I'm not sure that much will. Moving on to a couple of other items, we see the conditions to encourage northbound traffic to journey south as frankly delusional. We find the reliance on measures to encourage northbound traffic, such as information flyers, to be unrealistic and economically unsound. In practice, as I think we recognise, transport operators will make routing decisions based on efficiency, fuel costs and delivery timeframes. It is highly unlikely, as you mentioned earlier, that guidance will override commercial imperative to take the shortest, fastest route, which in many cases will lead vehicles through Cambridge. Without enforceable route conditions or meaningful deterrence, these measures are unlikely to achieve the intended traffic mitigation outcomes. Relying on goodwill in the face of clear economic drivers is not a clear, credible strategy, traffic management strategy for an operation of this scale. All of the above links back to the conditions to the travel management plans required under the consent, which in turn help inform the per tonne financial contribution. The mechanism is intended to align with the impact of heavy vehicle traffic with the extent to which local council roads are affected by the activity. This raises an important question regarding the proposed contribution of 0.43 per tonne for this particular applicant. As we understand it, these financial contributions are typically assessed on a case-by-case basis, considering factors such as proximity to the state highway network, the safety and suitability of that access, and the volume of traffic movements permitted. While the site is geographically close to State Highway 1, the issue lies in the lack of direct northbound access. As a result, a significant portion of heavy vehicles will be funneled onto our local roads, exacerbating wear and safety concerns. In this context, the proposed contribution appears insufficient and does not fairly reflect the burden placed on local infrastructure. And at this time, I'd also like to endorse Ray Talbot's submission, although he's not present in the room today. He refers to page 13 of the Waipa District consent conditions and advises that condition 35 should be revised to include that independent road safety audit, the RSA, be carried out in accordance with New Zealand Transport Agency Safe System Audit Guidelines. This condition would then provide a measurable consent requirement, and the mitigation of road user hazards are paramount for Newcombe and T-Rail intersection. The focus on sight lines is inadequate, and a competent assessment of the hazards and mitigation is required before approving a design. We also share the concerns of the current wording of 28A and B, and considers the proposed measures to be insufficient and lacking enforceability. Whilst initiatives such as subcontractor evenings and distribution of driver information are well-intentioned, they rely heavily on voluntary compliance. And the language used, like encourage and promote, is aspirational rather than directive, and does not provide the community with the assurance or consistent measurable behavioural change. Given the scale and frequency of heavy vehicle movements associated with this proposal, the community requires firm, enforceable conditions to mitigate the impacts on safety, well-being, and quality of life. As such, we recommend the subcontractor engagement measures, particularly the attendance, to be mandatory, and that stronger mechanisms, I'm not sure what those are, be implemented to support compliance and accountability. In our previous submission, we noted the BBO peer review in which Cameron Indus stated he was unable to confirm with confidence the transport effects on the proposed sand quarry located within the urban environment of Cambridge would be minor or less, as suggested by the applicant's traffic engineer. Having reviewed the revised conditions, we remain unconvinced that they sufficiently mitigate the scale and impact of traffic associated with this application. The volume and nature of heavy vehicle movements proposed will have a significant and ongoing effect on Cambridge, and the current amendments do not adequately address or reduce that burden. Now, as such, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Toby Uckerman, a director and principal traffic transportation engineer with Transplan, based in Cambridge, with over 28 years' experience. I'll hand you over, Toby. Thank you.
Thank you, Kerry. Thank you for the opportunity, Commissioners.
Welcome, and we received your statement a few days ago. Thank you for that. We have read it, so happy for you to take us through it as you see fit. Thanks.
Okay. So maybe as a starting point, I've been residing in Cambridge for the last 6.5 years, and I've been involved with several projects for both the Waipa District Council as well as several private sector developers in the Cambridge area. And that provided me with intimate knowledge of, if you will, the traffic hotspots in and around the town centre and outskirts of Cambridge. So in a nutshell, I have been engaged by the Cambridge Chamber of Business, or Commerce rather, to provide my professional opinions in respect of the transport-related post-hearing draft conditions prepared by the Waipa District Council. As such, I've got two particular changes to the proposed conditions relating to transportation. The first relates to condition 19, which stipulates the maximum and average level of traffic movements, which I'm not repeating. In terms of that condition, it is recommended that peak hour heavy commercial vehicle movement restrictions be applied with regards to necessary travel based on delivery locations via the Cambridge and Leamington town/village centres as part of the conditions, especially during the general morning peak period between 7 o'clock, which coincides with the school morning peak, and the afternoon school peak, roughly between 3 o'clock and 3:30 in the afternoon, and the general afternoon peak hour periods from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock. This is due to recurring and intermittent congestion along the key roads serving the Cambridge and Leamington areas, including Hamilton Road, Victoria Road, Queen Street, Albert Street, Achilles Avenue, Shakespeare Drive, Cook Street, and Pope Terrace. Queuing along these roads often extends for kilometres along these road sections and is exacerbated during sporting events such as rowing regattas at Lake Karapiro and annual events such as field days occurring this week. Increased traffic also occurs on Fridays and Saturdays in particular, resulting in intermittent congestion in and around the central areas of Cambridge and Leamington. The second point related to that is, as yet, there are no alternatives that's been identified through the Cambridge Connections business case study to look at improvements to assist the limited capacity roads mentioned, also dealing with future growth. And I've noticed that whilst there is a need to replace the Victoria Street high-level bridge in due course, this will not resolve the current capacity issues facing Cambridge, also considering future growth. There is a need for both a western and eastern bypass connection to serve Cambridge in the future, which will also require additional Waikato River crossings. This is both to protect the limited roadway capacity within the town centre of Cambridge and Leamington, and that those future connections will divert through traffic away from the central area and will also support the extensive residential industrial development planned or in progress in and around Cambridge. The second proposed changes to conditions relate to the roading network, and in particular condition 28C, which pertains to the journey management plan required. So the first part of that proposal is as follows. This specific condition is supported. Essentially, it deals with using the future Karapiro interchange for heavy commercial vehicle movements. So whereas this will mitigate against the potential capacity and road safety constraints in central Cambridge, identified by Mr. Inda of BBO in his submission and assessments, it is maintained that the addition of the northern ramps at the Tirau interchange will be more practical, whilst not resulting in operational and road safety effects at the planned Karapiro interchange and along the sections of State Highway 1 between the Tirau Road interchange and the future Karapiro Road interchange, nor along the planned extensions of Newcombe Road and or Lockley Road. The benefits of a full interchange could include for better integration of Newcombe Road and Lockley Road with the upgraded State Highway 1 section between Cambridge to Pairere, whilst reducing approach speeds to the interchange terminals, with a full interchange at Tirau Road, which will improve safety at the interchange, as a full interchange. This will also alleviate the speed differential concerns identified between general traffic and slower moving heavy commercial vehicles at the Lockley and Newcombe Road intersections, with Tirau Road. In my second point, I've identified an alternative option which could be considered, which involves a proposal for an underpass underneath State Highway 1 to the east of the Tiro Road interchange, which would then enable the Newcombe Road and Lockley Road intersections to be converted to left in and left out only intersections. This will mitigate against right-turn related safety concerns identified as part of a safe system audit assessment. Lastly, the anticipated traffic disruptions and congestion during the stage construction of the Cambridge to Quarry section of State Highway 1 over a period of 6 to 7 years need to be considered in the conditions, and in particular, the required journey management plan, which will require diversion routes to be considered as necessary. This should be considered in consultation with the NZ Transport Agency, Wakakutai. Thank you.
Thank you. You talked about changes to the conditions. You haven't provided us with any specific changes. I think you've sort of just indicated general themes for those. Did you have specific changes in mind?
Essentially, the first one relates to conditions pertaining to specific restrictions during peak hour travel times. Which is not currently included in the conditions laid down by WIPA. And the second one is supportive of the use of the Karapiri interchange for heavy commercial vehicles, but I've identified constraints or potential safety issues with that, which, well, it would affect the safety along that new section of State Highway 1 and at the Quarry interchange, which was not foreseen as part of the design, process leading to this new project.
When you talk about limitations at certain peak times, and you've listed 3 periods for every day, this is on top of the daily limits, I presume. This is alongside them, not a replacement for them. Is that right?
That is correct.
I've seen conditions before that seek to, for example, restrict construction trucks at around school times or something like that. So there's an absolute prohibition. The way you've cast it is to say reduced or limited vehicle movements at those times, three times during through the day. How does that work? Is there any condition precedent that you can think of that would guide you in crafting that?
There are examples of such conditions used by various cities or in particular areas or even in particular neighborhoods. But
what sort of restriction, how far are you proposing the restriction to go? What's your baseline and what's the lower level that you're seeking through those conditions?
So essentially there's, if you will, limited capacities along these roads. The roads within Cambridge and Leamington comprises essentially two-way or two-lane roads, one way per direction. And there's, constrained capacities, if you will, bottlenecks at the existing.
Yes, no, I understand that. Well, let's take, if you've got a 300 HCV movement per day limitation, what's your assumption as to these peak periods that you're seeking to restrict, and then what level of restriction below that are you suggesting that would be needed?
So I've not completed, a detailed assessment using current traffic volumes to assess, current conditions and, if you will, to identify spare capacities. So essentially, based on my own experience, using the roads on a daily basis, there are, current congestion occurring on the local streets, which, especially in those, morning and afternoon peak hours, confirm that there's no spare capacity along those roads and at the particular controlling intersections, if you will. So essentially, there is no spare capacity to handle, a significant increase in heavy commercial vehicles during those times. It's essentially because the current capacities of the roadways and intersections have already been exceeded at particular key intersections around the town centre. The queues have been growing over time. Currently, queues, for instance, along Shakespeare extend all the way from Terror Road all the way to Lamb Street, in the morning peak, driving towards the northern part of Cambridge, trying to cross the river at the, if you will, 2 or 3 crossings. And in the afternoon, typically you have the reverse, with queues extending all the way from the, I call it the Cambridge Central interchange along Victoria Road, right towards Pope Terrace, trying to cross the high level bridge. And the same occurs along Achilles Avenue, Albert Street, trying to cross the low level bridges, to head towards the east and to the southern parts of Cambridge. It's obviously much worse this week with field days happening. But that's a daily occurrence, the level of congestion in and around Cambridge. So there is no spare capacity. Based on traffic modeling, using the Waikato District regional traffic model rather, the capacity constraints have been identified by Wi-Fi. So that's well known, and it's already there. And there has been measures identified to try and mitigate, against increased congestion. Using, increased numbers of people using public transportation, for instance. But there's no proposals to create new connections, bypasses to remove through traffic from the central areas, which will create more capacity.
So you're saying there's no capacity. So when you say at 4.2 of your evidence, apply restrictions at the general morning peak between 7 and coinciding with school, so I presume, 8:39. Then again, the afternoon peak around 3 till 3:30, and then again at 4 till 6. Are you saying by restriction, do you mean a lesser number of vehicles compared to some baseline figure, or are you meaning no movements?
Actually, no, heavy commercial vehicles associated with the quarry. There might, of course, be deliveries to, supermarkets in town, but that's minimal, occurring on a daily basis. For instance, milk tank deliveries or collections occur a very early morning, and those don't coincide with, the peak hours. And most of the other heavy commercial operations in Cambridge occur in the Hautapo area, if you will, the new industrial area, in Fonterra and the like, with limited other heavy commercial vehicle operations occurring in and around the town centre.
Would it not be possible, just to add to that conversation, where there are restrictions during peak, that it's mandated that those trucks must travel southbound, turn around and only use State Highway 1 rather than the arterial routes through Cambridge?
Well, that's a question for the to address in the conditions as to how the effects that have been talked about throughout this hearing about travel through Cambridge town are managed. What I'm trying to understand, because I don't have a proposed condition of been presented before the panel, what that looks like. And I think I understand now that Mr. Ackerman is suggesting that at 3 periods of the day that there would be no vehicle movements allowed through Cambridge between certain periods of time. How that would then relate to when they leave the site or approach the site, I've got no idea. There's no condition wording in front of us. Mr. Ackerman, you've left that to us to draft something that would meet what you're suggesting. It's not particularly helpful, but I do understand now what you are seeking, at least. Just in terms of the second condition that you're proposing, you've talked about matters of northern on-ramps, interchanges and underpasses. You'd understand that none of those options are currently part of the application, nor before us, and we've had no advice that those works are underway or currently proposed in a proximate timeframe. Would you accept that?
Yes.
So what do your conditions look like in terms of those matters that you're proposing?
So those essentially seeks to inform the conditions by highlighting alternative options that could be considered in consultation with Whakakotai, the NZ Transport Agency. They've not been in support of the addition of the northern ramps at the Tiro interchange. The exact reasoning for that is not clear. Um, oh. So the exact reasoning for the NZTA not supporting the addition of the northern ramps are not clear, but it's evident to me that the increased level of heavy commercial vehicles associated with the proposed quarry, on State Highway 1 between Terra Road and Karapira Road interchange in future, as well as along Newcombe Road, and Lockley Road extensions, also running towards Karapira Road and beyond, will add additional high levels of heavy commercial vehicle movements on those roads, which will have an impact on the safety and operational efficiency of those new roading connections, which was not foreseen previously. And those effects are, in my opinion, unwanted, or, creates a secondary, or it relocates the safety issues to those new infrastructure, which is good from a Cambridge perspective in the sense that those vehicles are diverted away from the Cambridge town centre and Leamington village centre. But the northern ramps is a far better solution, practical solution.
And I think that's generally agreed, isn't it? I mean, that's been the position of, as far as I can tell, including the applicant, with discussions with NZTA. With NZTA not interested, shall we say? I mean, where does that take us? We can't bind a third party through any conditions that we might craft to address that matter. Again, I'm just unclear what condition wording you're proposing that meets RMA requirements, additional to the one that you've identified at condition 28.
I guess, in a nutshell, the proposal is to look at ways where the condition could consider possible improvements at the Terra Road intersections with Newcombe Road in particular, but also Lockley Road, to mitigate against the identified safety constraints or issues.
Don't we have those already? We've had new design proposals that were presented in the last hearing.
So there's been measures identified to improve site distances and the like, cutting back vegetation and the like. But those don't address the occurrence of high speeding along Terra Road in particular, from vehicles leaving the, State Highway 1 driving westbound towards Cambridge and Leamington. And those are measures that, could be obviously further assessed as part of design procedures or processes. But there's a concern about the safety of those intersections with increased heavy commercial vehicle operations and associated traffic maneuvers. Also considering, the imminent construction of.
Is there a specific measure that you're proposing that could be implemented by the applicant in consultation with the roading authority that hasn't already been considered by the traffic engineers involved in this proposal to date?
Yeah. So other than the northern ramp, suggestion, my other suggestion relates to the provision of an underpass underneath State Highway 1. There's no underpass proposal before us. No. Is there some aspect, you've just talked about the intersection of Newcombe Road and Terra Road. We've had evidence from various parties about changes there to improve the safety, including, as you mentioned, the improving sight lines, but also trimming back corners of the access road and various things. Is there something that's within the applicant's control relative to those designs to address that safety issue that you're concerned about that could be implemented as part of a condition on this application? Yes. So I guess at a minimum, the addition of traffic signal control at those, if you will, the staggered intersection of Newcombe Road and Lockley Road with Terra Road. And when I mention traffic signal control, it's demand responsive or vehicle actuated traffic control, which means that if there's heavy commercial vehicles and other traffic approaching those side roads, that will trigger a green signal for them to enter Terra Road, which will then stop traffic movements along Terra Road. That in my opinion, in my mind, would resolve a lot of the road safety related issues at a intersection.
So what does that condition look like? And is it something that the applicant, as the future with a consent holder, can implement?
They would be able to do that with obviously the approval of the NZ Transport Agency and Waipa District Council in terms of the jurisdiction between the two roading authorities, transport authorities, occur at the Newcombe Road intersection. So if they both agree to that, there should not be any issues in terms of implementing a new traffic signal installation. There will, of course, be costs associated with that.
Right, so if the NZTA doesn't agree to that measure, what's the outcome in that situation?
Then essentially it will revert to the current conditions or proposals associated with those decisions.
Okay. All right, I'll just see if there's any other questions for you. Panel, any other questions? No? Okay. Zane, I'll just check. You mentioned the heavy vehicle impact fee, which is sometimes a matter of issue. Do you have some knowledge as to what those fees are in other cases or an understanding of how they're applied?
My understanding is that a local quarry on Kaipaki is paying close to, I think it's 9.6, and then one further afield is 15, but these gentlemen would probably have a far better knowledge of the wider Waikato rates or council, yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yeah.
Right, and this ahead of time, but we've got Carl Miller up next. Is Carl Miller here? No? Okay. Thank you. Right. Well, we have a witness, Carl Miller, who doesn't seem to be in attendance at the moment, so we will adjourn unless... do I see Mr. Powell is here? Yeah. They are here. Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Powell, I don't think your team is here, is that right? You don't want to start early? Thought I saw them. I'll just see if they're in any position to start early, but otherwise we might have to take an adjournment. That's right. Just going to see if we're going to have a short adjournment or probably an early lunch, possibly. Or two lunches, I should say. All right, so they are due to start at 12, so we will adjourn till then. So longer lunch break for you all. We'll get back underway at 12 o'clock. Thank you. All right, you good? You ready to go? Yeah, okay. Welcome back, everybody. Just going to make a start, please. So we have Carl Miller here to speak. I understand there was a scheduling issue. So we'll hear from Carl. Just before we do that, Mr. McConaughey, you've handed up some legal submissions on the issue of the air discharge consent. Just thinking about the timing at which they've been received, thank you for them. I take it that they're to be handed up now to be taken into account by the PALs later today or shortly?
They've been filed in response to the legal submissions that were filed by the PALs yesterday. And so I filed them now. I can speak to them later when the council presents. They do accept part of the applicant's argument and part of the PAL's argument.
Yes.
And I can discuss that, but it probably is something that council for the PALs will need to determine.
And there'll be further legal submissions from you today or not?
Depending on timing, yes.
Okay,
You can,
all right.
yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyway, helpful to understand the council's position on the point either way. So thank you. Right, Mr. Miller. Yes. Right, welcome. That's all right. I understand there was a scheduling mix-up or something, but you're here now, so just use that microphone if you could. Right, what would you like to tell us today?
The traffic has been the big thing, and we've worked out with RSNs about the bore. Yeah, we're happy with that. Half of our farm is on the other side of the expressway, and how we get stock there is just down the road. That will be impossible with the amount of trucks that they propose to have. And like the 20 metres from my house, the quarry's going to be, so the noise and the vibration and all that will be unbearable. And I wondered if they would agree to shifting the house. And the amount of trucks coming out of Newcombe Road will be an accident waiting to happen. They say that they'll cut back the vegetation and that, but that's just going to cause more erosion, which will affect our farm on the other half of the farm on the other side of the road. And also, Dr. Phillips asked where all the planting was coming from, and she was never given an answer to that. And who is responsible for the erosion after the quarry has finished? Because of Wooler Road, I've lived on that land all my life, and it's constantly eroding. Yeah. And but since my mother and our family have found out about this quarry, my mother, she has sleepless nights, and that she doesn't want the quarry to go ahead. She would hope to retire and live her life out on the farm peacefully, and that's not going to be achievable with the quarry next door. She reckons if it goes ahead, she's packing up and out of there, was her words.
Oh, so the matters you wanted to raise?
Yes.
Yes.
And and also the with the trucks, and that I've got quite a few friends that are truck drivers, and I asked them if they were carting sand out of the quarry heading north, which way would they go? And they all said through Cambridge because A, it's less road users, you know, if they have to go south, then go north, well, it's more road users. And B, it's the quickest way. Yeah. And you ask people around Cambridge that a lot of people in Cambridge didn't realise that this was happening, you know, and when you do ask people about it, a lot of them, they can't see any good for Cambridge coming out of it, you know. Like, yeah, there's no jobs for any Cambridge people to start with, and the traffic is unbearable now, let alone with all these trucks. Yeah.
Just the issue of the vegetation being cut down, is that the existing gully next to your property area? Is that what you're talking about?
No, the one at the Newcombe Road intersection.
Oh,
you know? Yeah.
right, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're concerned that trimming, that's to be trimmed to provide some sightline improvements?
Yeah.
You're concerned that will affect
It'll
your
affect
property?
erosion, yeah.
Erosion.
You know, like,
Okay.
yeah. Like the fence is right on the edge of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boundary.
Okay. And the erosion within the quarry that you're concerned about once it's finished, that's including the rehabilitated area. You're concerned that will run off into the stream environment.
Yes, and probably erode our boundary fence too, eventually. Yeah. Look, with all the rainfall we've had lately, we've had big slips and that on our farm, and it's constantly eroding on the banks, you know, on the gully walls and that, constantly eroding. Yeah.
You'd mentioned the bore issue had been resolved, which is good news. You're satisfied with how the conditions have ended up in that respect?
I hadn't seen the final conditions, but what the guy proposed sounded all right. Yeah.
Right. Would you like a copy of those conditions as they are at the moment to take away with you?
I don't think they have them, but
can we organise that to provide? Would you like them emailed to you? Does that work for you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We had a final, not final, they were the council's updated set that we received on the 27th of May.
Okay.
So I can't tell you what number to look for, but off the top of my head, but I'm sure you'll find them once you scan down to the right place.
Yep.
If you haven't seen them yet, there's nothing you can really say about them, but I think you've indicated you were happy with where things got to in terms of the agreement.
Yes, like,
and I'm sure they reflect that agreement that you've reached.
Greg, he said if it was up to him, he'd be doing it before anything else, you know, so that was good news, yeah.
Other commissioners have any questions? Commissioners, any?
Yes, I've got one. Thank you, Mr. Miller. You commented about how the noise and vibration would be unbearable and questioned whether they would agree to shift your house.
Yeah.
I think you're aware that there's a proposal to have a bund, quite on the boundary, basically outside your house and along that area, which is designed to reduce the noise levels to within what's considered by council acceptable levels. So do you think that even with that bund in place, it would still be unbearable?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But would you want to live 20 meters from a sand quarry?
Okay. I think that's probably about all I have. Thanks, Chair.
I think that was a no from you, Commissioner Milliken. Very good. Okay. Thank you very much. And as I say, conditions should be through by email for you. They were circulated earlier, but easy to miss these things. So just have a look at those and hopefully they what you expected. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
All right. Brings us to Mr. Powell's presentation. Ms. Hollis. All right. Welcome, Ms. Hollis. Thank you for your legal submissions that we received earlier and have read. So you want to take us through those and I guess any additions arising from changes that you've heard about today or in the last 2 days?
Yes, thank you, sir, and good afternoon to the panel. So just in terms of the evidence package, including the legal submissions, obviously we had the supplementary evidence on Tuesday, the landscape and the air quality and health, and then legal submissions and a supplementary statement from Mr. Powell circulated yesterday morning. My feeling is that things have moved on quite a lot since that information was supplied and circulated. I think a more useful approach possibly might be for me to run through what the Powell's current position is and touch on some key topics and then refer back to those documents as and when is necessary if the panel thinks that would be a suitable approach to the Powell's presentation. Okay, thank you. So I should also say experts that we have available. We have Mick Wickham online in terms of air quality and Mr. Morton here in terms of landscape. I wasn't intending that they were going to make any presentations specifically, but they are here at the disposal of the panel for any questions that I expect will arise as we work through the Powell's current position. Thank you. So just in terms of the Powell's current position, their position is still that they are opposed to a sand quarry going near their property. I think that any landowner would appreciate that position and would not be taking a position of neutrality or support. So just to be very clear, they are and do remain opposed to the proposal. With that being said, there was a revised proposal circulated yesterday afternoon that the gully wall would remain in situ until the 5th stage. And that is seen as quite a positive step and another step on the road in terms of mitigating some of those really significant adverse landscape and air effects that we have raised in evidence to date. So that is quite a positive thing. What I would say is that while it is a positive step, I think there is still some things to be worked through to ensure the certainty and clarity around that proposed retention of the gully wall for that period of time. There's been a lot of discussion this morning. There was some talk about rounding off of the wall. There was some talk about putting planting in and then taking planting out and then putting it in again. So I do think in terms of ensuring that the effects that we've raised can be mitigated by that proposal, there would need to be some certainty around that and what that looks like to provide confidence to the Powells that those concerns had been addressed and that they could sort of take that in account when they're considering their position. So one one concern still remains quite prominently, and that is in terms of the proposal that the gully wall would be removed at stage 5. I think Mr. Morton assessed that in the joint witness statement that there would be a moderate to high landscape effect on the POWs during that period, and that does remain of quite a lot of concern to the POWs. We heard this morning Commissioner Phillips describe the wall as majestic, and I think that the POWs would definitely concur with that analysis. And their preferred position is that the wall remained in situ permanently, so no removal at stage 5. That is certainly what they would prefer if the commissioners were of a mind to grant the consent. We've also heard some discussion this morning around the planting plan and the concerns that the commissioners have in relation to how these things that are proposed can actually be achieved. And I think we were quite surprised to hear the planting described as having an ecological function rather than a landscape mitigation purpose this morning, because the evidence of Mr. Mansberg is that that planting has a screening replacing function. It's got a function to replace the screening provided by the gully wall, and that's at 4.4, paragraph 4.4 of his evidence that was provided in the adjournment. So that is the basis that we've been going along on, is that there was agreement that there was a really significant screening function associated with that vegetation. So we were quite surprised to hear that asserted this morning, that there wasn't actually much screening function associated with that. Because in the POW's opinion, there's a really important screening function associated with that. And I think that's why we've raised all these issues in terms of the landscape planting and whether it can actually be achieved, is for them to be confident that they can achieve what is shown on the plans can be achieved. So I think just thinking about what we've heard this morning in relation to the concerns around the planting and whether it can be achieved, and as I've mentioned, the POWs do share the Commissioner's concerns in terms of the transpower restriction. We note that the 2 metre corridor, or the corridor of 2 metre growth has been shown on the plans, but that, and then there was a comment from Mr. Matheson that hopefully transpower will see sense and allow the vegetation to grow to an appropriate height, but the reality is that the conditions of consent still require that to be trimmed to a 2 metre height, and that is what we're looking at the moment. We also still share the concerns of the commissioners about the expected growth that can be achieved with those species mix in those locations. So I think in my submission, there hasn't really been anything we've heard this morning that changes the position in terms of planting that's outlined in Mr. Morton's evidence in terms of our concerns in relation to what can be achieved there. I'll just pause there before I move on to the next point and ask if the commissioners have any questions in terms of landscape planting and those sorts of issues for Mr. Morton. Because I think this is, before I move on to the next one, I think this is a good juncture to traverse those.
Well, I'm not sure. I think we raise questions, well, from our own review of the plans, but then noting Mr. Morton's own more informed, more expert comments to the same issue. Now, that can be couched in terms of concerns, and an applicant is saying we can achieve this, and we might have concerns about that. Ms. Morton might have concerns as well. Seems to me that if it's been put forward as something that is achievable, and putting aside our, I guess, you raised it earlier about whether an ecological planting plan can also achieve as a primary purpose a landscape outcome as well. well, it's unusual, but here we are. The concept that we put forward and what the applicant has said that they'll look at and reply or address and reply, I think they were very open to it, is to set a particular performance outcome prior to that stage 5 works being enabled to occur. And I think the only way that can work is some informed certification process to do that with the right expertise to interpret what's been put forward to us, and then whether that's actually been achieved on the ground. And then we could say, well, okay, notwithstanding any doubts that we might have, that's the standard that that the applicant's put to itself, and that would then be the measure by which you would then advance to a stage 5 further modification. Did you have a view on that approach from a legal perspective?
I think that I did hear the discussion this morning about certification of landscape outcomes and noting like the obviously fundamental position of opposition. I think if the panel were of a mind to grant, that would be something that would provide some comfort to the powers, certainly, is that there would be some really stringent requirements. But again, I think it comes back to making sure that those conditions are really stringent and are given effect to in a meaningful way, rather than just something that allows it to carry on without actually achieving those landscape outcomes first.
And I don't know what that would look like, because as Mr. Mansur pointed out, these are just visualizations. So I don't know if it's a case of sort of standing there and going, it doesn't look like that, therefore it's not certified. There has to be some sort of qualitative, quantitative, a verifiable method of stating that what was intended to be achieved has been achieved.
Mr. Commissioner,
yes,
just through you, do you mind if I put a question through you? Ms. Hollis suggested that there are important screening functions of this planting without specifying which views. In light of your discussion just now on certification, and given the retention of the gully wall to its full height, can we get confirmation from Mr. Morton or Mr. Powell as to which of the views that they say this vegetation constitutes screening? Because it's not from most of the house views, and it's not until at least stage 5. But it would be helpful to know that, given the statements being made, it would be useful to know what is actually being screened by this vegetation.
As I understood the comment that was being made by Ms. Hollis was, as we did, was a reference back to Mr. Mansur's supplementary evidence, which I've had another look at since we had questions for him. As I said at the time, it was our impression from that evidence that the screening, the vegetation had quite a strong screening component, to the point where it meant that the landform behind became of less relevance. As I say, conveyed as a redundant landform. But that was from the starting point of it being reduced by 10 metres to begin with. So the vegetation obviously had a greater chance of actually achieving. It wasn't complete screening, but it was obviously more able to do so than keeping the gully wall intact in its entirety.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm just...
I understand that what's been conveyed to us. We've expressed our questions to you earlier, or to Mr. Mansur, about that difference in emphasis that seems to have occurred between the supplementary and the revised proposal now. So I'm not sure what question I would then put to Ms. Hollis.
Well, it's just what view or object is being screened by the vegetation that is of concern?
The quarry itself. It's the view into the quarry for that period when that quarry's been undertaken, but also the loss of that landform to the extent that that forms part of the overall gully environment that Commissioner Phillips referred to as well.
Right, okay, so there's two, and I'm not trying to do, we're just trying to, if we're trying to draft a certification condition, I'd just be helpful to understand what it is we're certifying.
Well, look, hopefully I'd put that reasonably clearly earlier. Mr. Mansurg's opinion is based on an outcome that looks like this to inform his view that that level of vegetation is sufficient to address his concerns from a landscape perspective to the point where the effects would be low. We haven't made a finding on that, but that was his evidence. So it must be that that has to be achieved before you then move on. Well, not must be. What we're suggesting be considered is that that should be achieved before you then undertake the removal of the gully wall in its entirety.
Yeah, so it's primarily that view from the
Yes.
the elevated view.
So you would,
That's the view from the house, from the fence line.
that's
from the
right,
house.
yes.
So it's those elevated views down.
Yes, yes.
And that's at stage 5, obviously, when the gully wall's gone. Yes.
Well, the certification, or whatever we want to call it, would have to occur. Well, we haven't got the updated visualization, but it would be part of that.
Yeah, so it occurs between 4 and 5. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Panel, any questions just on the landscape aspects, primarily for Mr. Morton, I take it, at this point?
I mean, I did have some questions, but now that things have changed since last night, they're somewhat less relevant. I mean, I guess one question I would have was, does Mr. Morton consider that the ecological restoration planting has a screening function, which would replace, I'm just looking at Mr. Mansurg's supplementary evidence at 4.4, which Council for the House helpfully pointed us to just now, which talks about the ecological restoration planting replacing the screening function of the gully wall. Does Mr. Morton think that the gully wall provides a screening function that would be replaced by the vegetation if it achieved the 15-metre high tree growth that also is stated in Mr. Mansurg's evidence? Sorry, that's a very long question.
I'll try over that in a small manner. I guess it does seem to be confusing from the stance of Mr. Mansurg. Has certainly at conferencing it was discussed that if we go back a little bit, there was a sort of an orange pinky line was part of the landscape and visual mitigation measures. Yet this morning, I'm pretty sure I heard Mr. Mansurg saying that now it is not part of the visual mitigation. And so it is a little bit confusing of where he actually stands with that. But put that aside and we look at what, if we can get a condition that does certify a height, then certainly that's going to help to mitigate some of the views into the quarry during that stage 5 period. I don't think it will probably screen everything out. And given that also is an important factor is to remember that it's not just a static viewpoint we're talking about. We are talking about a dynamic use of the property. So all those things that I previously presented in around most of the fields being used for grazing twice a day, they feed out, hacking, all those activities are important to realise that those entirety of the property is going to be used. And so having some sort of substantial growth and screening to mitigate the effects on that stage 5 are going to be important. And I do think if Mr. Mansurg's conferencing discussion is correct, rather than and that it does provide some sort of screening, then I would concur with that.
Okay, thanks for that.
Sorry, there's one last thing, if I could add on to that. But critically, part of that is that that whole process of obviously going from south to north, quarrying of stage 5. But to achieve, or prior to that, I think a critical part of it is actually to ensure, and maybe there's a certification of re-establishing, rehabilitating the remaining stages 1 to 4 of the quarry. I think that's a critical part of it all as well. Because if you take that down and say, for example, that stage 1 to 4 hasn't been rehabilitated or it's had failures or issues, then the mitigation benefits that Mr. Mansug put forth then become quite problematic. For example, if the whole thing slides down and slumps and you've got exposed sand faces, then that's not going to be a good mitigation outcome.
Thank you.
Just on the view issue, I mean, it's very much on the fly. It was really, if that view, that static view was sort of used as part of a comparator 20 years down the track, I would see that as a proxy for the other views as well. So in other words, you at a lower point down in the valley and the stream amongst the hacking areas and so forth, that would then have more prominence than you'd get from here. I don't know if you think other views would need to come into the mix.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as you move around, when you're in the gully, then that revegetation is going to be an apparent more quantum. I think if you're sort of looking into it rather than down onto it, will have a different aspect. And I think it was a good point made earlier this morning, is that whole integrity of the Karapiro Gully. And so certainly it would help contribute to it. I guess retaining the north wall permanently would maintain that integrity. This would add to it and help to rehabilitate some of that of Karapiro Gully as well.
Chair, I have another question. Oh, sorry.
It's just a moment. The other point that you were raising and has been, Mr. Mansug did address this morning, was around the stockpiling. Have you had a look at that? Was there any, did that resolve any concerns from your perspective?
So I did have a look at the figures and facts that Mr. Mansug provided. Sort of skirted actually the real issue that we had discussed at conferencing. He's primarily focused on the topsoil. So we're talking about the 300 mils of organic topsoil, rather than the metre below that of the overburden. At conferencing, my critical concern was the overburden and the storage of the overburden, particularly for stage 1 and into stage 2. The sums for stage 1 are 23,000 cubic metres. And my supplementary response, or my response to Mr. Mansug's supplementary evidence, I did provide a couple of images of what that would be. And from memory, I think it's about a 295 metre by 25 metre, 5 metre high bund, given 2-to-1 slopes, etc. There's a substantial amount of overburden that will need to be stored, and that hasn't been addressed in those figures. In addition, looking at the figures without doing a substantial qualification on those figures, I suspect that there's not been a consideration of a slope factor. So it's one thing taking areas, say we've got so much soil, and then it's unclear whether Mr. Mansug has actually allowed for those slopes, because that's going to increase the volume requirement. Subsequently, I also note that existing soil profile, as I mentioned, 300 mils is what's currently there, is high productive land, with that about a metre of overburden or subsoils. And if you look at the chart, he records pretty much reinstating everything to about 190 mil depth of topsoil. So it's quite some way off that productive land and quite shallow soils for rehabilitating and creating high quality pastures. It's not to say that pasture won't grow on that sort of volume of soil. Interestingly, I also note that in the calculations or the general descriptions around bund formation, that there would be some degree of overburden used to form the bund. And I presume it was the western bund which is to be planted. And it indicates that there'll be 190 mil of topsoil used for planting into. Now that wouldn't meet industry standards. Say, for example, if we take NZTA's P39 specification, that requires 300 mils as a minimum depth of topsoil to sustain good quality plant growth. So there is some issues I have with Mr. Mansou's calculations and assumptions that he's made around, or maybe a specification around topsoil use and effectiveness of creating a good growing medium.
Commissioner Phillips.
Actually, you just asked my question, so thank you.
I think that covers the landscape aspects.
Yes, thank you. So I want to move now to discussing if the panel were of a mind to grant the consent, just to work through what the PALs see as some essential conditions. And I do have a handout, but I've just realised that's obviously not going to help Commissioner Phillips, the commissioners that are online. So is there any way we could get this up on a screen, like share a screen with them?
Is it emailable by anyone in your part team?
Yeah, probably could. Could you email it, Antoinette? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So I'll just pass. So that should be coming through shortly, commissioners online, but I'll just, you could just hand that around, that would be great. I'm going to talk about this. Yeah, I'm going to talk about all of this. Yeah. Have you received that document, commissioners? No? Yes. Should we email it to you? Would that be better? Shall
We just talk to those matters as we go.
Certainly, yes.
And the panel can hear what you're saying.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, so just in terms of the first point on that sheet, and it's not really to do with conditions, but more just touching on the fact that the POW's position is still that there is an air discharge consent required under the Waikato Regional Plan, the air module there. And I have included analysis of why that is in my legal submissions. I wasn't planning on taking the panel through those submissions specifically unless they would find that of assistance, and then I'm happy to take you through those submissions.
We've just had handed up over the break the council's submissions on the same point. Have you had it? I'm not expecting you to.
Very quick brief review.
Yes. So in
unfortunately.
essence, it's, oh, I don't know if I can. Yes, I can. It's right here. In essence, if a consent was required, which it does not consider necessary, that would need to have been applied for. So if we find air discharge is necessary, at the moment, we don't have jurisdiction to grant one. I think the key difference between yourself and council and I guess the applicant is that you say that it is required.
Yes.
And I think the difference comes from if the discharge is from within the site, not a point discharge, but from within the site, that triggers the fact that it's a discharge of a toxic material, which the council acknowledges is a toxic material, but the difference is that they say that needs to be measured at the boundary. And I think your position is that it is captured by the discharge within the site. And I also understand that that would be a different interpretation to what they've applied for other quarries. And I think it's contrary to how the permitted activity standards would read. So I don't know if there's a further submission you want to make on the point. Obviously, we need to weigh the different points up.
Yes, yes.
But the opportunity is now for you to make any, I guess, off-the-cuff comments in that regard, or emphasis on your submissions that you would like us to take into account in our reading of the council's position. And no doubt the reply that we're going to receive on the point in due course.
Certainly, and I think you've summarised my position quite well there, sir.
Okay. Right.
What I would say is that, yes, the position does, just to provide a very brief sort of summary, the position is that consent is required. There are parts of the plan that do require an at the boundary assessment. This is not one of those because it is related to discharges from quarrying activities. And my submission is that that is a deliberately conservative approach. And this is all outlined in my legal submissions. I think that the POWs are entitled to rely on the wording in the plan. It's been in the plan for over a decade, I think since 2007 or 2008. It has remained in that way. And I think the POWs and the community are entitled to rely on the consistent administration of the plan in that regard. All of that being said, I think I do agree with the applicant that there is all the information to inform an air discharge consent consideration is before the panel, and that there wouldn't be any prejudice to anyone for that consent being considered now. But I do think that proper process should be followed, and that this, in my opinion, in my submission, is the proper process that should be followed. Okay, thank you.
Any questions from the panel on that matter? No? Okay. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll just move on to the second part of the handout, which discusses the essential proposed conditions of consent. So if the panel were of a mind to grant the consent, there are a couple of there are conditions in different parts of the evidence and that we've also developed in terms of what we received yesterday and what we've heard this morning that we think are essential. So just working through, and I'll just provide a bit of commentary as we go along about why we think that is. So in our evidence, just starting at number 1 there, in our landscape evidence, we recommended that the excavation of the gully wall should occur or must occur in a south to north direction. And that's really to absolutely minimise the amount of time that the POWs will be subject to any landscape effects if that gully wall is ultimately removed. So we suggest that should be an essential condition of the consent.
So that's different to the way it's conveyed in the erosion sediment control plans, I think.
I understand that to be the case. I'll ask.
So it's not so much a condition as a change.
So, sorry,
So-
just I can confirm that there is an agreement to do it in that direction, and that's specified in the erosion sediment control plan.
So south to north.
Well, yeah, I'll get my bearings wrong, but yeah, from the back to the front. Essentially remove it from the
Okay.
back, so that's south to the north.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's agreed.
good. Yes, good. Okay.
Thank you. So moving to the second point there, and this is in relation to Mix Wickham's air evidence that was provided earlier in the week. So they remain of the position that the appropriate standard for measuring PM10 should be that 15 UG per M cubed rather than 20 as agreed between the air quality experts. To provide a very high overview summary, I understand it's because of the high risk of the activity and the specific features of the site that make that a more appropriate standard in this circumstance. But if the panel would like further explanation on that or have questions, I would invite Mix Wickham to address that, because she will do a far better job than I could.
Well, yes, I'm sure that would be the case. Her evidence sets out clearly why she thinks 15 is the better number. I can't imagine that has changed or hasn't changed. So I guess from an air quality perspective, we can only assume that retention of the gully wall through to stage 4 is an improvement from an air quality perspective. I'm not sure if that changes any of her other their recommendations on the air quality related conditions.
Do you mean in terms of the other recommendations and the evidence?
I can't think of anything specific, and I'd have to have their conditions in front of me. But
yeah, we could check in with
yes.
Mix Wickham on that point, if that would be of assistance.
Yes. Okay. Oh, very good. There.
Kia ora.
Welcome, Max Wickham. Just it was really a bit of a general comment, really. Thank you for your evidence. And I was just saying to Ms. Hollis, it's my impression from that the retention of the Northern Gully Wall through to stage 4 would be it was one matter that you were seeking through your evidence, and so can we assume that that is an improvement from an air quality perspective? And the second part to that is, notwithstanding that the differences between the 20 UG, I forget what the name of that is, versus 20 is still an outcome that you think is necessary.
Yes, I do agree that the retention of the gully wall will make a significant improvement in terms of risk, and that's welcomed. In terms of the changes to recommended consent conditions, I was pushing for the lower WHO guideline for PM10 as an annual average, because I was concerned that there wasn't sufficient protection. It's a background to the RCS, and even if you met the 15, it doesn't ensure that there's no issues with RCS. So one of the things that I've recommended was monitoring throughout the life of the consent, not just for a year at the start. And as you may recall, I've recommended monitoring over at the millers, who are the closest to the activities. So I would recommend that the monitoring commence at the start of the activities and continue through the life of the consent, and it places increasing importance on that stage 5, if that final gully wall is to be removed, then that's when you want that monitoring of that northern wall to be very specifically to protect the residents on the other side of that wall.
All right. Thank you. And we'll no doubt hear from the council in regard to that change. The way in which the wall is to be removed at stage 5 doesn't change anything. There's still matters to be addressed through the conditions at that point when the gully wall is no longer screening the works. Could we assume that, for example, that if this landscape screening is in place to the extent that's proposed, that would have a beneficial effect on air quality?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, landscaping only affects visual impact. It has nothing to do with air quality because the stuff we're talking about, the particulate is fine. It's not fine. It's we call it coarse, but it's invisible. And it floats. It behaves like a gas, so it would go straight through trees.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So just to be clear, when I was recommending ongoing monitoring throughout the life of the consent, that was for RCS and PM10 at more than one location. And that's on the behalf of the applicant as well, to demonstrate that they are and are not having impact, because you're looking at the difference between the two with different wind directions to inform their contribution. Because as they've pointed out, there will be background concentrations of both. And it's important to establish that before the activities start, so that you're clear, so that they're not being held liable for, say, if the background's extraordinarily high, even before they do anything, then they need to be knowing that before they start, so that it's clear for the record as well.
While you're there, just this issue of accessible monitoring, that's the right term, where someone can check in and see results in real time. Is that still,
Yes.
that's still something that you think is quite important? And are there existing standard ways in which that can be done?
Yes.
And
yes.
I mean in the context of a quarry.
Yeah, I think I understand it's happening at the moment in the Tauranga in Mount Maunganui shed, and I know it's a condition of consent elsewhere in the country, and we've offered up examples to demonstrate that. Now, it's important that, because the data is live, it's not validated, and there is a validation and calibration required to ensure that the data are robust. So there has to be caveats on it to say, look, this data has not yet been reviewed. So it's not for, I should be clear, it's not for compliance purposes, it's for transparency and reporting, and it's really to you've got two things. One, the applicant can take a proactive approach to monitoring and keeping on top of dust, but also so that the community can check in if they can see things happening, that they can even help out by calling, I mean, this happens regularly around the country. You can look on Lawa right now, Land, Air, Water, Aotearoa.org.nz, and see what air quality is in parts of the Waikato, the daily number, the hourly number. You can see it online. It's not as if this is not new. It's completely doable. So it's great. More information is always good, and particularly with once it's been reviewed and robustly and checked and validated, then it's hard data. So you have real numbers again, which to understand what's happening.
So someone might see that data and raise a concern because it looks high, but then subsequently it's tested, calibrated, and might be then confirmed to be within whatever the limits are determined
That's
to
right.
be.
And that's where that periodic reporting to, I could be wrong, but I understood there was to be a community group. Periodic reporting can close that loop to demonstrate, look, hey, there was this high number on this day. It wasn't even us. It was for example, a bushfire came through from Australia. We've had examples of that, and or it's background from somewhere else, and you can see that here's the wind direction to show, and the applicant has recourse to demonstrate they are doing things, they're on top of it, and also, it's really clear to all parties where it comes from and what's actually happening.
All right, thank you. Panel, any questions for Mix Wickham?
Yes, thanks, Mix Wickham. I just had one. You made a comment about the absence of sort of detail around the sediment sampling process and the quality assurance that was applied in the collection of samples for the determination of the silica content. I guess what's the significance of not having that information in terms of the ability to, or the reliability of the assessment of risk?
It's just this, there's no chain of custody to demonstrate that those samples came from those locations on the or whereabouts or how representative they are. So it's just, it speaks to the variability of it. We just don't know. I mean, they look reasonably consistent. You can see they jump around a bit. There's nothing higher than 20%. But, you know, there are only 3 sites. I can't say, I'm not a geologist, but, you know, the lack of assurance is kind of obvious, that's all.
Yeah. And maybe this is a question for the geologist rather than yourself, but sort of, do you know if there's any expectation that the concentration of silica would change with depth? Because you're extracting for quite a long way down. Is there going to be any change in the, you know, how it comes back to this question of variability in the geological profile, doesn't it? And whether there's sufficient characterization.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't comment, sorry, but you're right.
Okay. No,
I agree.
No, that's fine. Yeah. And I did have a question about the monitoring. I noticed that the proposal was it would only be monitoring over 12 months and then it would stop if it was less than 3 micrograms per cubic meter. So you're saying it should be continually monitored and right from the start. That was the other question. Now that we're not, the proposal is to retain the wall for 20 years. Is there a need to monitor right from the start?
Yes, it's important to monitor before they start so that you can establish background, and also through the life of consent, because otherwise, how will you know? Without the data, you can't. It comes down to he said, she said, particularly when it's looking at the related aspects of things like visual dust, which is not the pollutant we're talking about. It's not what you can see.
And just back to the this question of whether you should use, or the applicant or the condition should reference the WHO guideline or the annual guideline for PM10 or the New Zealand guideline, which I think was it the OHE one. You know, the two. Sorry, I can't recall what there's the 15 and the 20.
Yeah.
So really, this is for us to, you know, how do we decide what is the more appropriate? Because we've got opposing views on this by 2 experts. 3 experts.
There's two guidelines we're talking about. One is PM10. I'll start with that, and that's the 15 and the 20 you're talking about. These, I want to be clear that I'm not proposing this for compliance. It's really more about monitoring and reporting to provide assurance, and that's to do with it's been driven by those health effects. The 15 is it was 2021. It's not particularly new. It's widely accepted in the air quality community of New Zealand as a relevant guideline for assessment purposes, because we know, and there's global consensus. It's all the big names in air quality epidemiology around the world who've said, look, we know definitively that above this level there are long-term serious adverse health effects on the public. Okay. Now, in terms of applying that to this particular application, this site where there are very few people located around it, right? The actual implications are not as severe. But from a monitoring perspective, what that does is reporting against that number provides you with some assurance that this activity is not having those adverse effects. And that's what I'm advocating. Well, that's what I'm recommending it for. So that's the first one. And it's entirely, it's either way, you're going to have information. You can choose. The guideline is just a number you're reporting against it. I feel that it's informative. It doesn't. I think in terms of how it's been used going forward. I think equally, the second one that I'm recommending is to use the TCEQ guideline of 0.27 for respirable crystalline silica, and that's an order of magnitude lower than the 3 micrograms per metre cube that's recommended by the Californian OEHHA. And I've historically used 3 and recommended 3. But one thing to be aware of, and I confess I had missed, the OEHHA specifically excludes carcinogenic effects. So that one is not particularly health protective. And when you follow first principles, and I'm on the record as I don't like TCEQ because a lot of the derivation of their guidelines used to be really rubbish, but this particular one, okay, it seems legit. They've followed a transparent toxicological basis, and based on their own methodologies, assuming no straight line, because there's no established level for this particular carcinogen, they've estimated a screening value for assessment purposes of 0.27, and it seems reasonable to use that again for monitoring reporting purposes, because that gives you a lot of assurance that it doesn't mean that if you exceed that there's a problem. It just means that you have to then consider what those actual risks are, because remember, this is going to be applied at the boundary. But if you could meet that, you could be hand on heart really happy that, look, hey, yes, this is a big site. It's got 400,000 tonnes of sand being quarried through it, but they are discharging significant amounts of these carcinogens. They are. But we can be really confident that even though there's a neighbour right next door who's only 20 metres away, if it meets these limits and it's hard data using robust methods, we can be really certain that it's going to have no adverse health effects and it's going to be fine.
Yeah. So to me, the way you're describing it, these sound more like triggers for action.
I'm calling them monitoring and reporting guidelines in the consent. Yeah. So
they really are, because it's like if they exceed it, what happens?
Well, then they should be undertaking major dust mitigation to stop exceeding it.
Yeah. So, and is that captured in the conditions?
It was in the conditions that I recommended in terms of things like if there's high winds, stop work conditions, if it and you wouldn't get to that level because in theory you'd be managing that, particularly the dust. If we set trigger levels so that the hourly and the 12-hourly daily, whatever they are, they're managing it so that it doesn't exceed that long-term set. Because these are long-term exposure kind of things. Yeah.
Okay. No, that's good. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Recommending monitoring throughout the life of the consent. Is that standard practice for this type of particular activity?
Yes.
It is. Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's all our questions on that front.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll move to point 3. So these proposed conditions 3 to 6 are in response to the amended application that was received yesterday afternoon. So the gully wall staying in place until stage 5. And really they're aimed around, if the commissioners were of a mind to grant the consent, just really providing that surety and assurance to the PALs that the wall will remain in place for the time that it is meant to, and that it will be maintained to the standards, to some standard during that time. So if I could just take you through them. So the first condition there at point 3 proposes to limit the duration of the stage 5 activities to 3 years, and that is aimed at ensuring the effects once the wall is coming down and as it comes down are reduced for those moderate to high effects are reduced for as little time as possible. Point 4, maintenance of ecological and landscape planting along the riverbank and gully. That's a lot of this is really in line with, I think, pretty normal farming practice, and just making sure that it doesn't, like that sort of majestic view that they've got at the moment doesn't really go to rack and ruin during that time without any sort of maintenance. And then point 5, which is...
Sorry, just on point 4.
Yes.
Is this an area separate to where the planting is going to occur? Is this the upper levels of the gully wall? Because isn't this gully wall it's being planted? Are you talking about the upper levels?
I think no, it's to do with like I understand from Mr. Powell that this is aimed at the gully wall itself rather than the plantings.
We just don't want it to be covered with gorse outside the planting area.
Oh, outside. Okay. We need to make that specific. Yes.
Thank you. So moving on to point 5, which is, I think it kind of goes to the discussion that we were having before around the certification of landscape outcomes and making sure that what is achieved within the bulk of the proposed quarry area is complete and finished prior to removing that gully wall. So that is a restriction that prevents any sort of excavation of the gully wall prior to those landscape outcomes within the remainder of the work in Quarry being achieved, and that the works in that area being completed. And then moving to point 6, that's really just another condition aimed at ensuring that no removal of the gully wall is undertaken prior to the commencement of stage 5 and 1 to 4 being completed. So those are really 2 sort of complementary proposed conditions. So then at the bottom there's just a statement in relation to a bunding. So Mr. Powell recommends that additional bunding could be installed along the top of the northern gully wall, and he might want to speak to this when he speaks to the panel, but I think he really sees that as sort of a mutually beneficial solution, whereby that overburden from stage 1 could be put on top of the gully wall and provide an extra screening function, while also sort of addressing any issues in terms of where that is stored within the site. And then there's just a couple of comments there around the sort of limits, the height limits that could go to, and that Mr. Powell really invites the applicant and the panel to consider this as a potential option.
All right. Should we raise that with Mr. Powell now, or
well, that is
making
the
a separate
end
presentation?
Yeah, the discussion around conditions.
The immediate question that comes to mind is that if the gully wall's maintained, what is the effect that is proposed to be addressed through a bund of 2.5, 10 metres? There's one proposed for the processing area. Yes, that's the question. What is that to address?
Yes, thank you. I think it's really more of a starter of a conversation and that's why we haven't proposed it as specific conditions that we think are essential, because we do see this as more like a discussion point and a resolution to 2 issues that are both, sitting with the Powells and the applicant. And that's where we see that sitting rather than something. That's why we haven't proposed it as a condition.
Might have to let that conversation go on separately and inform the final conditions, I think. All right, just at 5, I think the terminology there, is it grass sward or sward? I think I've seen sward before. Is that what you mean?
What?
Is that a specific type of grass outcome? Just remind me.
It's not, it's just normally it's a generic term for a good quality grass. Okay. A sward of grass.
Sward. It is O, not A?
I think it's a
okay.
A.
All right.
SWA.
I mean, what we've been talking about, the rehabilitation, the certification of the landscaping and so forth, it seems to me that with the proposal as it's now presented, is that effectively, or certainly from Powell's viewpoint, seems to me that stages 1 to 4 would occur within the site and will go very down below the northern wall. And it's really not obviously until stage 5 that there's a point at which a more significant change occurs. Aside from you may be aware of the quarrying, but I'm just visually, that would be the point. And so I don't think there's any particular triggers that involve your client's views up until that stage 5 point. And I think that's what your conditions are seeking, that it's that following stage 4, you want certification or confirmation that the rehabilitation's occurred to that point, the landscaping that we've talked about today, and this regrassing. Would that be a summary of how you see the proposal occurring?
These conditions are proposed, in the context that the panel is of a mind to grant the consent. The Powells, as I've said probably too many times now, they retain their fundamental opposition to the proposal. But that is correct, yes.
Any other questions from the panel at this point? Mr. Powell, are you proposing to speak to your evidence today? Yes, okay. All right. So we can go through that now. That was yours. But that was your submissions, Ms. Hollis?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Right,
yes.
thank you.
So removing it in the riverbank in stage 5 is significantly better. We're going to have this 3 years of moderate to high impact at the end. It's also, of course, going to be hanging over our head for 20 odd years about when it's going to be. The reason why we said about the bund at the top, bunds are common standard practice in mining quarry operations, especially so close to the boundary or a stream. On the northern side of this property, there is no bund. It's just showing an erosion bund, very small. We're showing a 2.5 metre bund close to the millers, but not on the northern side. During the joint witness statements, there was quite a bit of discussion about the overbed. So I know it can be a big problem for the applicant, and it will be because it's a metre across 20 hectares, and you can see that in the photo, which is known as a subsoil. Like we've got the same soil structure, so it's the topsoil and the subsoil needs to stay on site. In a view of that, because that's required for the rehab at the end, as part of it, we would rather look at a giant bund or storage of topsoil planted out than look into a quarry in that. We know a bund itself has a number of benefits, such as visual, dust, noise. There's so many reasons why to have the bund, and that's where we took that limit off them. I'm not sure why Waipa District Council put 2.5 metres for a bund. To me, that's silly. It should be much higher, especially for the millers. But for our one, they can go as high as they want, because I'd rather look at a planted out bund than look into the quarry. Because our plans, despite Dave's drawings, we actually look down into the quarry. And look, for the applicant as well, I wouldn't want me as a neighbour looking into their quarry. I really wouldn't. So if I was them, I would certainly screen me out. So it was a bit of a give, like say, hey, look, we won't give you a condition about the overbed, and about those, we can see them, we don't mind, and you can put them up the top of the bank. And then you're sort of more worried about it at stage 5. I think the conclusion in my documents and my evidence yesterday really summed up this case. To say, like I've been overseas for a long time, to come back to New Zealand, I've been incredibly disappointed. Not in the commissioners, but how this application has been processed, of how it's been missed. A lot of the information is absolutely flawed. When I look at this latest landscape plans, it doesn't even match reality. It's a complete joke. I'm not sure, as I said, like our property was even missed in the first peer review, but we're the biggest opponent and it still gets missed even in the joint witness statement. The difference in it is really mind-boggling. It's been incredibly disappointing because this is my first resource consent process. But I think a lot of people should really hang their head in shame about some of the document submissions and what they've signed off for. If they look back on it, which all this documents is online, I think they'd be very embarrassed for it. The Transpower corridor is real. We have Transpower on our property all the time. They make us trim our barberry hedge. Realistically, a barberry hedge practically will never grow that high because it will always fall over with the weight, but they make us trim our 2 metres. To miss a giant corridor, and I don't believe this sketch is 24 metres by any means. These riverbanks are 50 metres from the stream to the top. So in my evidence, it shows 24 metres, it's half the riverbanks. These lines also drop below the top of the ground level at the top. So if you try to grow trees up through them, you're going to hit the lines before you hit the top of the ridge. So it's something that hasn't been taken into account. When I look at this, it's like come on, you can see these power lines. It's common sense not to grow tall trees under transmission lines. It's also common sense that you can't have super trees growing 15 metres in 15 years in sandy soil in a flood zone, as per those pictures. So I find it incredibly disappointing and borderline insulting that people provide documents like this to us and expect me to take it on face value. We looked at the air discharge consent. If it is an issue, just apply for it. Like it's no brainer. We should not be still arguing about it. When you look at a consent, you look at one of the core documents is a safety data sheet, SDS. It's not even in this consent at all. It's a requirement from WorkSafe, and this applicant's not even complying with WorkSafe obligations. Hence, there is a big lack of trust in this, and I'm not sure why a safety data sheet or SDS is not picking up, because this details about what the cargo or what the product is, which should be one of your first steps. Transparency is key for building trust. There's a lot of trust lost in this process. Back in 2021, when I first spoke to the planner, which was Kinetic, we requested for the GIS plans and the silica testing that has been going on since. It was very bad. We were applying for resource consent and something else, and we were getting replies from Waipara District Council from Kinetic. At that time, I was talking to Kinetic for this application, and I was talking to Kinetic on behalf of council. It's always been a very much concern that a perceived conception conflict of interest has been there. I see a lot of the experts buddying, if it's in the air, going off and having separate meetings.
I'm sorry, this is getting past it. Impugning independent experts is just simply not appropriate in a public forum.
I accept that point, Mr. Power.
Okay.
What would be helpful, and we are trying to keep things to the new information and the conditions.
Okay.
You did raise some of these issues previously. We've heard what you had to say about that. I think if you could just keep to what's now in front of us and any, I think you've talked about some conditions
as I
and
said,
how far they might go.
It just needs to be, these trees needs to be sorted out about where it is, the conditions about how it would be. The lines hanging down below that line would be very different. I don't know how you can accept plans on floor plans, but yeah.
I think as it stands, I mean, the applicants accepted that the trees are 2 metres high within that corridor. So whether the lines are, as you say, sagging to a certain amount, that's the situation. And we have no information to say that Transpower would allow anything more than what they've already said, which is the 2 metres for that 24-metre wide corridor.
It's 24 metres plus it's got a full corridor. So you can't fall into that 24 metres, which is Veg 2.
Just you attached some photos of the recent extent of the stream.
Yes.
Which indicated that if we were in the same place we were before the last hearing, we might have been drowning. Has that all drained away? I mean,
it does drain.
How common is that? Because I don't think that there was any sense that this was an unusually sized rainstorm.
Yeah, it wasn't. Look, we haven't had a major cyclone or anything through. We've had it twice in the last
How long has that taken to drain out?
It's pretty quick. Like it'll take about 24 hours to really subside.
Yes.
For it to go. Look, we've had it twice in the last 2 weeks. We've had quite a lot of heavy rain in the Waikato. We would expect 6 to 10 times this season. We had a very dry summer, but then it's been quite wet recently.
So what we saw, does that come up over where you have your horse arena? So that was where your horse, sorry, not the right term, but where you've got that area for the horses. Down on the low part where you ride them, you've got some jumps and so forth.
Yeah, one of the, like down the far end was...
Just trying to get a picture of how...
There was a low paddock that's fully underwater. So that's underwater about 1.5 metres. Right. It's over the fences that are a border along the stream. So it's touching on the bottom of their banks of it. So it's burst the river banks and over. Right. Part of our property is sloped, but it was basically majority of the paddocks including the first one on the right going down. All that area there goes right into their wetlands. That's all flooded. And that's why I was like, oh, I don't know about planting trees in there. You might end up passing Mercer right now.
Okay. All right, thank you. Panel, any questions for Mr. Powell?
Powell,
Yes.
you're proposing additional funding on that northern gully wall. Was that to also assist with screening any initial earthworks that may occur at the start of the development?
Yeah, I think it would help initial earthworks because it's quite a big site, 20 hectares. So we actually get to see into it. So it would help right through stage one, and it helps. Yeah, we would see probably for the first 2 years of operations. If you didn't have that, we would see it, especially when the haul roads go up. So it's just there's so many positives to put a bund in place if it's noise or dust or whatever like that. So visual.
All right, I think that was all our questions for you. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I think Ms. Powell.
Yes.
Ms. Powell, would you like to say a few words or? Yes. Thank you.
I don't have much to say really, but I just wanted to just reiterate our view. Our house is higher than what we see. We will be seeing straight into the earthworks for the first 2 years, as Ree said, but I think it's going to be longer. I stood at our property yesterday and tried to visualize it, and I just support Reese when he says, we need something up the top to stop it, to stop our view. I don't want to be looking into earthworks and big dump trucks moving the sand till I'm 70, because that's how long it's going to go for. And that's my whole kids growing up as well. Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to repeat what Reese said. So let me I'll just have a few notes. Yeah, and the mitigation, I just want to enforce that it needs to happen on the applicant side. It should not be on our side. And if we're planning ahead, well, we're planning ahead. It's just, that's our choice, but we don't need to spend the money and the time blocking the view of what we see. And yeah, the other thing, it's a long-term outlook though, but we face decades of knowing that this gully wall will eventually come down. It's going to be looming over our head for what, 24 or thereabouts years. And it's nice to hear that there's going to be I don't know what you called it, condition or something, that it's all going to be restored behind the gully wall as it happens. But when I'm 70 and pottering down the bottom, I don't want to be looking into earthworks going on. And we will see it from the top no matter which paddock I am that's facing that way, I know we'll see it. And there was something else, another point I wanted to make, sorry. Oh yeah, I was just sitting over there and there's a picture of the Karapiro, and they've got beautiful banks, which look just like our banks. If this farm was there, would that wall be being taken down, or the gully wall or the river bank? Would that be taken down? Is my question. And then yeah, I just talked about the flooding again, because it's beautiful when it floods down the bottom. And yeah, I think that's all I've got to say really, because Reece said most of it. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Yes, looking at the photos Mr. Powell provided, it did look beautiful. It was just surprising. It was one of those things you think, gosh, how different that looks to when it's not flooded. And
our kids go in like water troughs that just float around.
I can imagine,
Yeah,
yes, yes. Yeah. All right, no, I heard what you had to say on those points. Panel, any questions for Ms. Powell?
Yes, thanks, Ms. Powell. Just one question. Have you do you have any plans for any revegetation on your property, on your perhaps in that lower, I'm just thinking on the cuff here, in that sort of lower gully area. I know that that's part of your trekking, isn't it, and training, but is it, I guess what I'm interested in, or have you undertaken any, and I'm interested in the success rate of planting, if you have done any. I know that Karen.
So if you're talking about closer to the stream, down the bottom on the flats, we haven't because of the flooding.
Okay.
Yeah, mainly because of the flooding. It will just wipe out anything. Like, it was higher than my fences, so my fences have all got like bits of, I don't know, dead grass all hanging over it at the moment. So that's a job and a half. But no, we haven't really done anything down there.
I know this is a bit of a stretch, but I do recall one of the submitters a bit further down, or upstream actually, was involved in some revegetation. You're not familiar with that, or I can't.
I'll let Reese just answer that if that's all right.
Yeah.
We were in discussions with the Waikato River Authority. They approached us because the banks are a key catchment area that feed the Karapio into the Waikato River. So they do a subsidy. We have to fence it and they contribute to the plants, but they were a little bit higher up, so they were planting at the bank. So we get a subsidy from them. So we're in contact with the Waikato River Authority through the Waikato Regional Council.
Okay.
About that.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, that's a good. We did hear from a submitter last time about, and she mentioned the difficulties of what happens after, I guess, an event like you've had this week, and hence the questions we had for the applicant earlier this morning. And I guess it's a matter of reviewing the ecological management plan. I'm sure it's all in there. I just can't remember where. But that need for monitoring and replacement as things maybe don't work out as well as planned. And I suppose that would be related to the strength of flow through that stream in those flood events as well. It isn't? Yes, okay. But it's not the first time that those sort of plans have been implemented in these kind of environments. So I don't think it's reinventing. It's just a matter of making sure that it's monitored and looked after as these events occur. Okay, thank you. That was all our questions. Is it the case for the powers, Ms. Hollis?
Yes, Commissioners, that is the case for the powers.
All right. Thank you for the additional evidence. Obviously, things have been evolving very quickly, but we appreciated having those experts involved and that they were able to prepare that evidence in the required time. So it's been helpful to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Council. All right. Happy to say that we're ahead of schedule. We have another break scheduled for 2 o'clock, but what we'll do is get started with the council reply. So Koniki, have you got an order that you'd like to?
We do, sir. It has been agreed that Waikato Regional Council will present first, and followed by the Waipa District Council.
All right. Yes.
Sorry.
Was there any introduction you're wanting to make apart from the air discharge matter?
In terms of, I thought it might be useful to address the air discharge matter at the outset. I have circulated legal submissions in respect of that. As I mentioned earlier, the Regional Council's position in some respects accepts the argument on behalf of the applicant, but in some respects accepts the argument on behalf of the PALs if the primary argument is not accepted. And in terms of my legal submissions, I've set out at 1.3 the Regional Council's position, and it is accepted that when one reads the rule, it's not explicit in Rule 6.1.16.1e as to whether hazardous substances should be measured, whether that's at the point of discharge or at the boundary of the site. The Regional Council's view is that it should be measured at the boundary, and Mr. Matheson, on behalf of the applicant, provided legal submissions on this point and a detailed analysis of the objectives and policies. In terms of those objectives and policies and how they are read, the Regional Council's position agrees essentially with that. I have highlighted, and it is within paragraph 2.9, the particular objectives and policies that the Regional Council says supports that view. And that is that the objectives and policies quite clearly state that significant adverse effects from individual site sources shouldn't affect the characteristics of air quality beyond the property boundary. That's in objective 2. In the principal reasons for adopting that objective, and it's within the reasoning for objective 2, it notes the need for effects to be internalised by the discharger. The overall submission for the Regional Council on that is that an assessment of those objectives and policies is required to inform the rule, which it accepts is not clear. But when one assesses that, it should be measured at the boundary. I have noted, and it's in response to the legal submission from the PALs, that the point on behalf of Ms. Hollis is that the plan rule in her submission is clear and the PALs are entitled to the benefit of that interpretation. The Regional Council can confirm it hasn't been interpreting the rule in that way, and in respect of other quarries in the region, it has interpreted the rule as requiring an assessment of hazardous substances at the boundary of the site. That is the way it has been interpreted in respect of other applications. The points where I disagree, and there may be further submissions made on this by the applicant, would only be if the panel doesn't accept that primary argument, and if the panel was to disagree with where the substances were measured and determine that a consent is required. I have set out, and it's at section 3 from page 8 of my legal submissions, whether or not any discharge consent is within the scope of the application. I've gone through the relevant law on permitted amendments to application in some detail, and it's accepted by the PALs quite reasonably and submitted by the applicant as well, that all parties in fact agree that the effects have been assessed. And so to that end, there's in fact no prejudice if the panel was to amend the application. But I have provided the panel, it's a relatively recent Environment Court case, Kaima Farm Limited, and from paragraph 3.6, I've set out the relevant quotes from that case. It's paragraph 67 and 69. The court noted there that it has taken a substance over form approach in terms of whether there's been compliance with statutory requirements, but there must be a limit to that, and found, and it's at paragraph 69, that there can be little room for flexibility around the Form 9 requirement that an applicant specifies the type of resource consent, what's being sought. And in the court's view, that was essential information. So based on that case, the Regional Council accepts that if its primary argument is not accepted by the panel, a resource consent would be required. I understand Mr. Matheson will talk to this if the panel will get to this point. There is possibly a pathway through, which may in fact require an adjournment to the hearing and an application to be put before the Regional Council. That of course would depend on the panel's view on the primary argument as to where hazardous substances are measured. So it's somewhat hypothetical at this stage, but that is where the council disagrees with the applicant's submissions just on that point, which you may in fact not get to.
I mean, if we were to decide that it needed a consent just from a sort of, I guess, a belts and braces, not leaving anything out that doesn't really affect the overall outcome, does that set up some sort of precedent, the right word, implications for processing applications across the region?
It likely
Or it could be
would.
set-
It certainly hasn't been interpreted in
No.
this way, and that's the primary argument for the Regional Council. It's not in fact required.
I wonder, is it relevant to think, sort of, you dealt with the objectives and policies and the wording of the rule, to take that forward through to, if a consent was done, what the conditions would look like in the event that you took a within the site approach. Because I'm trying to think, what kind of conditions would you be able to impose as a result of taking that approach?
That's probably best a question for Mr. Penfold, because that has been considered. And the position of the Regional Council, and Mr. Penfold will correct me if I've got this wrong, is the effects have actually been assessed within the application as it stands, notwithstanding that no particular air discharge consent was applied for. So there would not be further conditions. All that would be lacking, if this was required, is essentially just a resource consent certificate. And that does, I should say, set it apart from the Kaima Farm case, where there was some prejudice from the failure to apply, although the court took a relatively strict approach in that case. Mr. Stacey is also present. He's the consultant air quality specialist for the Regional Council.
So on the point of the certificate, it might be a certificate that has no conditions attached to it. Is that what you were getting at?
The conditions would be in the suite of overall conditions,
Right.
but Mr. Penfold will talk to that.
Don't they have the certificates have their own individual conditions? If there was an air discharge, it might be that it's a grant of consent, but no conditions were necessary other than reference to the application.
Yeah, so our hypothetical is that there could be a certificate compiled, and that we would potentially just reformat the existing air quality dust management conditions that are currently in the general conditions of Schedule 1 into the air discharge permit certificate. That's an option.
It's the invitation that we make some sort of interim decision on the point.
Mr. Matheson.
Well, I'm happy to put my 2 cents in there. I guess I suppose you can read the reply, and then the panel, I guess, could consider it. I mean, the options are either the panel, an option would be the panel either adjourns it, there's an application made for a non-notified consent, and it have to be non-notified because everyone accepts there's no effects beyond the boundary. The panel then grants the non-notified consent together with the main decision, i.e. the panel gets delegated authority to decide the consent. Appreciate the council can't bind itself and say we'd non-notify, but equally, if it's effectively permitted and all the conditions are being agreed, so that's one pathway forward. That doesn't give rise to, that doesn't fix the broader regional interpretation issue. Another approach is you grant a decision and say you can't do the works until we get an air discharge permit. And then you run off and get an air discharge permit on a non-notified basis and you start the works. Or the third option is you just say, well, we think based on the interpretation, this is a sensible interpretation and we don't think one's necessary. So there's 3 ways forward, I guess.
Might give that some further thought. We'll talk closer to the end about the timing, and I think there would be time to do that. So yeah, we'll look at that before we close today as to what we do. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, panel, any other questions or points on the air discharge, the legal side of the air discharge matter?
One question from me, Chair, just on a procedural matter in terms of who would make that decision that it would be non-notified in regards to the discharge consent?
The Regional Council would have to make that decision.
Yes.
And Mr. Matheson's right. At this point, it can't bind itself to what that decision would be.
Okay. All right. Keep that in mind as well.
Thank you, sir. That's the preliminary point on the discharge consent, and I'll shortly turn to the Regional Council's planner. That's Mr. Penfold, who has provided a supplementary statement. There's one matter just briefly legally in respect of Mr. Penfold's supplementary statement that I'll touch on. There has been a legal submissions both from the applicant and also on behalf of the PALs in respect of the national policy statement for highly productive land. Mr. Penfold does also touch on the requirements of the National Environmental Standards for Freshwater. And just in respect of that, the particular clause of relevant clauses is 45D6. And that's the three-part mandatory requirement that the panel will need to determine before consent can be granted in this case. And that's that the panel, that reads a resource consent for a discretionary activity under this regulation must not be granted unless the consent authority has first A, satisfied itself that quarrying activity will provide significant national or regional benefits. Two, that it has satisfied itself there's a functional need for the quarrying activity in that location. And C, applied the effects management hierarchy. Mr. Penfold addressed that in his section 42A report, and I just raise it because there has been economic evidence provided by both Mr. Powell on his behalf and the applicant, which there is a clear conflict in the economic evidence, and it was raised in respect of the legal submissions of the PALs, only in respect of the NPS for highly productive land. I just raised that those aspects of that test in the NES freshwater also need to be satisfied by the panel, and the economic evidence may touch on that. Mr. Penfold will speak to that, and I just highlight the difference there between the NES freshwater and the test and the NPS for highly productive land, only because you've received relatively extensive submissions on the NPS as opposed to the NES. And I can talk to the NPS when Waipa District Council presents. But at this point, I'll turn to Mr. Penfold.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, panel. So I've just distributed my supplementary statement to my Section 42A report. Apologies, there was a planning malfunction. So if you turn over, you will get to the supplementary statement. And then there are three appendices. So the three appendices are in sequence. Peter Stacey, who I've got to my left here, Air Quality Expert technical memo in response to the supplementary evidence. Appendix B, which just covers off some slight amendment, three or four changes to conditions since the set issued on the 27th of May. And the third attachment is the outcome from the review of the groundwater settlement monitoring plan that was provided by the applicant a number of weeks ago, which I will talk to shortly. So the purpose of this supplementary statement is to provide an update to my Section 42A report, having heard the evidence of the applicant and submitters during the hearing back in April. Seems like a long time ago now, and obviously all the information since, including today. So in particular, the statement sets out if there's been any changes to my recommendation and relevant matters guiding that recommendation. In summary, my recommendation has not changed. In other words, my recommendation is to grant resource consent for the resource consents applied for as identified in the Section 42A report. I retain that position after considering all the evidence in front of me, both from the applicant and submitters, and note that unless I have discussed below shortly, the discussion and assessment within that Section 42A report stands. So what I mean by that is unless I cover that off shortly, everything in the Section 42A report still stands. Of course, happy to take questions on anything as it comes up. So to confirm, the supplementary statement covers topics only as they relate to the regional consents. I have, however, liaised with Mr. Whitaker to my right here and with respect to integration of the recommended conditions. in terms of the Waipawa District Council land use conditions, mainly around the ecological management aspects, which I'll come to. I've grouped the supplementary statement into the following sections. A discussion around the amended proposal and implications for the effects assessment. That includes the late change as of yesterday. I'll provide some comment on the effects assessments as a result of the applicant and submitted evidence. And that's just make the point that that's not just from the amended proposal, that's overall. That is based around four key issues. So erosion and sediment control, and I'll mention that I've got Mr. Glenn Pope, the Regional Council Specialist, who's on Zoom, available to take questions. Air quality, Mr. Stacey to my left. Groundwater take and diversion, Regional Council is available if needed, and ecology. Again, specialists are available. I'll cover off the national environmental standards for fresh water, as Council has indicated. And I should note that the body of this report was prepared as of yesterday. However, I have taken the time to cover off the key things today. So just briefly, I might read through this quickly. I think everybody's aware of what the amended proposal accounts for. So that again has been updated overnight. I've noted the change in staging. That has really come about, as will become sort of obvious later on, in terms of the timing of the restoration plantings. So previously stage 1 was year 1 to 1.7, so effectively 2 years. It's now been, stage 1 is now 4 years in duration, and I'll come back to that. Just cover off enabling works will be undertaken in advance of stage 1. So that is essentially the establishment of the sediment retention pond number 1, and just forming that processing area. So yeah, in my opinion, the implications for the regional consent sought as a result of the changes relate to erosion and sediment control, and to a lesser extent dust management matters. I do have to update that as a result of the escarpment now basically remaining as is. It's my opinion that the implications for the regional consents as a result of the changed proposal relate to erosion and sediment control only. So I'll just take you through my consideration of the effects assessments as a result of the evidence presented to the panel and as part of the hearing. This section is to be read in conjunction with the draft recommended conditions and supplementary memo as provided to the panel on the 27th of May. So I'm hoping that everyone has a set of those conditions in front of me or access to them.
Happy if you just want to jump to the substantive matters at 3.5. Understand the reasons you put the preliminary, but just...
Yep, great. So it's my opinion, after taking into account the technical memo for Mr. Glenn Pope, which you have seen, any proposed effects relating to earthworks and erosion sediment control matters can be appropriately managed by the impositioning of conditions of consent. Various amendments to the recommended conditions of consent have been made as a result of the evidence presented, and these changes with supporting explanation have been set out at page 2 of the supplementary statement on the 27th of May. I can talk to these changes if required, and Mr. Pope is available. Should ask the question if you'd like to cover that off now or at the end of my, yeah, thank you. So moving to dust management, air quality. So obviously been covered quite extensively by the applicant and submitters, and certainly directions from the panel indicate strong interest. So I have worked closely with Mr. Peter Stacey, Council's air quality expert, and Mr. Stacey has provided a technical memo dated the 27th of May, 2025. And also as a result of the recent supplementary evidence, Mr. Stacey has reviewed that, that response generally with respect to Mix Wickham, Mix Wickham's supplementary. So updated recommended conditions of consent have been provided. and I comment on the additional evidence from Mr. Stacey. And again, he's available to talk to that. I'll just cover off the key changes. And we heard this sort of less than half an hour ago. So condition 47 has set out a recommendation that RCS monitoring is completed for 3 years. So this is a change from the conditions that were provided on the 27th of May. So that is a response to Mix Wickham's request for the monitoring over the life of the quarry. And Mr. Peter Stacey, I think, is best to talk to that. And condition 33 has been amended to require the DMP to be updated prior to the commencement of each stage of operations. This enables the results of the monitoring and operational changes to be accounted for. This also negates the need for a costly and time-costly variation or Section 127 process. Having reviewed the evidence of the applicant and submitters and accounting for Mr. Stacey's memoranda, it is my opinion that dust effects relating from the proposal can be adequately managed by the imposition of conditions of consent. And I touched on that earlier. However, there are a considerable number of conditions relating to dust management and air quality, and they can be reformatted if required. Given this air discharge permit requirements, I believe that has been covered off. Comment on the reformatting of the conditions. Moving on to groundwater take and diversion. So at the completion of day 3 of the hearing, it's my opinion that there were 3 matters of uncertainty in relation to effects relating to groundwater take and the diversion of groundwater. We've heard from the millers earlier today. There was a response from the applicant previously that there would be an agreed condition in conjunction with the millers. I believe that is not likely to be forthcoming. Nevertheless, we do have a condition of consent that covers it off, and in my view, that's adequate. There's also a suitable condition of consent. Well, the second matter is a suitable condition of consent relating to the uncertainty of impacts of the water supply at 143 T-Rail Road, and that was also to be volunteered by the applicant, and the need for a groundwater monitoring plan. These matters have been generally accounted for in the revised set of conditions provided on the 27th of May. And I update that there may be an update or response to these proposed recommended conditions provided by the applicant. I understand that it's likely to be coming in closing submissions from the applicant this afternoon. I note that as a result of the groundwater monitoring and contingency plan that was submitted to council, there was an internal regional council review process that needed to be undertaken on with that plan. And as a result of that process and the technical response to that, the outcome of that process is appended to the supplementary statement. It's quite a technical document, however, it's appended for the record. And as a result of the review process, there are recommended changes to conditions 20 and 21. These changes are set out as a snapshot, of the conditions, and those changes are included in Appendix B. That generally relates to, and this also responds to Commissioner Phillips' questions, I believe, earlier today, where I think she picked up the requirements to integrate with the geotechnical reporting. And I'll come back to that towards the end of my statement today. In summary, it's my opinion that effects relating to the groundwater take and or diversion resulting from the proposal can be adequately managed with the imposition of conditions of consent. Now, ecology effects, through the hearing and also this morning, there's been further clarity sought on the ecological management plan. The applicant has provided additional information provided on the 13th of May, and I've worked with Mr. Whitaker to amend our recommended conditions to suit. Those were set out as conditions 65 to 72 in the 27th of May version. I note that as set out in condition 68, the timing of habitat restoration and enhancement relating to wetland loss is required to be commenced prior to stage 2 commencing. However, upon further review of the updated staging proposed by the applicant, stage 2 is now proposed to be at year 4. The original intent of the condition was to ensure that wetland restoration was commenced early in the quarry operations, which, as I noted earlier, was originally 1.7 years. Hence, I've recommended a further amendment to revert back to that time frame to ensure that restoration / compensation is commenced early in the project, and that amended condition is included in Appendix B. While it was landscape evidence, it's my view that the visualisations provided by the applicant this morning were quite helpful in terms of showing that the timing of that planting was, it matches the visualisations. So it's my understanding, and the applicant can confirm this later today, that is the intention of the applicant, that restoration planting will be early in the project. Excuse me. So just moving on to the National Environmental Standards for Fresh Water. So cover off this in 2 sections, the significance of regional benefits and the functional need test. So as set out in my section 42A report, it's my opinion, having accounted for the applicant's economics assessment, that the proposal satisfies the mandatory requirement of the NES freshwater for significant regional benefits. I reconfirm that after considering the evidence of Mr. Green for the submitter and the rebuttal evidence of Mr. McElrath, I confirm that my position has not changed. However, I do note the following. Mr. Green's evidence was comprehensive. However, in my view, it provided limited assistance to addressing the key question as to whether or not the activity provided a significant regional benefit. The evidence appeared to suggest that the applicant's assessment was based on incorrect inputs and as a result should not be relied on. There was not an alternative assessment available either by monetary value or otherwise. In my opinion, the interrelationship with the data provided by the applicant and the interpretation of that data by Mr. Green has led to considerable uncertainty and difficulty in deciphering the evidence. I anticipate that the applicant will respond to the submitter's evidence in their closing. As it may be of use to the panel for informing their decision making, I have taken a sliding scale approach to the economics evidence. I make that statement clearly as I am certainly not an economics expert. And I sort of make in passing the comment that having an economics expert representing the regional council, I don't think would have been particularly helpful either. However, moving on from that, if the applicant's assessment has shown approximately 180 million of regional benefits, and one alternative scenario being that the realised benefits are, say, 50% of that amount, then in my opinion, that still represents a significant regional benefit, being $90 million. There is, of course, the sliding scale in the positive. So there is potential for the realised benefits to be greater than that estimated. Moving to the functional need. So with respect to the NES freshwater, there is a requirement for the functional need for the quarry activity in this location. I reconfirm that my position has not changed as set out in my section 42A report, i.e. there is a functional need. I acknowledge that there has been evidence presented by the submitters and that in their view, as there are alternative locations and alternative methods available to the applicant, there is no functional need for the quarry to be located at this location. That evidence has been presented in the context of the requirements of the NPS highly productive land and has been addressed by, or will be addressed by Mr. Whitaker for Waipā District Council. In my opinion, the NPS HPL requirements are not the same as the requirements for the NES freshwater. And I just refer the panel to the relevant clause of the NPS highly productive land, clause 3.9J. And Mr. Whitaker will explore that further. In my opinion, and as set out in my section 42A report, the functional need test applies at the site scale and does not require an applicant to avoid an entire location due to the potential of alternative locations being available to available to it elsewhere, i.e. elsewhere in the region. In this case, the applicant had identified the location as being suitable for its needs, and the functional need test applies to where the wetland environment is located. In this case, in the course of the quarrying activity, there is no alternative to extract the resource without impacting the wetlands due to the presence of a wider aquifer within the proposed resource area, and the site being constrained by the Karapiro River to the north, State Highway 1 to the south, and private property to the east and west. Removing the resource further inland, south, from these wetlands would cut off the groundwater source and would result in the drainage of these wetlands and would ultimately have the same effect as destroying them. I guess I note there that retaining the escarpment also makes no difference due to the presence of the aquifer. I make that comment just obviously because of the proposal has changed. So accordingly, it's my opinion that the mandatory and functional need in this case has been satisfied. There are 3 legs to that test. The third leg being that the effects hierarchy has been applied. That has not changed from my section 42 overall. So last section, I have taken the time to listen this morning and have picked up a few things. So just in terms of the landscape questioning and certification of the sufficiency of plant growth prior to commencing stage 5, I mean, my view is generally that this is best placed within the land use consents to be considered by the Waipa District Council. However, they could equally sit within the Regional Council set around the EMP requirements. It's my view that the habitat restoration and ecological plan can be certified and implemented in a way that requires specific requirements. Now, I suspect there'll be potentially a response from the applicant this afternoon on that. Erosion and sediment control changes as a result of the escarpment remaining. So in my view, this is not a substantive matter and can be addressed in the certification process pre-construction. So there are, you could call them standard regional council conditions, conditions 3 and 4, that require an updated erosion and sediment or a construction phase erosion and sediment control plan to be certified by the council pre-construction. This erosion and sediment control plan may also require details around a buffer for stage 5 and the plantings as queried earlier. It would, however, be good practice for our specialists to review any amended plans and methodology, and this would inform final decision making and potential changes to conditions. I note that there was a question earlier around the ground contours and the batter down to the gully adjacent to sediment retention pond number 1. In my view, this has been addressed by the geotechnical conditions, condition 10C. That condition was actually added in. That's in the 27th of May set, and those conditions, Commissioner Phillips had picked up on some queries around the geotechnical certification. So we've included those. We had included those, and I believe that covers off the queries from this morning. And the groundwater management plan, which again was discussed this morning. It's my understanding that those I've covered those above and are now in the amended conditions 15 and 16. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comprehensive nature of your supplementary comments and the consideration you've given to the various matters that have arisen. It's very helpful. When we come up to the afternoon break, we may come back. I might just have a chat to the panel over the break and come back to you. One thing that just does pop up for now, just in regard to the economic issue that you raised at 4.2, I raised earlier today this sort of, what's your understanding of, well, does the proportion of concrete quality sand, if I can call it that, to the overall sand to be extracted, does that inform your opinion in that regard? I think hopefully it's apparent that the panel's a bit confused on that point at the moment.
Yes, I think I have to acknowledge that I may not be much use to you there. I think that is a question for the applicant. Yeah, it's quite a technical.
That's fair. Okay, thank you.
I apologise for that. I'd love to.
Sorry, the point I guess I'm asking you is, what's your assumption in making your assessment that your position hasn't changed as to the economic assessment satisfying the mandatory requirements of the NES freshwater?
Yeah, so I dwelt on this for some time. Obviously, we heard the evidence from the applicant and the submitter. It was complex, to say the least. There are obviously with economics reporting, it's based on a lot of assumptions. It's based on truck movements. It's based on the quantities of material as you've described. The best way for me as a non-expert was to look at it in a sliding, like I've described here, like a sliding scale. So there are a number of assumptions that could be wrong at any one point. And so at what point do we move away from the $180 million that's been put forward by the applicant? When I say that the submitter's evidence wasn't particularly helpful for me, there was no real alternative provided in that space. So I've used that sliding scale analogy to potentially provide some help to the panel in terms of their interpretation of the evidence, and also potentially hearing from the applicant later today.
I just wonder whether I can, just so that in case you want to talk about it over the break. So the short answer to the misunderstanding about the 90% issue is 90% of the geological material is feedstock for concrete sand. After processing, the percentage of concrete sand is 45%. All of the economic assessment has been done correctly on 45% of concrete sand. So all the references by Mr. Green to 90% of concrete sand is as a result of misreading Appendix C, which quite clearly says that it's the resource percentage, not the process percentage. So if that answers the question, to get concrete sand, you need to process out other non-suitable material and pebbles and everything else. And so the remainder amount is 45% concrete sand, and that was what the economic assessment has been based on. And the transport. And the transport and everything else. And Mr. Hining's evidence. Yeah. As I said, I've written that down, and if you look at the heading of Appendix C that's referred to, that makes it clear, but that's just a complete misunderstanding by Mr. Green, and it has seems to have caused some confusion, because he then said, oh, well, it's 90% concrete sand, so that has to go everywhere else, and you haven't done that. And
sorry, Mr. Matheson, Appendix C to what?
It was the A. It was section, I think it was to a Section 92 response. Or sorry, AEE. I've got the reference in the closing submission.
The AEE Appendix C.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yes, okay.
I'll get you the exact reference.
Yes, okay, thank you. All right, panel, was there any immediate question you wanted to raise now, just before we take the break, and we can...
Yeah, sorry, can I just clarify, when you say it's 45% processed, so this is before it leaves site?
Yeah, I'll get my...
Where is the processing undertaken? Because I guess the economic assessment is, part of it is around how it is distributed.
Yeah, the processing's undertaken in the processing area.
On site.
Yeah.
It's not done at a concrete batching. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
We'll take the break. We've scheduled 2:15. All right. If we could, we'll get started by 2:25. Works for everybody at the latest. So carry on then. Thank you. Thank you. I just had one more question for you, Ms. Penfold. At 5.1, you propose that your specialist, is that Mr. Pope? Or was that WDC's expert?
Erosion and sediment control,
Yes.
is Mr. Pope?
Yes.
Yep.
To review amended plans and methodology to inform a final decision making. I'm thinking ahead here to what information the applicant's going to provide. So I think it's relatively minor, but there'd be new ESCP plans. I'm not sure if Southern Skies need to update, but the plans would be updated. Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
there?
yes, yeah. I suspect there's possibly only one drawing that might need to be updated. The methodology, not likely to change too much, but it's probably just comment on infiltration.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. I just need to build that into where we get to it for the adjournment today. All right, panel, were there any other questions for Mr. Penfold at this point? No, okay. Now, take an opportunity to just review was Mr. Stacey next? Yes, so just taking the opportunity to review this additional memorandum, and thank you for that, which is additional to the one that you provided earlier as well. So appreciate that. And you've impressively covered some of the matters that we've only just heard recently. So again, that's appreciated. So I've read that. If you just want to take us through it, you don't need to read it direct, but if you'd like to paraphrase just the key points that you want to draw our attention, that would be helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, the first memo really is just trying to identify the areas of disagreement and try and narrow them down and make it a little bit easier for you to see where they actually existed. And I think that Mix Wickham's latest piece of evidence sort of helped with that. I think it's been narrowed down further. And then today, hearing her speak, I think there's only a few sort of outstanding issues. Mix Wickham was concerned around some of the uncertainty in terms of the testing of crystalline silica, and commented on the fact that some of the values were higher than what was originally presented by Mr. Curtis. But if you look at all of the data, the average average proportion of crystalline silica is fairly similar to what Mr. Curtis originally outlined in his assessment. And I think, overall that's the average is a better value to base the assessment on, given that crystalline silica is it's the chronic exposure over long periods of time that causes health effects. So, ultimately, I didn't think any of that information changed anything in terms of the findings of Mr. Curtis's assessment. The next thing I commented on was just the length for time for RCS monitoring. I've not seen a consent condition that consent for any quarry in New Zealand that requires RCS monitoring for a period of a year or more. So this would be something quite novel and new. I certainly don't think there's anything in the Waikato, any quarries, especially sand quarries, that require it. So I just want to let you know that it's not something that's widespread and you would see a lot of. I originally thought that one year would be sufficient just to cover it off more than anything. I don't see there being a particularly high risk in terms of RCS, but the monitoring was, in some ways, I agreed to it because I thought that it would help satisfy concerns from the community. On reflection, I think that could be strengthened and increased out to 3 years, especially sort of thinking about the first year where it's sort of really setting up the quarry and probably doesn't represent our worst case. But just thinking about it a bit more, with what Mix Wickham said, you probably want to do a background here as well so that you can establish what is just coming from the natural environment. So I think ultimately that would I would recommend that that gets pushed out to 4 years. I think 4 years, I think you need to do the 1 year of background and then you do 3 years once the quarry is operational. I apologise, that's something I hadn't and sort of thought about previously. If after 3 years the monitoring shows less than detects or very low concentrations of RCS, then I think it's entirely reasonable that that monitoring could be stopped. And given what I said previously, that there aren't any quarries in the country that I can think of that have this ongoing requirement to do RCS monitoring. There's, in terms of what guideline to assess RCS against, and traditionally in New Zealand, it has been against the OICHA 3 microgram annual average. This new value, I say it's new value, it's actually been around since 2009, but no one seems to have picked up on it before, and I've never seen it being used as assessment criteria for any quarries in New Zealand. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter because hearing from Ms. Wickham today, she wasn't advocating for that to be set as a consent limit. She referred to it more as a value that you report against. So, and I mean, I don't have any issue with that. At the end of the day, you're going to have to do some monitoring. You're going to have to write a report, and then you're going to have to compare that against some assessment criteria. So, I guess what potentially there is an issue if you find that concentrations are slightly above say the 0.27, but less than the 3, and you're sort of in this kind of area where, well, what happens then? What is the implications of that? Does that trigger some other form of assessment? I don't think that's what Ms. Wickham was suggesting. I think it was more purely around just collecting information and being transparent with the data. With the WHO guideline, in Mr. Curtis's evidence, he outlined that recent Environment Court decision where they said it would be, in the decision they said it would be premature for these guidelines to be adopted as assessment criteria, and I agree with that. But regardless, again, it's so similar to the 0.27. It's not, Ms. Wickham's not promoting it as a new consent limit. It's just you do the monitoring and you compare it against that value. But I'm fairly confident that the quarry could comply with either of those values if they run the quarry well. I think it's entirely possible that the annual average would be below the 15. The adaptive management for STEM. So yeah, one of the other issues wasn't raised today, again, I don't think, but I know it was around whether or not you have certain values as specific consent limits, or if you provide some flexibility and for those to be in the dust management plan. I consider that things like speed limits and trigger limits for implementing mitigation, you need to have some flexibility to move them. And going through a 127 process to do that is quite cumbersome. Things like speed limits, that's sometimes just not a black and white number. If it's 15 or 10, it might be, well, this section of the quarry, you want to have this speed limit because might be a little bit like a higher speed limit if you're further away from where receptors are. If you're running close to where receptors are, then you have a different lower speed limit. So you need to build in some flexibility, and I just don't think through consent conditions is the right way to do that. The same with trigger limits for mitigation or stop work. You may specify a value at the moment, which you think is a good value, but over time it might find that that's maybe too high or too low, and you just want to be able to adapt it. And it's not a process where you can just change the DMP. There is a certification process with regional council that they would have to go through. The DMP has to be prepared by a suitably qualified experienced practitioner, and the same council will have to review that, and someone qualified would have to approve that. So, yeah, my view is that some of these values there needs to be an allowance for them to be in the dust management plan. Availability of data to the public. I think there are some examples where raw data is provided to the public, but that data generally is data collected by councils. I've not seen much in the way of consent holders having to provide a web portal where their data is uploaded. I have issues with it in terms of, and Mix Wickham explained them, where you have someone goes out and does a calibration on a particular day and you have a spike. And I'm concerned that members of the public might interpret that as being, of concern. I guess it's similar to, if you get your blood tests and you see your cholesterol levels above, whatever the threshold is, you trying to interpret that when there may be a good reason for it. So I think a better way of doing it is just to the reporting. I put the monitoring data in a report where somebody qualified can actually explain what the data means, and that could be provided to the public so they can actually get a better handle of what's going on. Some of the other things was about the loss of the top of the escarpment, and I see that that's going to be retained, so it's no longer, doesn't appear to be an issue. And the last one, there was a submission from Ian Hayton regarding PM 2.5 emissions, and I just explained there that that PM 2.5 isn't a significant emission from this type of activity. The only appreciable amounts of PM 2.5 are likely to just come from combustion, vehicle combustion from vehicles accessing the site. And so, yeah, I think his concern there, PM 2.5 isn't an issue.
Okay. Thank you. Just three questions. Just on this point of the duration of monitoring, 1 year, 3 years, so forth. And what you say about that not being applied to other quarries, and I'm thinking here about the evidence that Mr. Powell provided last session about example quarries, and this was around bunding and screening and distances and so forth. Are any of these quarries that you're benchmarking as close to a receiver as the case will be here in respect to the Miller property? And if not, is that a relevant distinction to be made in terms of that, I guess, the precedent that you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, that's a question. That receptor is very close. I think most of the quarries I think of generally have larger separation distances. I don't have the information to me on the Yaldhurst study to work out where those monitors were in relation to quarrying activities to compare it against. That would be potentially quite useful.
Is there an opportunity here, or an opportunity, but a process? So later on you say, if the results demonstrate that ambient RCS concentrations do not pose a health concern, it'd be appropriate to discontinue. Does the opposite also hold true, that monitoring might find it to be at the limits beyond an issue?
Yes.
So that the monitoring would continue beyond 3 years as a result?
Definitely. If you
is
found,
are the mechanics of the conditions set up to do that though?
I think it says the words something along the line of at least 3 years. So
right.
Yeah, potentially
At
there
least,
could be some tweaking of the words to, to provide for an extension if the concentrations were significant or close to the limits.
Okay. And just my other question was just that you indicated that reports could be made publicly available, not raw data, real-time raw data, but the report that's required by the conditions. Just thinking about how that would be available to the public, because it's one thing to have it prepared and submitted to the council. How does the public know, and how does the public access that? Is that? something that's relatively
Oh, I mean,
forward?
There is a community liaison group. I mean, that seems like the most appropriate place to share that document.
Okay, yes.
And I think given the guidelines are annualized guidelines that, once a year would be appropriate.
Sorry, just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding there.
Yes.
There is no community liaison group proposed because I think there's only 2 neighbours. We can make the reports available directly to each of the neighbours if they want.
Okay.
So
Yes.
that
All right.
might be more straightforward.
Yes, all right. Could we have a note that the conditions need to accommodate?
Yeah,
that?
no, happy to, yep, that's fine.
Okay, all right. Panel, any questions, Mr. Stacey?
Yep, I've got a few. But just picking up on Mr. Matheson's comment there, I imagine that the results of the monitoring would be of interest to wider than those 2 near neighbours, given the interest in this application as a whole. And so it is an option just to have those annual reports on the website for the company,
I mean, I on the face of it, I don't see an issue with that type of approach. I mean, I guess if you're comparing it against providing raw data to the public, which requires interpretation, then it has to be done through a report where someone's actually explained what the results mean.
Yeah. I mean, I have seen examples of portals, public sort of portals, if you like, for companies where they have provided essentially an interpreted version of the information in an easy to understand format, that sort of thing. But that's an example. Anyway, on to my actual question. So just picking up, Mr. Stacey, on your comment again about the duration. And you sort of said after 3 years, if they don't exceed the 3 microgram per cubic meter, but surely the greatest risk is going to be when they at stage 5. So you're not recommending any, well, because they're going to be taking down the wall, the gully, and continuing to operate, and you won't have the gully wall there to mitigate effects. So,
well, I mean, yeah. First of all, I don't think that the gully wall provides a huge difference in terms of dust mitigation, but you're going to establish a pretty good relationship between PM10 and RCS concentrations over the years of monitoring you're going to do at the end. So,
okay, so is that captured? Is that the requirement to establish that relationship? Is that captured in the consents? Conditions, sorry? Conditions?
Not as it's written, no.
Yeah, so maybe, do you think that's something that should be included?
I'd have to think about it some more, to be honest with you.
I guess what I'm thinking is that there would be a requirement to continue to monitor PM10. Is that correct?
Is that there is a requirement to monitor PM10 over the life of the consent?
Yeah.
Yes.
So if the PM10 is going to be used it could be used as a surrogate for the RCS, if a good relationship could be. So that could perhaps be a compromise to undertaking, life of mine, life of quarry monitoring of RCS.
Yeah, to me, that is a reasonable compromise between having to do that over the life of the quarry.
Okay.
If that relationship could be established over the first 3 years.
Yes. And this whole thing about we'll start with the TCEQ versus the OEHHA. Just thinking about, I guess I'm just thinking about it from all of this from a risk perspective. And whether, obviously the TCEQ is an order of magnitude lower than the OEHHA value, and is reflecting a different risk profile, because one is about carcinogens and one is not. Is it your view that the risk from RCS is so low that you can take a less precautionary approach in terms of the guideline?
Well, I guess in the first instance, yeah, I'm not a health risk expert, so yeah, I can't really comment too much on that 0.27 other than, you know, it's a new value that McSwickham's raised, but it hasn't ever been sort of that value hasn't been applied to any quarry application that I'm aware of. And I guess McSwickham was just suggesting that it's reported against. So I think it potentially maybe that feeds into the decision on when the monitoring can end. If you, I mean, it's easy if you do the first 3 years of monitoring and you get less than detects. But maybe it becomes slightly more challenging if you get 2.5.
Yeah.
How you write that into a condition, I'm not sure.
Yes, yeah. Well, I guess that's when I was listening to Mix Wickham, I guess that was where I was thinking, oh, is this a trigger value? But,
yeah.
But you heard her response, no, it's just a reporting.
Just to report it, yeah.
But as you've quite rightly said, what if it is between those two values? Then what do you do? Yeah. I mean, as a scientist, I know the answer to that question, but I'm not here as a scientist. I'm here as a decision maker. In terms of, you know, it would be a trigger, but anyway. And the same goes with the NZAA QG and that WHO guideline. I kind of feel like you're perhaps a little bit on the fence with that one, are you? Or because you said you're no fundamental issue with the approach.
If it's just a matter of reporting against that value, then I mean that appears to be okay to me. But I would hate to be that value to be taken as a pass fail,
yes,
and adopted as a consent limit, especially that, you know, that would fly in the face of that Environment Court decision.
Yes, okay, all right. I think that's, and hold on, just heard. I'll ask this question to you as well, although I appreciate you're not a geologist, and I guess that's one of the questions that I had from the results of the analysis of silica levels was, you know, the variability and the representativeness of those samples. And are you able to comment anything about, you know, as you dig down, as you excavate, is there likely to be a significant change in the silica content of the material that is brought to the surface, and therefore potentially greater risk?
I don't know the answer to that question, but it appeared like based on those visual drawings showing how the quarry is going to progress over it appeared that it would go down to its final depth over the first 3 years, I think, or 3 or 4 years. So obviously the RCS monitoring would reflect that if you, I mean, and I don't know what depths those boreholes were, but if you went deeper and say it was substantially higher than what's been reported, then you would expect that would show up in the ambient RCS monitoring results.
Yeah, I mean, is it worth having a condition requiring confirmation of silica content
across the resource?
Yeah, at different depths in particular.
I don't know what's involved in that process at all.
Yeah.
I don't know how difficult it was for them to do those 3 bore samples. I don't know how challenging it would be to repeat that exercise and
I guess I'm just thinking from a risk perspective, you know, a risk mitigation perspective, preempting potential issues. But
I can probably help there, Commissioner. We've got the bore logs which we can provide. So
I appreciate you've already got that information. I was talking about as you progress.
Right, but what I was just about to say, that we've got the bore logs, and the samples that were tested were composite samples from each of the 3 different levels. So we have addressed in the samples that have been done, different depths of the resource on the site at the three locations.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Matheson. I guess the problem is that composite samples, there's no indication of what proportion of each type of, each soil type was actually there. So we don't, they're not actually necessarily that helpful if you're looking at a particular depth to composite samples. So, but thank you, appreciate that. Thank you. No further questions, Chair, thanks.
Yeah, today we heard from the Cambridge Community Board the great responsibility, I guess, they take in terms of caring for the welfare of the wider Cambridge community. It just seems to me they should be afforded the monitoring information as well. So I thought I'd just highlight that.
Okay, I see no issue in that.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Stacey. Yes, Mr. Penfold.
Mr. Chair, if I can just potentially respond to a question from Commissioner Phillips in terms of the condition or a potential condition around the outcomes of the monitoring that's underway continuously, including the RCS. So just at Appendix B of my supplementary statement, I've just proposed a change to condition 33. The intention of those changes are for the DMP to be resubmitted prior to the next stage commencing, and that revised DMP will account for the results of the monitoring. Just wondering if that's helpful to the panel.
Thank you. I think that addresses that issue quite well. Thank you for drawing our attention to that.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Right. Is there anyone else from the Regional Council presenting today?
We had Mr. Pope available for questions on erosion and sediment control.
Yes,
too sure if that's still.
So we had he's online, is he?
He is?
Yes, we had his memorandum. So we had that ahead of time. A question that arose out of that was, where did you get that report, the Southern Skies report from? So we've got that now. So we understand what his assessment was then based on. So I mean, that wasn't raising any issues with the erosion sediment control. I think he still requires the conditions that were opposed at the last hearing. But I think measuring turbidity. Oh, there is. Mr. Pope, I think your memo requires the conditions measuring potential turbidity from the SRP, the potential overflow from the SRP. We heard evidence previously from the applicant's witnesses as to why they didn't think that was necessary. Have I got that issue right in my mind, that this was something that you had proposed, the applicant was opposed to, but you remain of the view that it's still necessary? I'm sorry, I can't remember the condition number.
Yeah, I believe that's condition, oh, sorry, I'm on set. Was it 15? Yeah. Yep. Yes.
And so sorry, can you just remind us, I mean, I think the applicant's approach was, if it got to the point where the SRP's discharging, and I don't know that we have a discharge provision for that, but if it was, there would be so much turbidity in the stream environment that it wouldn't be measurable.
I think it was that, yeah, that the way the applicant has designed their erosion and sediment control
revolves around a lot of soakage on the site. So in the instance that there might be runoff to the SRP, it would be in a quite a large rainfall event. And if that was the case, it's more than likely that what might be coming down the Karapiro stream is probably in excess of what the standard is in the required in the regional plan, which I think for the Karapiro stream is 25 grams per cubic metre. I guess the position of the regional council is that there should be a compliance standard in relation to the discharges, and that situation that is explained by Mr. Stewart is allowed for in terms of the wording of condition 16, where if the total suspended solids in that stream is higher than 25 grams per cubic metre, then any discharges from the site shouldn't increase it any further. I think overall, I wouldn't see a barrier to compliance, and I think the regional council's position is that there should be a compliance standard for discharges to the Karapiro stream, and I'm supportive of that view.
Sorry, I've just, in the interest of time, I've just had attention drawn to the fact we've agreed with that. So
Oh, sorry.
I don't, and I appreciate you wouldn't have seen our marked up, but I think we're suggesting slightly different wording, but the context is agreed, just in case that helps.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Did you foresee any issues just with the change to what we're expecting to see in terms of ESCP with the gully wall staying intact through to stage 5?
No, I don't. I don't think I don't see that any specific issue that arises from that, except that we just need to have the plans updated to account for it.
Yes. Okay. All right. Just panel, any questions for Mr. Pope?
Yep, I do actually. I've got a couple, and they all focus around this discharge conditions, which I fully understand what it all means and everything. But I guess I was a little confused as to why there was a discharge concession, and this may be just because I'm not a planner, and a land use consent, and so it sort of seemed a little bit out of place to me. But I mean, is this the right consent for it to be in?
I believe it's
actually the land use consent. Yeah, there is actually a water consent as well.
Yeah, I might be best placed to answer.
Yeah, thank you.
So the Waikato Regional Council regional plan has a hybrid set of rules for land use and discharge.
Okay.
So the rules apply. The erosion and sediment control requirements are sitting under that hybrid rule.
Okay, thank you. That makes it clear. I knew there must have been a reason for it, but I just couldn't quite understand it. The other thing is that so this is all, the conditions are based on the premise that you are going to be able to detect the changes or detect any discharge, and the only way to do that is if you monitor. And there's no actual, that I could see, no condition specifically requiring monitoring of Karapiro stream. So I was just wondering what the mechanism for these conditions to be met. The closest I could see is in terms of the maintenance at 2012, it says maintenance of, you've got to check your erosion and sediment control structures. But that doesn't actually trigger a requirement to monitor in the stream. So if there's no requirement to monitor in the stream, you're never going to be able to detect this, any effect.
That's true. Yes, I agree with that, and did have discussions with Waikato Regional Council staff around this. The initial premise from the application was a no discharge situation.
Exactly.
Based on soakage, and we all agreed that the chances of a discharge from SRP1 over the short time frame that it would be in place would be limited but not zero. And therefore, if there was going to be discharges, that we should have a compliance standard that would allow for the council to, for instance, if there was a complaint or through their normal monitoring, they found that there was some sort of discharge happening that was not what was expected, that they would have some way of that being able to be measured.
So you're saying it's up to the council to measure it, not the applicant?
No, not necessarily. Yes, you're right, Commissioner. There is no requirement in the consent conditions for monitoring.
Yeah, and I mean, I have seen, you know, there's plenty of examples of rainfall trigger monitoring responses.
Yes.
You know, if you've got rainfall above a certain rate, then which would relate more directly to that monitoring, or, you know, this checking of the erosion sediment control structures. Because it's just at the moment, in my opinion, the way that it is written, there's no way of ensuring compliance with that unless the council goes out and does monitoring. So yeah, okay, got my point across, I think.
Sure.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yep. And that's all I have on sediment. I think, yeah, there's just a few minor. I appreciate there's going to be other versions of it, so there'll be sort of tidying about references to which conditions actually relate to which other conditions and that sort of thing. Thank you, Chair.
The PALs were proposing or seeking additional bunding on that northern wall at the beginning of the quarry development. Do you see any sediment or erosion issues with that?
Not necessarily, except to say that the same methodology that the applicant has applied for the other screening bunds should be in place during construction of those screening bunds, should they be required, or, you know, when they are constructed, which relies on progressive stabilisation to ensure that there's no runoff occurring from those during construction.
Thank you. Ms. Penfold, just going back to this hybrid rule matter, the structure of that provision as a land use consent still allows council to apply a duration limit to the consent, as you've got here.
Yes. Yep.
It does.
Yep.
Right, okay.
Does.
All right. Thank you. Was that all the witnesses that we're going to hear from?
Yes. I mean, we have other regional council specialists available, but I don't believe there's any questions on that. Those minutes.
They had nothing they wanted to add to the assessments. Very good.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
I actually did have, because we're covering off on, because obviously we didn't actually get to hear the witnesses, the council witnesses at the first couple of days of hearing, and therefore I had a question for Mr. Blaney. Is he available?
He is available.
Yes.
Waipa.
Thank you.
INSC regional. Sorry.
Yes. Oh, he's Waipa. I beg your pardon. Sorry. Yes. Sorry. Talk about hybrids.
Yes. Okay. All right. So I think that's everything for the regional council.
That is the reply for the regional council.
Yes.
So turning to the district council, Mr. Whitaker is here, and he has a supplementary statement in terms of planning. And just to confirm, there is also Mr. Inder for transport, Mr. Blaney, ecology, and Mr. May in respective landscape, who are all present as well. I'll turn shortly to Mr. Whitaker, and I understand his supplementary statement is just being handed out. The only legal point I wish to address briefly is just in the panel has heard detailed submissions from Mr. Matheson and also on behalf of the PALs, just in respect of the National Policy Statement for highly productive land. And I'll just touch very briefly on the fact that the NPS does provide a pathway through the avoid policy if the panel is satisfied that the factual tests are met, that is whether there's a functional or operational need for the use or development, and whether the aggregate extraction provides significant national or regional public benefit that could not otherwise be achieved using resources within New Zealand. So those are factual tests, and the panel has heard economic evidence, which is obviously conflicting on that. Mr. Whitaker will speak to that briefly. The only point I wish to make in respect of that, and it would only be if you weren't satisfied in respect of that two-part test, is then whether or not that was fatal to the application. It is different to the NES for freshwater, which provides mandatory obligations that must be satisfied. Under the NPS, it is a matter that must that the panel must have regard to pursuant to 1041B of the RMA. So Mr. Matheson gave relatively detailed submissions on that in his opening address, and referred to the various Supreme Court cases on avoid policies. Mr. Whitaker does make the point, and it is in my submission relevant, that it is a finite term of consent. There are conditions proposed for rehabilitation, and also the size of the overall development would need to be taken into account. Mr. Whitaker will present his supplementary statement now. I should note there is also some.
But just on that point, essentially what you're saying, your legal submission, if you like, is to endorse what we heard from Mr. Matheson?
In respect of the have regard to, as opposed to the give effect to, when you're looking at the overall weighting under 104, you'd only get to that if you're not satisfied that there's a pathway through when considering the national policy statement for highly productive land, because it does, if the panel is satisfied there's a functional or operational need for the activity and there's a significant regional benefit, then the avoid policy would not apply, because the avoid, the NPS says that it must be avoided if it's an inappropriate use. And if you're satisfied there's a functional or operational need and there's a significant regional benefit, then it would not be an inappropriate use. So that's the, I guess, the factual matter that the panel would have to be satisfied of. And look, in terms of legal submissions, that's a determination for the panel based on the expert evidence that you have heard. The points where I'd endorse the submissions on the applicant is only if you were not satisfied that those factual tests were met in terms of the NPS is what happens next. Is that fatal to the application, or is this a matter to be weighed up under Section 104 of the Act, along with everything else? And that's where Mr. Matheson has set out in some detail the East-West Link case, what the Supreme Court said there, and the fact that this is a policy as opposed to a rule, noting it as a directive policy.
Finding under the NES freshwater would lead you down a particular outcome on the HPL?
The NES freshwater is a separate legal test.
Yes.
So that isn't.
But it's also talking about functional.
It talks
need.
about functional need, and it also talks about significant regional benefit. So aspects of the factual test are the same. If the panel wasn't satisfied that the three-part test in the NES freshwater was met, that would be fatal, because that is a mandatory consideration as opposed to the NPS. So it's something just to be made quite clear legally, is that the wording of the NES for freshwater as opposed to the NPS for highly productive land.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Whitaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was actually going to propose that we have our. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I was actually proposing that perhaps it would be best to have the technical witnesses present first and then my planning statement come up at the end, but I'm happy to go first if you would prefer that. I guess my concluding planning statement is the overall recommendation. So I was proposing perhaps I would go at the end.
Briefly looking through these fulsome statements, thank you. We're probably going to need some paraphrasing in order for us to get through the matters today. I don't think we want to extend to another day, so I'm sure you realise that, but we will certainly be reading these in detail. So if I can ask you to, don't want to truncate your presentations unreasonably, but I'll leave it to you to just, if you can help us with just traversing them as efficiently as possible, that would be helpful, without leaving out any key points that you want to make.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairperson. To that end, I think if we do have our technical experts present first, and then I'll go at the end.
Thank you.
Mr. Andrew Blaney prepared his review memo in terms of the terrestrial ecology matters. Mr. Blaney hasn't prepared any further material to present to you, but he is available for any questions in terms of terrestrial ecology. Mr. Blaney has also received the material that was presented this morning in terms of the changes to the planting plan. So he has had the opportunity to review that and is able to respond to questions on that. So if we hear from Mr. Blaney first, then I think from Mr. Mayer in terms of landscape, then Mr. Inder in terms of traffic, and then myself in terms of planning.
Sorry, what was the last document from Mr. Blaney? I'm just trying to remember if I've seen it. Sorry?
That would have been the statement which was attached to the 42A report.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yes, okay.
You got a copy of that?
Yep, I've got it in front of me. So as Mr. Whitaker said, I'm just sort of available for questions, really. I haven't prepared anything to present to you or in response to anything that's come up.
Is there anything arising from the applicant's updated EMP that's affects any aspects of your original assessment?
No, I think the updates to the EMP just provide a bit more detail in areas that weren't present. So it's helped sort of confirm my original assessment, I think.
Okay. And obviously there's some more detail in there around plant species, the spacings, the things that we were interested in last time. Those are all reasonably standard or meet with what you would expect to be provided?
Yes, the species are kind of what I expect for that sort of environment. The planting densities that have been stated are appropriate in terms of wetlands, different types of sort of opal wetland being 1 metre spacing, 0.5 metre spacing for seepage wetlands, and then the floodplain forest around a 1.5, which I see the density they put there is 6,666 plants per hectare. It would normally be 4,500 to 5,200 for 1.5 spacing, but I think they've accounted for a slope factor. So I think they've accounted for a slope factor in that density. So no, they all check out.
And there's no aspects coming up from our questions earlier today. Raise any issues from your perspective?
Probably the only thing that I might make myself available for questions on the sort of conversations around plant growth and plant type in that gully as sort of represented by those visual, what would we call them, visual assessments or depictions? Yeah, if you wanted to ask about sort of vegetation type or anything, or if there was anything outstanding that I could assist with.
No, that's fine. I think, well, certainly from my perspective, the key question was the extent to which those species lead to landscape outcomes. But I think you're satisfied that from an ecology perspective, what's been presented will be
and
adequate?
I don't typically have a problem with planting achieving a dual purpose as long as the ecology values and outcomes aren't compromised. Yeah.
Panel, any questions, Mr. Blaney?
Tim, do you want to go first for change? Okay. Yep. I've just got a few. This is from when I was preparing my questions for the first few days of the hearing, which was related to your technical report, your technical review from 2024, February 24. And you said that you'd noted the lack of baseline information on the compensation area. And I think it might have been related mainly to bats, but I guess I'm interested in your view on the broader knowledge around the compensation area in terms of ecological values. And you said you consider this one of several matters that need to be resolved to fully rationalise the compensation package. And I put a question to Dr. Baber around the fact that there wasn't any actual outcome monitoring to assess the effectiveness of the compensation in terms of achieving the ecological outcomes that the compensation package aimed for. What is your view on that in terms of, you know, how will we know it will be achieved?
Yeah, so the original sort of review comment was more focused on bats, as you've kind of identified.
Yeah.
I think we have a fairly good idea about what the current ecological values, other than what bat activity there is in those locations. In terms of whether we or how we or whether we will achieve and how we measure those outcomes, I think through the consent conditions that we've developed since that initial hearing and the updates to the EMP, which do include performance criteria and monitoring to detect, monitor against those performance criteria, I think we're in a much better space to be able to say that if those criteria are met, and the criteria also inform when monitoring and, not monitoring, maintenance of that planting, etc., can cease. I think we're in a better position now to say that there is quite a lot of confidence in achieving what has been modelled.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and I guess that's where it struck me that the monitoring that's been proposed in the EMP is compliance monitoring, and which is really just around the number of plants that you put in and maintaining stock fences, and so it's not actually focused on ecological outcomes of stuff other than the plants growing and being successful.
Yeah, I think at a certain degree there is a reliance on a proxy of outcome in terms of you put the input, get the plants established, and you rely on that being a proxy for the ecological outcome.
Yeah.
There could be monitoring in terms of ecological outcomes. However, from a terrestrial point of view, the model refers to bat outcomes. I don't want to swing too far into the wetland matters because it's not really in scope of my review. But in terms of fauna outcomes, the difficulty with long-tailed bats specifically, which is what we're targeting at this location, is we can't do small-scale monitoring at one site to understand the impact of that activity. The species can travel 20k a night. It operates across several thousand really hectares as a population, and so sort of site-specific monitoring is quite low in its efficacy of detecting impact. So we can do before and after monitoring. I'm not sure activity or anything would tell us something useful.
Yeah, and I appreciate that there is actually some monitoring. Some monitoring has now been done, and there is some monitoring proposed for bats. So, but okay, no, that's okay. The other thing is you heard this morning this conversation around the requirement for the transpower requirements in terms of the height of vegetation and the extent, the aerial extent, which I've sort of struck me as being quite significant, although you couldn't really tell that from the images that were presented. And so my question really was around, I mean, do you have a feel for how big an area is now going to be that perhaps could have been planted in a different type of vegetation is now going to be restricted to species that grow no more than 2 meters? that was the first question, first part of the question, I guess. Do you have a feel for that?
I don't have an aerial extent, whether it's in someone's evidence or anything in terms of a metre squared or hectares.
No, I mean, it's only came up since.
Yeah, but sort of understanding where the power lines go, and I understand it was 12 metres either side of centre line. Is that correct? Yeah, I mean that's a reasonable amount. I'm not sure it compromises the ecological outcome. It's something that we do have to deal with reasonably often, and it's just a matter of changing the species and composition that you would plant there otherwise. It wouldn't necessarily, that vegetation wouldn't necessarily sort of match what would historically be within that place and space. But we can still achieve fauna outcomes. We can still achieve habitat complexity outcomes. We can still achieve a lot of the outcomes other than the specific composition.
And so, thank you. And because the other thing that struck me was that the area of compensation, the physical area of compensation required to mitigate effects or to compensate for effects of the activity, the proposed activity, is determined through the compensation offset modelling process. Is that correct?
I don't like saying determined by the modelling process. I think I think the best way to describe it is you come up with a compensation package and you use the compensation model to give you essentially a yardstick of adequacy. And it shouldn't be used in such, I would not encourage anyone to use it in such a way that you play with the numbers until you get what you need.
Yeah.
It's a test. Yeah.
Okay. No, that's useful because my concern, I guess, was that with this change in this requirement, to have this restriction on vegetation height and therefore a change in the potentially in the area of the different types of vegetation, would there be adequate compensation for example, for bats?
So for bats, and it was in fact probably one of, if I could take you back to my original review where I was I had some concerns about just assuming area of planting equal good outcomes for bats. So in terms of bats, I actually have no issue whatsoever with having a variation in vegetation height under the lines. Bats are an edge adapted species. They forage along vegetation edges. They exploit sort of structural and sort of topographic changes in landscapes and vegetation. So actually having variation in height in a planting, I think, is a benefit for bats. Generally, when I design bat habitat specifically, which isn't just a revegetation project, I leave gaps and lines and corridors, and that's what they use. So in terms of the compensation model, I don't think it will have a material impact in terms of the outcome of that model.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I have no other questions.
Thank you. Mr. May. Oh, sorry, Ms. Blaney, I had no other questions for you. Thank you. Mr. May, we have your memorandum. I've had the opportunity to just glance forward at that. So I'm just going to take you through to 4.4. Can we understand that your requested details in regard to the bund adjacent to 41 Newcombe Road, has that been addressed with that additional planting? Is that what you're saying there? You raised it as an issue, but I'm just wanting to check that it's been resolved.
I think so far we haven't received landscape plans that are of a suitable detail that I think would be suitable. But as a condition of consent, I think that needs to be required. Yeah.
Okay. Do we have a condition that addresses that matter at the moment?
I believe
as
so.
Yet? You do. Okay. And then if just you've added some narrative around what you've considered and the matters that were at issue at the joint witness statement. If I could just take you then through to where I think your key analysis comes in at 6.2, if you want to pick up there, and that starting with this north wall aspect.
Yeah. So Mr. Morton's submission, he raises a point of discussion regarding the consistency of Mr. Mansa's effects ratings. This relates back to the original assessment, which I note was done at a different scale to which the latter submissions and information have been gathered on the Powell's property. And considering that it's at more of a generalized scale from my reading of the assessment originally, it indicated that low moderate would be the highest level of effects experienced from VL2. And then those would drop down subsequent to the amount of activity and the bunding that would be in place. I think it's just a matter of scale. What the original assessment was undertaken, that we didn't have a breakdown of changes in the view based on each subsequent level. I think that's why it doesn't necessarily match up with what Mr. Morden is seeing currently.
Sorry, I'm just inviting you to take us through the rest of your memo from that point.
Sorry, I just wanted to check. Just to continue on from there, Mr. Morton has raised in his original submission and his subsequent submissions, and after the joint witness statement, that he has concerns over whether or not Mr. Manser has considered effectively or adequately the presence of machinery as part of the quarrying activity. Based on my initial review, which included the noise, the assessment of noise by Mr. Neville Hegley, which described in detail the machine that would be used, and some of the within the view description table in Appendix 7 of Mr. Manser's original assessment. I'm satisfied that the potential impacts are described and have been included in the effects ratings, and I consider that's been included at each stage of the several updates to the proposal so far. In paragraph 10 of Mr. Morton, as evident, he makes further reference to Mr. Manser's evidence, noting that the condition 20B provide landscape mitigation on areas to the east, west, and south of property. It's noted that the proposed condition was proposed prior to Mr. Manser's visit to the Powell's property, and as such did not fully appreciate the way in which the property is used. With consideration of the outcomes from that visit to the Powell's property and the change and then additional change to the proposal to retain the Northern Gully Wall, I think that satisfies that Mr. Manser has adequately appreciated the views from the Powell's property and changed or made recommendations to change the proposal accordingly in a way that would equate to a substantial gully wall compared to the original assessment. Regarding the overburden storage, which I wrote this yesterday, and obviously there's been additional changes since then. I was made aware by Mr. Whittaker in discussions with him that the overburden, there was a potential for overburden to be sold through the site if there was an accumulation, which I think in itself would resolve the issue. It was also discussed in the joint witness statement that it was agreed between the experts that it would be possible that there were areas where temporary storage could take space that wouldn't be within the direct eye line of the Powell's property in relation to the dwelling and the arena area. Regards to the ecological planting and vegetation for screening, it was agreed in the joint witness statement that the proposed ecological planting would not have screening effects from elevated points of the Powell property. Quotation, it was acknowledged by, with that in mind, is my opinion that I considered restrictions on the height of the proposed area underneath the power lines, up to 24 meters plus, would have a minimal effect on the visual outcomes from those upper terrace areas. Particularly, I believe it's only 0.5 and 0.4 of Mr. Manser's recent views that would have any benefit from that planting from a landscape visual effects screening perspective, and that would only be during stage 5. I agree with Mr. Morton that additional planting information and detailed plans are required for all planting as was advised in my original peer review. Regarding the reinstatement of the quarry, I agreed at the time during the joint witness statement that there was a lack of information regarding the final soil depths throughout the site. But my professional opinion at the time was that the pastoral outlook required or judged to be possible within the Mr. Manser's assessment would be achievable with the amounts provided. I also acknowledge that there would be a change in the relative area to be replanted or reseeded for grass compared to the original site due to the change in depth and the angle of the gully slopes. So this morning, having received Mr. Mansell's speaking notes, I totaled the existing surface area meter squares against the post-extraction rehabilitation area and noticed that there was a 5,000 meter squared increase, which I assume, and Mr. Mansell can speak to this himself, that is due to account for that change. Regarding the rehab of the topsoil depths, Mr. Mansell has allowed for 190 millimeters for the topsoil. And not had very long to look at this, but I looked at the landscape research NZ mining rehabilitation guidelines, which state that 100 millimeters, well, a full depth of 300 millimeters root zone is required to re-establish pasture. The root zone should include at least 100 millimeters of topsoil depth unless fine sand and silt are substituted. To that end, with the information provided, I'm satisfied that they'll have a pastoral outcome based on the information that Mr. Mansell provided today.
Okay, just to clarify that point, so that's an update to your 610 as presented here?
Yeah.
Because that seemed to be, I was trying to work out what that was saying. You agreed with Mr. Morton, perhaps initially, your opinion was from a visual effects perspective, a grass pastoral environment could be established and that it is unlikely that there will be insufficient soil overall to achieve a grass pastoral finish. So I think you're agreeing that there will be sufficient topsoil.
Yeah, my original assessment, which was conveyed in the joint witness statement, was that kind of finger in the air numbers, that it seemed like it would be possible to establish pasture, considering the relatively minimal amount of topsoil that is required. That's been affirmed by the information provided by Mr. Mansell today in his written speaking notes.
So you were pointing to the 190 millimeters that's proposed. You referenced the 300 millimeter standard.
So that would include subsoil. That would include subsoil. So you'd have 100 millimeters of topsoil and then 200 millimeters root establishment zone underneath that.
Thank you. And so overall, you're satisfied that it could achieve a pastoral outcome. At 6.9, you've said you agree with Mr. Morton that additional planting information and detailed plans are required for all planting as advised in your peer review.
Yeah.
So is that additional, we've got this EMP plant with the additional planting specifications, types and so forth.
Yeah.
Which, as we've talked about, is a part of the ecological management plan. What are you after, from your perspective, that's additional to that to address your issue at 6.9?
It would need to be landscape plans to the extent that you'd be able to plant a contractor would go out and be able to plant them. And I think it's important that council has a overview to ensure that those are still in line with best practice and it's going to achieve what is intended to be achieved. Currently, the ecological management plan provides areas and some species information, but not enough that a contractor to go out and plant it. I think we need to get to that level of detail as a condition of consent.
It's at a different scale, I would imagine, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Panel, any questions? Mr. May?
I've just got one of clarification at 6.8. So you quote the joint witness statement saying it was acknowledged by experts that the ecological planting mitigation is not designed primarily to provide landscape planting for visual mitigation. So from that statement, you are interpreting that to say that the proposed ecological planting would not have a screening effect from elevated viewpoints. I guess I sort of saw those as being, just because it's designed not designed for the purpose doesn't mean to say that it might not screen. So I was just trying to work out exactly what you did agree to.
Yeah, so we agreed that the ecological mitigation planting as it stood and still stands was there primarily for ecological purposes and didn't have a specific outcome in terms of visual amenity that it was intending from its inception to produce, rather that the visual effects, the visual screening effects that would be provided by that planting are secondary and would only really apply to the viewpoints within the lower valley gully area.
Okay, yeah. It's just that, yeah, there's been a little bit of discussion and perhaps confusion this morning about what the planting was considered and was considered to be achieved or potentially achieving the ecological planting. But that's right. I just wanted to clarify that. I understood that's what you were saying. So thank you.
Commissioner Monaco, any questions? Your microphone's not kicking in yet. You'll have to start again, sorry.
The joint witness statement, there was discussion in and around concerns about the lack of adequate topsoil to reinstate the entire site. Do you have an opinion in terms of what operationally could be done to ensure that there is sufficient topsoil?
I think that within Mr. Mansa's speaking notes, there's been an assumption around the amount of topsoil that would be available. I think that any monitoring would be based around ensuring that the levels assumed to be available are consistent. And I think they'll potentially have to have reporting back to ensure that those requirements will be met by the end of the project. Yeah, I think that's probably as far as we can go.
Just can I clarify, please, what we talked about just previously between your 6.9, that additional planting information and detailed plans are required, but you're still able to conclude that the proposal as it currently stands will adequately minimise potential adverse landscape effects. Is that because you're satisfied that the additional information will just complete the picture and it's just a matter of a condition being fulfilled? I mean, is there detail in the additional planting information, detailed plans? Is this information that would go to informing the outcome from your perspective, or are you satisfied that it's really just going to reinforce what you already think?
I think in this case, from my understanding, the requirement for landscape planting to provide mitigation in order to get the intended outcomes predicted in Mr. Mansa's reporting would be the pastoral grassland. That if that wasn't achieved, then there's the obviously potential effect that would have adverse effects that haven't been included. The ecological planting, to the extent that it is, provides very little landscape mitigation in terms of visual. In terms of landscape character, you will see that the difference from the joint witness statement between mine and Mr. Mansa's opinions are that he was of the belief that that would provide a positive, beneficial landscape outcome. And in my opinion, it would be neutral, whereby it's the change in landscape. It's gone from being a gully form that's gone away to then being more vegetated was neither here nor there in terms of making the landscape better. That was more of a neutral outcome. But that wouldn't be a fatal flaw in the assessment if it wasn't to establish in that way. So to that extent, my requirement to have more detailed plans is more from a functional landscape outcome to ensure that the landscape will be developed in the way that it's intended, particularly where you have the planting along the bunds, because that is a performance criteria that we expect a specific outcome for how that's planted. Less so with the ecological area, but you would still need to provide details on not just of the plants to be planted, but also the maintenance criteria, how long that would go on for, what that would look like, any defects or monitoring as part of that as well. So it'd be a fairly detailed package on the long-term maintenance as well as just the planting.
So are you requiring essentially further detail? And I understand the reason you're asking for them, more detailed plans, but are you essentially just asking for more detailed ecological management planting plans?
Yeah, it would be full planting.
You're satisfied that the species that have been indicated so far will give effect to the landscape visual outcomes that you think are necessary to adequately minimise potential adverse landscape and visual effects?
As I've sort of stated, my opinion is that the outcomes of that planting in terms of the height, their contribution to the reduction of visual effects is fairly minimal and only from a very limited part of the property, and not the parts of the property that were considered to be more sensitive, being that upper terrace area close to the house and arena. It provides some fringe visual benefits, but in terms of screening or reducing the visibility of the quarrying activity, the retention of the northern gully wall does much more than that planting does. But without the planting, I don't think the change would necessarily be enough to move the visual effects up a level, for example.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm having some difficulty understanding your overall conclusion on this matter. So the gully wall, the retention of the full gully wall does most of the work, landscape and visually wise. The planting that's proposed is going to be more fringe, I think you just said. So when the gully wall comes down at stage 5, are you satisfied with the effects from a landscape and visual effects outcome at that point based on the landscape plan that we have at the moment?
Yeah, considering that it's been agreed that the quarrying will happen from a south to north area, so the majority of the quarry face won't be seen from the Powell's property. There will be a lowering from the other side. That essentially the proposed planting won't have a screening effect until the northern gully wall gets to a level below the height of those trees. So if the trees get to 10 meters, it's only that final 10 meters of quarrying where they're going to actually have an effect, and sort of, possibly the cleanup areas. And again, that would only screen from those lower terraced areas. So within the scope of the entire sort of extraction period, that planting would provide a fairly small amount of screening from very low areas only that are probably less sensitive areas within the Powell property. Not unsensitive, but just not as sensitive as would be from the dwelling or the arena area.
Okay, so the main visual landscape effect mitigation is the quarrying from the south to the north. But you're satisfied that the removal of the gully wall at the end addresses landscape and visual effects from your perspective, notwithstanding the fringe nature of the ecological planting that will be established by that time.
I think the removal of the gully wall is consideration for the wider gully area and the relative lack of planting already on there. For it to be lowered to that extent will obviously be visually and from a landscape character as well perspective, a change in that landscape. However, I think within the context of the wider gully environment, I think that it wouldn't compromise the integrity of that landscape.
Okay, so what is your overall conclusion? I'm sorry, I don't understand your overall conclusion. You just said it would compromise the integrity of that.
It wouldn't.
Oh, it wouldn't. Sorry. Okay, right. Misheard you. Apologies. Okay. So if we can take from that, all right. Viewed in the broad swathe whether it's from the gully floor or up on the Powell property, it won't affect the integrity of that overall landform in your view? No, okay, all right, thank you. Right, what have we got? Sorry, panel, no other questions rising? No, thank you. Thank you very much. Linda? Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Looks like a very fulsome statement.
Oh, it's great, isn't it? Friday
No,
afternoon.
it's very helpful to us. We will need to, I think we'll look to review it, but I'd like you to focus on key matters, and you've taken the time to address all the submitters on points. Thank you for that. And if you could just highlight key matters for us. I'm sure each paragraph is key, but if you're able to work your way through it in that way,
I propose if I kick off in section 4.4, although I don't need to read the first few paragraphs, really the first part of that 4.4 is just pointing out that I didn't necessarily agree with Mr. Hall that the increase in truck numbers is insignificant. As Mr. Hall stated, I just went to some length there to demonstrate that actually the increase is, in my view, significant. But I think the key point on that is paragraph 56. In my opinion, this highlights the additional truck and trailer movements on these key roads in Cambridge will be obvious to the community. This does not necessarily mean it will generate material transport effects, but simply that I disagree the increase is insignificant and it has not been demonstrated that the effects will have an immaterial effect on transport safety, particularly pedestrians and cyclists using these urban roads. Furthermore, I'm mindful that the predicted average daily volume of 156 truck movements, together with the average hourly volume increase of 7 to 8 additional truck movements per hour on the Cambridge through route are estimates derived from the applicant's current expectations about the future market demand for sand and estimates around the daily number of large and small truckloads that will depart the quarry. So given the 25-year lifespan anticipated for this quarry, there is a reasonable likelihood that Mr. Hall's predicted hourly truck volumes could prove to be materially higher or lower than actual volumes as the market demand varies. This appears supported in part by the applicant's proposed cap of 200 truck loads per day. As previously mentioned in a section 92 further information request, this comment is not intended as a critique of the applicant's evaluation of the market demand. It is no doubt based on best information available at present. However, the reality is future market destinations and annual demand for sand from this quarry is uncertain and can only be best estimate in the absence of actual data. And for these reasons, I remain unconfident from the information provided that the potential effects of the increased heavy vehicles used in Cambridge through route will be immaterial. However, I acknowledge the difficulty in assessing the actual likely effects, given the route uncertainty. So to offer a constructive way forward, I propose that a monitoring and review condition is adopted to enable effects, if any, to be identified over a period of the quarry operating at normal levels. An assessment using that data by a suitably qualified traffic engineer would recommend if there are any significant effect mitigation that should be imposed by WDC through triggering a review condition. Therefore, I've recommended a suite of conditions that captures the following key aspects. The consent holder keeps a record over the first 2 years of trading of the date, time and destination of each truck and trailer load involved in sand transport from the quarry. Within 3 months following the 2-year anniversary of sand sales, commencing, a suitably qualified traffic engineer will undertake an assessment of the data recorded under the above condition, confirming the percentage distribution of truck and trailer movements from the quarry using the Cambridge through route, compared to the estimated distribution referenced in the quarry consent application, being 44% of the trip generation. And secondly, to compare the weekday average daily volume of large truck and trailer movements using the main through route in Cambridge against the estimated daily loads per day referenced in the quarry application, which is 68 per day. Cambridge through route being Albert Street, Queen Street, Victoria Street. And I note those roads are minor arterial roads, which are fit for heavy vehicles and where heavy vehicles should be channeled through and around the town. It's not through the main street of Cambridge, so to speak. Yes, there is retail, there's also businesses, there's some industrial in the area, but it is not the main village street of Cambridge. I think that point needs to be clarified. If the weekday average daily volume of truck and trailer movements using any road on the main through route in Cambridge is 102 per day or more, i.e. 150% of the consent application estimate, an independent traffic impact assessment shall be undertaken that considers the safety and accessibility effects of pedestrians and cyclists using and crossing the roads identified above as the Cambridge through route. The independent traffic impact assessment shall be undertaken at the cost of the consent holder, and the report considering all conditions, recommendations and supporting data submitted to the consent by the consent holder to WDC's transportation manager. Effectively, then it goes on there'll be discussion, and then the effects mitigation should be limited to walking and cycling related safety improvements where applicable on the identified Cambridge through roads. As a result of further evidence involving submitted concerns at the hearing, I formed an opinion that the maximum daily truckload should be reduced from the applicant's proposed cap of 200 to 150 per day. My reasons are: the hearings panel heard from Mr. Hall that the figure of 200 truckloads per day, i.e. 400 movements, was an arbitrary number based on approximately 2.5 times the predicted average daily truckloads to stress test the capacity of the Newcombe Road, Tirau Road intersection. The effects of the 400 truck movements per day with no limitation on frequency other than the annual sand extraction cap has not been assessed by the applicant concerning the Cambridge through roads. Accordingly, as it stands with no monthly or weekly limit, the quarry would be permitted to generate 400 truck movement per day every day until the annual sand extraction cap is reached. For comparison, a limit of 300 truck movements per day translates to approximately 132 movements using the Cambridge through roads. That's adopting that 44% distribution, which is an estimate. 132 movements is 94% of the predicted average daily volume. Over 10 hours, that's 13 truck movements per hour on peak days compared to approximately 7 on average days. In my opinion, almost doubling the average daily movements is a reasonable maximum limit per day for individual days, subject to a frequency cap. This is in the context that the recommended monitoring and assessment condition trigger is adopted, requiring an independent traffic impact assessment if the quarry's operational data shows the average weekday truck movements using Cambridge through route is 50% or more than the predicted daily average. Therefore, I recommend the following daily, i.e. Monday to Saturday, truck movement limits be included as a condition of consent to apply, except where the quarry sand is supplied direct to the Cambridge to Quarry Expressway project. So a daily maximum of 300 truck movements, i.e. 150 truckloads per day, a 2 monthly average maximum of 200 truck movements per day, and a 12-month average daily maximum of 156 truck movements per day. You'll recognise that 63C there, the 12-month average is the estimated average daily from the applicant's engineer. So averaged over the whole year. The 2 monthly average maximum figures proposes a mechanism to ensure that the daily movements cannot on a continual basis be, for example, 290 per day, which complies with the daily maximum limit, but is still significantly more than the predicted average daily truck movements, with potential for unmitigated effects. The 2 monthly average maximum figure of 200 movements per day allows for smoothing of construction peaks and is derived as follows. 400 tonne extraction limit, in theory, could be achieved in 96 consecutive days by operating at the maximum 300 truck movements per day at 28 tonnes per load. Spreading those 96 days across 12 months confines the potential for unmitigated effects to 8 days per month rather than continuously. On that basis, each 2-month period includes 16 operating days at the maximum and the remaining 36 days operating at the average. This results in 10,416 movements over 52 operating days per 2 months, given an average of 200 truck movements per day. The heavy vehicle impact fee, I'll just touch on that. I just was a bit of a stickler for making it rounded to 3 decimal places because it actually makes quite a difference in terms of dollars over the life of the quarry. Section 4.6, the applicant's proposed conditions of consent on traffic. I'll review the applicant's proposed consent conditions, including those that the applicant has agreed with NZTA. I generally agree with them all except the applicant's proposed monitoring conditions, number 32 to 35. Now, that's different to the council's proposed conditions. I consider the scope of the applicant's proposed monitoring conditions to be too narrow, as it only compares crash records for the roads of interest after 5 years of the quarry operating. I see 2 main problems with that. The first problem is the National Crash Database does not usually identify businesses or parties involved or where vehicles originated or were going to. So I consider it would be near impossible for a traffic engineer to attribute any safety issues to truck and trailer units to or from the Newcombe Road quarry, as suggested by condition 35. The second problem is 5 years is a long time for potential significant effects to continue unmitigated before the consent holder is obliged to address them. Therefore, I prefer council's draft condition, which has a broader scope to assess all traffic effects associated with RSCN's truck and trailer movements after 2 years of quarry operation and data recording. It relies on the highest 30 weeks of traffic movements in the second year of operation, on the basis that the first year of operation will likely involve the establishment of quarry operations and growing the client base. Mr. Talbot's expert evidence, would you like me to touch on that, or really I'd probably just as further submission, we had a detail there about including that the independent road safety audit be to NZTA standards and guidelines for safe system audit. I'm happy with that. That's industry standard. So happy to include that. I'm happy to skip section 6 and maybe touch on.
In terms, you have, and I'm sorry to make you summarise it so much, but you've talked to Mr. Braithwaite's evidence.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Hall's and Mr. Talbot's more detailed statement. Is there anything coming out of that analysis that results in a change to the conditions other than that?
No.
Amendment you just mentioned?
Sorry?
Other than the amendment in response to Mr.
Yes,
Talbot?
yes, correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So where would you like me to pick up from?
Well, perhaps just touch on Mr. Crisp's evidence. We've heard a lot about these north-facing ramps.
Yeah.
I presume you addressed that here. Obviously,
I have.
They're not in front of us. Is there anything you want to highlight?
Well, further up, I think I talked about the north-facing ramps and gave a bit more information as to why, just from my knowledge of that interchange and the design, as to why there were no north-facing ramps put on it and why NZTA is not interested at all in putting them on there. So I thought I'd add that just to hopefully explain a bit more the basis, because it doesn't seem well understood. That was in section 3.2.
And perhaps in dealing with Ms. Flintoff's evidence, because Ms. Flintoff wasn't the only one raising those types of issues. I take it your evidence, your statement here responds to some of that type of lay evidence that we heard in regards to traffic effects more generally through Cambridge and the concerns about the Newcombe Road, T-Rail Road intersection.
Yes, correct. So if I pick up from paragraph 8.2, which is in the Response to the Flintoff Family Trust evidence. 82, sorry. I note that none of the trust statements have been supported with technical evaluation. Therefore, I refer back to the technical assessments, evidence and further information provided by the applicant, the NZTA, Mr. Talbot, and my technical review findings. And therefore, my position in regards to the concerns raised by the SJ Flintoff Trust is that I'm satisfied that the daily traffic volume generated by the proposed quarry is very unlikely to reach 400 vehicle movements per day, for the reasons I set out in my original statement. It is incorrect to suggest that this will be the volume on a daily basis. I disagree that the traffic associated with the quarry will cause significant traffic effects for the trust, traffic safety effects for the trust, provided the conditioned safety improvements at the Newcombe Road, Tiwa Road intersection are undertaken. I'm unable to comment on amenity effects as a transportation engineer, as that is not within my area of expertise. On that point, we've heard also today from community representatives, and it is something that I note there is a confusion potentially about the traffic effects being amenity effects versus the actual operational effects being safety and efficiency and those sorts of things. So I'm not qualified to talk about amenity being noise and dust and visual and all those sorts of things. In contrast to the trust view, the potential traffic effects of the quarry on Cambridge are somewhat disputed. Mr. Hall considers them to be less than minor, while I'm not confident that is apparent to me. There's a reasonable level of uncertainty about the future heavy vehicle volumes travelling through Cambridge and any associated effects in the urban area. I am confident that the volume will not be 400 vehicle movements per day, but it could potentially be a lot more or less than 8 trucks per hour that the applicant currently expects the volume will be. Hence my recommendation for the monitoring and review condition to gather reliable data from a limited period of quarry operation. I cannot agree at this time with the trust that the traffic effects are significant in the absence of evidence to support that claim. However, my position is the effects could be more than minor on pedestrians and cyclists in particular in Cambridge, depending on the actual volume of heavy truck and trailers using the main through route. Matters raised during the hearing. This next section, 8.1, there's been a couple of questions about what has council got planned or doing in terms of the urban area and improvements. So I spoke with let me read it. I raised this question, this is from paragraph 86. I raised this question with Waipo District Council's Transportation Engineering Manager, Mr. Hudson. His response as follows. Albert Street between Duke and Queen is identified as needing change for improved bus and pedestrian cyclist accessibility, but this has not progressed in the upcoming LTP due to affordability issues and NZTA withdrawing all support for active mode improvements. PC19 rezoned the Carter Flat area to allow big box retail and apartments, etc. So this will increase the demand for accessibility over Albert Street in time. The Hamilton Victoria single lane roundabout is recognised as not functioning well. This is by the big white church. At peak times due to capacity and unbalanced flows, which continues into the next block to Queen Street and the Queen Victoria roundabout. Cambridge Connections early evidence gathering shows that this is an area that will be increasingly congested with lowering of level of service. Until the Cambridge Connections program business case is complete in 18 months' time, these likely priorities will not have any funding or timing certainty. Victoria Street heading north from Hamilton Road to the expressway is recognised as needing rationalisation of intersections and intersection improvements to improve flow and safety. Early work suggests King Street, Princess and Clare should be closed or become left in, left out. Taylor and William Street should become full traffic signals. But again, until the Cambridge Connections program business case is complete, in 18 months' time, these likely priorities will not have funding or certainty. So while there is no specific funding, while no specific funding is in the current draft LTP, there is some general provision of funding in the 3 to 5 year window to pursue priorities that will come from the Cambridge Connections program, likely in the form of a single stage business case. So I guess in short, Council is well aware of some of the needs along this route to improve safety for pedestrians and cyclists, and also to improve the flow of traffic, particularly around that roundabout on Hamilton Victoria intersection. So Newcombe Road, Taura Road, site distance and safeties. During the site visit, the hearings panel experienced and noted the limited site distance looking west from driver's point of view on Newcombe Road at the intersection. I refer to Mr. Hall and Mr. Braithwaite's evidence that the applicant accepts a condition of consent requiring works to be carried out and planting reinstatement to improve the site distance to the minimum standard of 282 metres in either direction. The second condition in Mr. Braithwaite's attachment 1 satisfactorily addresses this issue. Another concern about insufficient site distance was raised by a submitter presenting orally at the hearing. Sorry, name wasn't recorded. The submitter believed that a driver travelling on the westbound off-ramp from the expressway at 100 kilometres an hour will not have sufficient site distance to avoid hitting the rear of a truck that is turned right out of Newcombe Road towards Cambridge. The submitter advocated for a westbound auxiliary lane to be provided for trucks to accelerate. In response to this concern, I've included a screenshot below showing the forward site distance from a westbound vehicle on the off-ramp to the conflict point with vehicles turning right from Newcombe Road. I'm familiar with the location and confirm there's no vertical geometry issues that interfere with the forward sight line on this westbound lane. The image shows the clear sight distance is at least 250 metres and likely over 300 metres. Table 3.6 in Osro's Guide to Road Design shows the desirable minimum sight gap needed for a driver of an entering vehicle to see a vehicle in the conflict stream in order to safely commence the desired manoeuvre. At 110 kilometres an hour, 8 seconds is required for 244 metres sight distance. This shows that the 244 metres for a car travelling 110 kilometres, the 100 kilometres, for 100 kilometres, the MSDG is 222 metres, so less. As mentioned, the actual available sight distance is 250 metres at least, therefore exceeds the standard for a vehicle travelling at 110 kilometres per hour. In my opinion, there are also other mitigating factors at this location as follows: the downhill gradient on Tiwa Road in the westbound direction that will facilitate faster acceleration for right-turning trucks from Newcombe Road. The wide sealed shoulder on the westbound lane of Tiwa Road. So the next bit just talks about the fact that there is a downhill gradient in the order of 5 to 6%. And it goes to show that there is actually no need for an acceleration lane for the speed differential between cars and trucks, particularly given that you've got the wide shoulder. So if I skip down then to, that was paragraph 102, this information demonstrates to me that it's unnecessary for an acceleration lane for trucks to be added to the westbound lane to improve safety, especially since the minimum sight distance gap to the rear of vehicles exceeds the desirable minimum standard distance of 244 metres for a vehicle travelling at 110 kilometres. Furthermore, as mentioned, the second bullet point above, the westbound shoulder width on Tiwa Road ranges from 2 metres to 3.1 metres over a distance of more than 200 metres. Although it is not a full width lane, it provides a useful buffer for a truck to partially occupy while accelerating if a following vehicle quickly approaches the truck from behind. And that is my supplementary statement.
Thank you.
Happy to answer questions.
No, very good. Now, just this, you would have heard earlier Mr. Matheson raised a concern about your amended traffic numbers that inform condition 19 that are in here. If I've understood your statement today correctly, I don't think you're restricting the total quantum of truck movements or the ability to move aggregate from the site to wherever it's going. It's more that you've added a limitation around a certain operating period. I think it was the daily limit. Is that how you see that working?
That's right. So at present, there is
So the key point is, I just want to, Mr. Matheson's concern was that you're restricting the output of the quarry by 25%, I think was the number, or 20%.
No.
That's not the intent of the proposed amendment? No. Okay.
No. You can still get the quarry's cap extraction, annual extraction cap, 400,000 tonne with these maximum limits. Okay. What it is doing is saying your assessment wasn't based on 400 truck movements per day. It was based on 156 truck movements per day on average. And what I've set out to do here is provide some caps to give some comfort to submitters and to council that actually you can't just do 400 movements per day every day until your extraction cap is met, because that's effectively what you can do under what has been proposed.
You said that the item C, the 12-month average daily max of 156 was the applicant's figure. Could you just clarify that for me? Yeah. You've taken that from
Mr. Hall's evidence,
his evidence?
Original statement.
The original statement.
So that's the total, 78 loads per day, 156 truck movements, of which through the distribution, about 44% was estimated to go through Cambridge through route.
Right. And then I think you're saying that the timesing that by 2.5 to get to 400 was a stress test mechanism rather than...
It was a stress test, as I read it, specifically for the Newcombe Road, Tiwa Road intersection capacity to see whether that could handle it, but it didn't translate into an assessment of effects throughout the rest of the network.
And we've heard a bit about this journey management plan and the, I guess, the sort of encouraging nature of it rather than the mandated actions. Did you have any comment in respect of that? That's condition 28, I think it is.
I did think you had asked that, actually. I did. To be fair, I'm not a fan of them. It's offered up, but I understand the submitter's concerns that it is sort of best endeavours. It's ideal to try and run these things, and you might get a few truck drivers turn up to a night if you offer some food. But the reality is that in itself, if that's all that was proposed, I would be saying no. But I'm comfortable with the maximums I've proposed and the monitoring condition that take it or leave it, in my view, whether you have that condition.
I sense it really, for that to be, that type of method to be effective, it needs to be part of some sort of documentation arrangement that happens almost at the gate, that as someone deciding to take a load of sand from this place is no doubt has some sort of agreement with the applicant. Yeah. And this forms part of it, because the applicant can't control anything that happens after that. Anyway, I wonder if the emphasis really needs to be on that. It's almost the B and C components of it rather than the A.
wouldn't hurt to have that sort of thing, but in terms of it being the sole mitigator of effects, I don't think it would be effective in itself.
So overall, you expressed some concerns about effects on Cambridge Town Centre in your original memorandum. What you're telling us today is that subject to the range limits that you have specified in here and the additional monitoring and I guess the provisions for review get you over that concern to the point where you're able to support the application.
Yes, I agree with Mr. Hall that if it is 44% distribution and 156 trucks per day, 44% of 156 trucks per day, resulting in around about 7 truck movements per hour through that Cambridge arterial network. I don't foresee significant adverse effects. My hesitation in this is that it's based on best estimates, which it can only be at this point. The quarry doesn't exist. So, and because of the life of the quarry too, things change over time. So I think there's a need to have that monitoring condition which actually establishes the actual volumes of truck movements going through those roads and determines if it's more than 50%, i.e. more than 12 truck movements an hour, then you need to do an assessment and just determine is there any actual adverse effect here.
Panel, any questions for Mr. Inder?
You go, Tim.
A couple of questions, Mr. Inder. In section 63 of your statement, you talked about truck movement limits, giving the exception to the C2P expressway project. I'm assuming that's because it's going south?
South,
and
yes.
If so, what about non-C2P expressway truck movements that are going south?
I think they still need to be captured because they are part of the overall count of 156 truck movements on average. So you still need to have that number, but I think the limitation on whether it's 300 movements or 400 per day doesn't matter if they're going to the C2P project, because you probably could get up to that number, but it's right on the doorstep of the quarry.
61, you proposed a 2-year recording period for truck movements.
Yes.
How did you come up with the 2 years?
I was trying to be practical and thinking, well, and through discussions with the team, there's obviously a lot of overburden to shift, and for the quarry to get up to full operating practice. So it's not unusual that for any traffic monitoring, not just for a quarry, that you disregard the first year of operation. That will be, a new expressway or any new road, because there's a new equilibrium being found. So typically from your second year onwards, you start to get a stabilisation. And so that's sort of the basis for my thinking. I did hear the concern of the submitter today saying that they'd prefer 6 monthly. My suggestion would be 6 monthly after the first year if we're going to go to that, because the first year is you're building a client base, you're establishing on site. You're not going to get up to full movements in the first year, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Okay, my turn. Thank you. So just so I understand it, I just think, is it usual? It seemed to me like you have some concerns around effects or whether there will be effects, which is based on not having enough information. to be able to assess them. And so your proposal is you fill those information gaps by monitoring. Is that's the way that I'm reading what you're saying? Apologies if that's not what it is, but that's kind of how I'm reading it. So is that usual?
It's not quite right. What my concern is as I touched on before, it's more the fact that you have to base this on, at the moment, best estimates. And as I said, if the numbers that Mr. Hall has predicted prove true, and they could well do, at least for the first few years, then I don't believe there will be any adverse traffic effects from additional four truck movements in each direction through Cambridge. However, I'm not prepared to say that is the situation completely, because I know that these things change and that actual data may prove otherwise. And so it's not unusual to have monitoring conditions at all on consents to really test and justify whether the original predictions were right. And in my view, and from my experience, this isn't actually an overly onerous monitoring condition either.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't that I had a problem with the monitoring. Sure. It's more about whether, should this information be available prior to granting it, if grant consent. Well, but you're sort of saying it's not possible, is that right?
Yeah, you couldn't confirm with absolute certainty.
Yeah.
Unless you said there shall not be any more than 156 truck movements per day. But even then, the distribution will not be the same every day.
Yes, okay. I just had one other question, and call me a skeptic. It's 61. So one of your conditions, the second one, confirm the percentage of distribution of large trucks. So you actually, it's the first one. The consent holder shall keep records over the first 2 years of trading of the destination of each truck and trailer load.
Yeah.
There's a high level of trust there and no level of accountability.
Well,
so how do you know how accurate that is going to be? As I say, call me a skeptic, but it's my job.
I can't answer that, to be honest. We have to, in my line of work, we when we do these sorts of conditions or these recommendations, you have to expect that people will be abiding. It's the same with when you design something in the road and ban a left turn or something, or right turn. You have to take it on the basis that most people are law abiding. So the reason I've chosen the truck and trailer system here is because they are not just going to turn up to buy sand to take to a local house building project. A truck and trailer is going to be going to a project of some significance, a road reconstruction or a significant sand pad in Hautapu or something like that for an industrial block. So those would typically be on account. You're going to have a contractor sending that truck and trailer back and forwards, picking up 30, 40 cubes, maybe even more, a couple of hundred cubes. And so that'll be on account. They'll know exactly where it's going because it'll be going to a certain contractor that's paying for it. It's the smaller truckloads, the six-wheelers, that you don't know where they're going because they're going to a house pad here or there. And it's those ones we're not overly interested in either. It's more the large ones. And that's why I believe you can keep that record.
Thank you.
I'm just thinking that could be a case of a record process that requires filing that with the council once a year.
Yeah.
Same as, I think, McCullum Brothers sand consents come to mind in that respect. Right. It's just and someone certifies that that's what's been measured or taken any given day, day, month, year.
So it's just a reminder, the heavy vehicle impact fee requires that anyway.
Yes, of course.
Yes, so that measurement.
All right, thank you. That was all our questions. And we will be obviously read the rest of your document later on. Thank you. Whitaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. You'll have my concluding statement in front of you, and that obviously follows on from the Section 42A report, which is dated 11th of March 2025, so that was some time ago. I will just speak to this document if you and the other commissioners are intending to read it more thoroughly post the hearing. Also, I'll just start briefly. Paragraph 3, my overall recommendation means that remains that the RSN proposal merits consent subject to appropriate conditions. So that's I've retained my recommendation from the Section 42A report. I'll then set out the scope of the statement. In Section 3, I've just noted the additional material which has been presented and circulated since the hearing. And just noting that there's quite a range of documents there from the applicant, from the councils in terms of the conditions, the joint witness statement, and the other submitted evidence which has been pre-circulated as well. In Section 4 of my concluding statement, I comment on the economic evidence and the matter of the regional and national benefits. I note there in paragraph 10, and it's been mentioned today as well, that there's a significant disparity between the opinions of the two experts in terms of the methodology and assumptions that support the RSN application and whether granting consent to the proposed quarry will establish regional and national benefits. I've summarised some of the conclusions and the evidence which has been presented on behalf of the applicant and then from on behalf of Mr. Powell, or the Powells from Mr. Green. I note then that Mr. McElrath did make a concluding statement. And I just wanted to note there in paragraph 12 that his concluding statement frames his assessment more in terms of the aggregate sector as opposed to the individual economic benefits which may or may not arise from the granting of this individual consent application. And that's a matter that I picked up and I addressed through the Section 42A report. And again, I really want to emphasise that this is not a criticism of this application and the economic assessments which has been put forward to support it. But I do have an overriding concerns in the way that the NPS for highly productive land has been framed and the exclusion criteria for what is a appropriate activity. And in my Section 42A report, I did question whether or not it was actually possible for any single quarry to meet the threshold test which is set out in the NPS. So I've retained my reservations as to whether or not the applicant has been able to demonstrate that. I'm not an economic expert, and so therefore I very much have to say this is my planning assessment in terms of a overview of the economic assessment. But what I then do go on to say is that even if the application fails to meet the threshold test within the NPS, I don't believe that that's fatal to the application. And it's one of the matters that the commissioners will need to take into account as part of the Section 104 assessment criteria. And in my Section 42A report, I had to go into some detail about the assessment of whether or not the granting of the consent would have a material impact on highly productive land. And I reached the conclusion that I didn't think it would have a material effect on highly productive land within the region. And that's also taking into account the provision for the rehabilitation site back to pastoral land. Turn to Section 5. I perhaps don't need to talk too much to that because we've just heard from Mr. Inder and he has quite comprehensively covered those matters and the rationale for the additional conditions and restrictions in terms of the truck movements, which has been proposed as part of the Waipa conditions. And I did discuss our approach and what we thought was appropriate with Mr. Inder as part of preparing my evidence and Mr. Inder was preparing his statement. And we did acknowledge the difficulties in terms of providing a maximum and averaging condition for anything such as a quarry where it is project demand and resource demand, which will actually dictate the final levels of traffic movements. But we do very much consider that it is necessary in this case to have those limits. And I also just wanted to note there that, and Mr. Inder's also spoken to this as well, in terms of what the applicant has actually put forward in terms of the reference to the 400 movement. So I've just quoted a few sections there from Mr. Hall's evidence in terms of what that 400 movements or 200 trucks actually represents and what's been assessed and why it's been assessed. And I will read out the second quote there. So this is in Mr. Hall's preliminary evidence. He states that section 4.1, this is of Mr. Inder's review, summarises the trip generation calculation. This section also reinforces that the quarry is not expected to generate 400 truck movements per day and that this value was only used as a sensitivity test. I agree with this commentary in this section. So again, I just offer that in terms of supporting what Mr. Inder has spoken to you about in terms of the need for those restrictions. We have also just talked about the amenity effects of the traffic movements, and I know that this was covered in legal submissions from the applicant, and there was a reference, I think, to common law. I can't give an opinion in terms of the legal submissions in that. I just do want to note that there is a policy which I think does come into play in terms of managing effects on character and amenity. So I think that is pertinent to the matters for consideration and assessment by the Commissioner panel, and also noting it's a discretionary activity. I also just note there in paragraph 34 that there was a significant number of submissions received from the community in terms of truck movements. And I think that those concerns are understandable in terms of the character of Cambridge, and I guess the concerns of having a quite significant scale of quarry activity posed just on the outskirts of town, and now essentially that the truck movements will need to be channeled through the Cambridge urban area for any northbound truck movements. Section 5.2, we've also spoken about the northbound on-ramp. I don't think there's too much more to say about that. I did note that I think Mr. Mark Chris made some good points regarding future development projects in and around Cambridge, and that there may be potential for a more strategic outcome if there was an on-ramp. But, and as the commissioners have already noted, there's no proposal for a northbound on-ramp on the table. So essentially that's a matter that cannot come into the assessment. Definitely no provision for the commissioners to impose that as any form of consent condition. Section 6, I've commented on the landscape assessment and effects. I've been working with Mr. May in terms of the evolving nature of the application. In my opinion, the applicant has responded appropriately to the matters that have been raised through the submitter's evidence. There's been modifications to the staging and the gully wall. There's been additional mitigation which has been proposed, and I'm comfortable with and taking the lead from Mr. Manser and Mr. May with their assessment that the adverse effects in terms of landscape and visual effects will not be inappropriate. I don't believe that there are residual landscape and visual effects which would compromise the granting of consent. Section 7, through the original hearing in the Section 42 report, there was quite a lot of discussion on the bund next to the property at 41 Newcombe Road. At the first day of the hearing, I noted there that Mr. Miller attended that, and while still opposed to the quarry, we basically stated to the Commissioner panel that if the quarry was going to go ahead, a bigger is better approach was what he would support. So I've adopted that into the consent conditions in terms of providing for a full bund along that common boundary with the quarry. Mr. Miller did have a different position today, in the sense that he said that he had residual concerns and he was seeking some offer from the applicant in terms of the relocation of their existing dwelling. So the applicant can respond to that, but I don't believe that the adverse effects in terms of the quarry, in terms of landscape or noise, now would justify the Commissioners requiring that as a condition. Section 8, I referred to the highly productive land in the reinstatement. There was differences of opinion in terms of the feasibility of the reinstatement process, and that was covered by additional evidence from the applicant. We've had some more information on that today in terms of the quantities and the profile of the topsoil that would be reinstated. So I'm satisfied that there's enough there with the expert opinion from the applicant that we should be able to rely on the fact that the site can be rehabilitated, and essentially the objective would be to reinstate it back to a pastoral land use. So I don't think any of us are thinking that there would be a reasonable chance that it could be class 1 to 3 land, which would support any other kind of more intensive rural land use. So I think the target is to reinstate it to pastoral land use. The conditions, I prepared, with the help of the project team, the updated set of conditions from Waipa that worked on the 27th of May. I've noted there the matters and the approach that we took with the issue of those amended conditions. There's been discussion today on a landscape performance standard condition prior to the removal of the gully wall at stage 5, and I do support that approach, and that there should be an objective measure and certification of the planning through the stages of the quarry development. So I support that. I guess the issue is whether or not you would be seeking the applicant to provide a condition for our review, or that the council can come up with that in the first instance. I had anticipated that there would be amendments from the applicant's team that we would be able to respond to. I understand now that's going to be submitted as part of the applicant's right of reply. From my discussions with the applicant's planner, Mr. McDean, and also with Mr. Penfold, who's provided the assessment and the conditions for the regional council, I believe that it's likely that we're most likely to reach a high level of agreement in terms of any further refinement of the conditions. I think probably unless the applicant comes back and engages with us in terms of the matter of the transportation conditions and the maximum cap and averaging conditions, we're unlikely to reach an agreement on those conditions. So our evidence is that those conditions are needed. From what we've heard from the applicant, it's probably unlikely that we will reach a resolution on that. But I think most of the other conditions, I think with a little bit of refinement, and we'd probably be able to reach an agreement with the applicant and the regional council. And I would like the opportunity to have a bit more time to do that, because there's a number of matters that have come up through the hearings process that I think need to be put back across the consent conditions. So basically, in terms of my conclusion, I retain my recommendation that consent be granted subject to appropriate conditions, and I seek the opportunity for council to provide an updated set to the commissioners. So I'm happy to take questions on that, commissioners, and obviously I can also take questions on the 42A report, but there's been a lot of sand that's gone under the bridge since that was issued.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you paraphrasing through your statement as you have. However, just looking at your conclusion at 65, I do discern that there's a level of, shall I say, equivocal on the aspect of the MPS HPL. We were reminded earlier that that aspect is a matter to have regard to. So notwithstanding where you get to that would be, what's your advice to the panel, your recommendation to the panel, if we were to perhaps agree with you that it's challenging in terms of the exemption criteria and that there's not a clear basis to determine that it will provide regional or national benefits, which isn't to say that that's our finding. I'm just picking up on your wording there.
If you reach that conclusion, then you need to assess the national policy statement in accordance with all the matters under section 104. It's my opinion that if there is a decision made that the panel decides that it doesn't meet the threshold test under the HPL, then it's still possible to grant the consent, noting that it hasn't reached those thresholds under the NPS. And part of that also, there are very much, when you look at the objectives and policies under the Waipā District Plan, there are very much enabling policies under that document for quarry activity. So I think that balances out some of those higher order policy directives. And I know it's a hierarchy, but I think there's policy support for the quarrying activity through the district plan provisions.
Thank you. I had a list just really for the previous hearing of the matters that you reserved your opinion on, and I think you've generally addressed those today. It's just one aspect I really wanted to seek your clarification on. You had sought discussion on the measures and, if possible, examples of other mine or project sites which have been successfully rehabilitated. Again, related to the NPS HPL issue, but this rehabilitation, and you would have heard our questions previous hearing on the point. I think we had some examples cited around motorway works of reinstatement of some farmland. Did the evidence that we heard address the things that the kind of information that you were anticipating? I guess what I'm leading at, we don't have any example where rehabilitation's been undertaken on this kind of scale. As far as I know,
that's correct. I would have been more assured if there were some specific examples of large-scale quarry sites where there was a large basin created and that had been successfully rehabilitated. I don't believe we actually received evidence of those types of examples, but there was evidence in terms of other large-scale projects, including roading projects, where similar types of rehabilitation works had been completed successfully. So I'm satisfied with that.
All right. Now, look, thank you for the offer about what potential review of further conditions. We'll just come to that shortly when we adjourn as to what the next steps are. Panel, any questions for Mr. Whitaker?
One question. You talked about the bund on 41 Newcombe Road. Earlier today, the PALs talked about bunding, an additional bunding on that northern wall. Do you have an opinion on whether that would be required, should be required, or?
Based on the discussions and the evidence and opinions of Mr. May, I don't believe it's necessary to have a condition for an additional bund on top of the existing height of the gully wall, unless Mr. May wants to comment on that further, but I don't believe that the landscape evidence from Mr. May or Mr. Mansur would actually require that.
Commissioner Phillips?
Sorry, I was going to say. I mean, I guess I did have quite a lot of questions around conditions, but I sort of feel like that's probably unnecessary at this stage, given that we'll be receiving some updated ones. So thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much to the councils for your presentations and the way that your responses have been prepared and facilitated. It's much appreciated, and I think you've had an eye to what the issues are before the panel and helpfully trying to steer us through what considerations need to be made. So appreciate that, and we'll be reading your full memos after this hearing. Thank you. Smithson, now, you indicated you would use whatever time which was left. I don't know how much time we've got left, but I don't want to constrain you, obviously.
Yeah, well, to be fair, we were scheduled to start at 3:30, so I shall will do my best. I think it's fair that there are some matters we respond to today. I don't expect anyone to need to take notes. These will all be provided to you. But I will just want to highlight, and if I could have half an hour till 5:15, I could just do what I can in that time. If that's okay.
Can I ask, does anyone else need, or anyone else, would anyone like a 5-minute adjournment before we get underway with Mr. Matheson's response? So it's a yes from one of my panel members.
Yes,
so
please.
Yes, hopefully that'll be helpful to you too, Mr. Matheson. All right, 5 minutes and we'll get back underway. Thank you. Full panel here, we're ready to go. Thank you, Mr. Matheson.
Great, thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. It's been a long day. So what I suggest, I'll just sort of step through some of the key topics. As I said, please don't take notes unless you need to. These will all be provided in writing, obviously. I think it's worth just starting with the ecological planting and screening. It's not unfair to reiterate the extent of revegetation and enhancement that's being done in the Karapiro stream. It is an extensive amount. It will have permanent long-term benefits. And, the applicant has committed to doing it, to maintaining it. As commissioners, you'll be aware, as a matter of law, you must assume that consent conditions imposed will be complied with. So if you have a difficulty with the consent conditions, that's fine. But you can't not assume that conditions will be complied with. And that goes for all consent conditions, whether it's recording, information, or anything. We got some advice from Mr. Kessels on the flooding issue. His advice, which we'll put in reply, is that he's confident that the species he's selected is appropriate. He's done over 20 years of restoration planting in these catchments of areas that flood, and he is very comfortable that what he is suggesting will survive periodic inundation. You only need to have a look at some of those photos and how brown the water is to think maybe some revegetation around the edges will be a good thing. In terms of the benefit of the ecological planting, those benefits will accrue even if the trees only grow to half the size. There will still be ecological benefits. We'll give some thought to the potential staging option, although as Mr. May usefully explained, which was the position certainly of our landscape witness, from a screening perspective, and once you have a chance to sit down and go back through the model, you'll see that from a screening perspective, the vegetation will only have any screening benefit for about the last 10 metres of the removal of the gully wall from some views. And so I wouldn't want it to be thought that there's any sort of major screening benefit to this, to the ecological planning, because there's not. At a more general level, and I guess the theme of this goes to the lack of any planning evidence from the PALs or anybody else. There's no contrary planning evidence, and in my submission, there's no suggestion that all adverse visual effects should be avoided, which is effectively the position that's been taken. There's no objectives and policies that have been referred to that say adverse visual effects have to be avoided. I appreciate, as anyone does who lives in an environment, you don't like to see your view changed, but that's not what the plan requires. And it is a rural landscape, and people are entitled to use their land, and quarries need to go somewhere. The gully wall removal, I'll address this in written submissions. The applicant's firm position is the gully wall does need to be removed in stage 5. Its removal will have a very limited degree of adverse effects for the reasons discussed. Its permanent retention would effectively result in a loss of probably over 1 million cubic metres of regionally significant sand resource. That arises from the size of the gully wall plus the requirement to have batters which go back into the site, because it's got to be a triangle, right? So you don't just lose the gully wall, you will actually lose all the area going back into the site because of the batter as well. Probably more fundamentally, if you think about it, if that's retained as a remnant feature, you significantly reduce the area that will be able to be reintroduced as HBL land or productive pasture. Because rather than one slope, you'll have 3. You'll have the northern and southern edges, slopes of the gully wall, plus the new slope that's being created. So in my submission, requiring that to be retained is contrary to the MPS HPL's requirement or encouragement to restore land, which is very clear from the HPL that if you do need to tutu with HPL land, you shall restore it as best as you can. And the reason for that is the HPL LUC 1 to 3, the LUC 3 cutoff is about at 15 degrees, which is about a 1 and 3.7 slope. So a 1.3 slope and steeper cannot be considered technically HPL. I think I've dealt with those. Dealt with those. Yeah, and again, appreciate the PAL's concern around what they can view from their house or from the back of their house, remembering their house faces north. The evidence is that if we could, from Mr. Powell's evidence, says if we could mitigate the views, we would. But based on the current application and quarry design, we simply cannot. I appreciate that was on a previous iteration, but there is scope for the Powells to do hedge planting if they want to, like there is for every landowner who doesn't want to look at something. They're quite entitled to do planting on their boundaries if they want to screen views. That's entirely up to them. Now, if you don't want to, that's fine, but equally you also can't control what other people do on their land, so you can maintain an undeveloped view. Turning just quickly to the air discharge, and I really think we're starting to get down to the finer particles, just thought of that, in terms of the air discharge issues. And I have set this out in some detail because the TCEQ 2020 publication was relied on quite significantly by Lou Wickham. It's probably worth pointing out there, in the executive summary of the scientific paper, it says the results of these monitoring studies indicate the overall contribution of APOs, which are aggregate production activities, to ambient air qualities of particulate matter and crystalline silica is minimal or negligible. So that was the conclusion of that report, minimal or negligible. Then in terms of the actual assessments that were done, there's a really useful table in the a summary table in the report, which I'll attach to the reply. But again, the key point that they make in that case is, in terms of the results that were taken, the levels of up to 5.4 micrograms were PM10, so that's not relevant. The ones around 2.8 with 3 samples over 24-hour period, that was it. All of the rest were 1 or non-detect. So again, we just need to view sort of statements like the scientific papers have supported results of 0 to 2.8 from that paper with some caution. And I'll come back to some of the monitoring stuff shortly. Traffic and transport, and I guess this is really coming to the guts of some of the key issues. There's only 2, well, when I wrote this, there was only 2 key experts. Certainly in my submission, there's only been 2 traffic experts who have done any substantial assessment. The suggestion that the maximum limit is now going to reduce from 400 to 300, which, as I said, was a reduction by 25%, and then imposing even lower 2-monthly and 12-monthly average movement restrictions. I guess, firstly, I think we just need to step back and say, okay, we accept that when Mr. Hall did his assessments, Stevenson's or RSN didn't say we absolutely have to have 400 per day, right? So they were being upfront, just said, look, we don't know. We don't know what the market will be like, but you know, you had to assess something. You can't assess 800 a day or 2,000 a day, and you can't assess 100 a day. So 400 was fairly chosen as something, okay, well, that's what we're going to assess. You know, obviously in this world we live in with the RMA, that always gets turned into a limit. And then suddenly it's, we can't do anything more than that. And I guess that's the sort of essence of the concern, that yes, we volunteered a number that we did an assessment against, then it became a limit, and now the limit's been reduced by another 25%. And for no apparent reason, there hasn't been a justification for saying, well, it should be 300, not 400. All it's doing is saying, well, on the maths, that means that X equals Y, and there's slightly less that you'll be able to do in a row. But in terms of the actual, where's the actual environmental adverse effect that is addressed by reducing it from 400 to 300? So that's really the fundamental question: is what's the environmental adverse effect that is being addressed, other than it simply being less traffic? So other than that, which is obvious, what's the actual environmental effect or benefit that's created? Bearing in mind, other than the C2P exception, this limit would apply even if all the trucks were going to Taupo. So all trucks heading south are still caught by this limit. Not just C2P, and it's not just truck and trailer limits that are caught by this, it's six-wheelers as well. Every heavy commercial vehicle is caught by this traffic limit. Even ones going to Taupo or anywhere further south, they're still stuck by a limit of 300 a day. I'd also make the point that the argument that you're going to run, you know, a quarry at 400 a day for 96 days, fine. That means there's 265 days that there's no trucks from the quarry. So you can't use the logic one way and not the other. If you say these trucks are going to all run out at a maximum rate and that's why you need averages, you go, well, the counterpoint to that is that there's going to be 260 days a year and there's no trucks at all from the quarry because you would have used up all your maximum. So in other words, what we're saying is the annual cap provides effectively a control on the overall yearly limit. And what that allows the quarry to do is, as it goes through, you know, key contracts and peaky cycles, there might be 3 months when it's really busy, and then not very much for 2 months or 3 months or 4 months, and then a bit more, and then maybe really busy again at the end of the year. But the thing with quarries, and it's not just this quarry, but it's every quarry, is that the results can vary quite significantly depending on the types of contracts that are in place. You know, with the Auckland Airport, when the runway was replaced, that, you know, when motorways are built, that requires significant upticks. So, you know, I just don't want anyone to think that just, you know, reducing it from 400 to 300 will suddenly not have any impact. It actually does. And although you've still got your 400,000 per year, you know, when you're signing a contract and they say, well, how many truckloads can you deliver? We go, oh, sorry, we're limited to 300 a day. They might go, oh, well, actually, we need more than that. I don't understand how the actual annual average or the 12-monthly average would work. Like when you're getting near the average, what does that mean? How does an average work as a compliance limit? I mean, if you think about that for a minute, how does that actually work? You know, I actually don't. I sat down and tried to work out in my head. I get a daily limit. I don't know how a 12-month average would work because you don't know until the end of the year what your average is, and by then you've either breached it or not. I just don't get it. I think I've done. I think on the traffic safety issues, you know, we'll have a look at those again. We're very happy to engage with conditions around the review and the monitoring, etc. I think it's fairly, Mr. Inder accepted. The applicant can't be criticised here for not providing more information about where all the trucks leaving the quarry in the next 25 years are going to go. It's simply an impossible thing to say. All you can do is do your best assessment, and that's what we've done. We're happy to look at a period of monitoring. We're happy to look at, and maybe that needs to start a bit more frequently. I do agree with Mr. Inder that there will be a period of time at the start of the hearing where, the quarry will be just getting set up and there will be less. So it doesn't make sense probably to expect that it'll be that first year or so. I do also think it's really important to point out that if Waipa District Council has a concern with heavy commercial vehicles going through Cambridge, it's got powers under the Land Transport Act, Section 22, capital AB, to pass a bylaw to restrict heavy vehicles through town. That's the lawful, fair and appropriate approach to take. If there are streets such as Shakespeare Street or anywhere else that the council thinks it's not appropriate to have heavy vehicles, they can pass a bylaw, and if there's a truck there, the cops can pull them over and give them a ticket. That's the fair way to address it. I guess the other point, and I've got a reference here to the Somerset Village St John case in Auckland, I think. Mr. Commissioner, you asked a question about the whether there's further post-Landco decisions, and I'll give you a copy of this case. That was more related to construction effects, but the point was the judge in that court made it quite clear, quite simply, we do not consider it as a place of the consent to address impacts on major arterial roads, which by their very designation are intended to carry traffic wherever construction may occur. This is the arterial road. If you look in the Cambridge plan, this is where heavy vehicles are meant to go. Short of going on the bypass, this is the next highest rating road. This is not a local road. This is not like a dead-end local road that we're proposing to go down. This is the Waipa District's arterial road network that these trucks are using. And I think suggestions of amenity effects and safety effects really need to bear that in mind when you're making a call. Okay, do we suddenly impose all these restrictions on a quarry whose trucks may be using a road lawfully on an arterial road network that's the highest category road network in Waipa, other than the state highway? That's what's being proposed. Quickly on the MPS HPL, I think I'll let you read, happy to let you read most of this. I do agree with Mr. Whitaker that and it's something that the Quarry Association, the National Association, has raised for some time. It's just trying to assess this regional, let alone national significance on a single quarry perspective is virtually, impossible. Other than, I guess, having made this point, which is that if you do, if every single quarry is not important, then eventually you don't have any sand, and then you've got a real problem. So it's the reverse of the death by 1,000 carts, effectively. Just quickly, we do think it's actually urgent. It's worth bearing in mind that this site was highlighted in 2019. The consent process began in 2021. So the suggestion that, and this is in response to the suggestion that, sand resources aren't expected to run out until mid-2030s. It's not urgent. Well, all I can say is he hasn't been involved in that many RMA processes, let alone establishing a quarry. It's hard to find, and then you've got to consent it, and then you've got to get it set up. Alternative supplies haven't been overlooked. We've actually overlaid the LUC map on top of all of the the main quarry located around Cambridge. So Kaipeki, Monavale, they're all on LUC 1, 2 or 3 land. Every single one of it. And interestingly, the Cambridge industrial area is on LUC 1. I've dealt with that. Yeah, on I need, in fairness to Mr. Green, I went back and looked at that Appendix C in the application, and in fairness, it's pretty vague. It just says pit sand, concrete sand. So I probably need to retract my criticism that he can't read Schedule 3 as Appendix C. But what just wanted to be really clear, and what the market economics report squarely said, was that concrete sand 35 to 44%, wash sand 14 to 19%, filled pit sand 38 to 51%. So that was quite clear in the market economics report as to that category. In other words, nowhere is there 90% pit sand, concrete sand suggested. So the key point is Mr. McElrath's evidence has been consistent throughout. The applicant's evidence has been consistent throughout. The Appendix C references, when they sort of referred to pit sand and concrete sand, didn't, without any other explanation, could have been clearer.
Yes, could that be made clearer? Because, as I said before, the Southern Skies report comes back to this 90%. Now, what you've said to us today, and I appreciate what you've sought to clarify it as a processing proportion versus the quarried proportion. I'd appreciate it if you could flesh that out in your submissions for us on that point. I think if you read that on its face, you could acknowledge, as I think you're doing, where the confusion arises.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Including for the panel.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I just wanted to be really clear that all the economic assessments have been done on the correct basis. Has just been some headings and some which could have been clearer. So I just want to quickly go in my last few minutes, talk about the objectives and policies, because there actually hasn't been any discussion of objectives and policies in this hearing, other than a couple of references recently about the fact that they're quite supportive. So obviously, in doing your 104 assessment, you need to have regard to effects, but you also need to have regard to objectives and policies. And I am really concerned that there hasn't been much assessment at all about objectives and policies. So just quickly, the WDP objective 4.3.7 and the associated policy, so this is the visual amenity policy, has been applied in the Powers legal submissions as effectively applying to a single outlook from a single policy. The obvious point is, if that policy were to be interpreted in this way, there could never be any change in a rural landscape. That's a nonsensical outcome. In other words, if the policy is interpreted as to maintain rural amenity, that comes down to the granularity of a single view from a single property, then you would have this argument on every single case of changed land use in a rural zone. And in my view, that just simply, it's not an appropriate application of a general policy in such a specific way. We don't agree that the adverse effects anyway are significant. The point about significant must be considered in the round, and it also must be made after considering the ameliorating effect of conditions. So finding a degree of significance. The legal submissions of the Powers do not engage at all with the question of rural character, despite that being a key component of policy 4.3.5b. And, again, in fairness to Mr. Powell, he did make the point that he wanted the bund so he didn't see stock animals feeding out or tractors moving around in the rural landscape. So the objections seem to just not want to see any activity there. Now, feeding out livestock hay is the definition of rural character. And then interestingly, looking at what the introduction to the rural zone is, it talks about rural character and it says it's a broad concept defined by various elements that make up the rural environment. Land uses of a predominantly production or rural working nature, and then it's got infrequent rural-based activities as well as infrequent mineral and aggregate extraction sites, expressly recognised in the plan as being part of the rural character. And if you don't have quarries in a rural zone, where are you going to put them? I'd also, it's policy 4.3.5.5 to recognise that mineral extractions are constrained by the location of the resource. So that's a key policy. The importance of maintaining a supply of extracted minerals, that's an absolutely essential policy, both of which are directly responded to by this. And then policy 4.3.5.4, which again hasn't been discussed at all. The scale and location of mineral extraction areas shall be consistent with the capacity, design and function of the road hierarchy. So here we have vehicles that are going onto either State Highway 1 or onto the old State Highway 1. This is, you almost could not get a better location other than a short stretch down Newcombe Road. You literally couldn't get a better location for a quarry. Go straight onto the arterial road network. Yeah, I think I'll leave those. Yeah, it's probably worth making this point too. There's a reference about the legal submissions at 68 record that destination markets do not make sense and are illogical because some are well over 50 kilometres distance. The fact is that Stevenson currently transports sands to concrete batching plants from that distance or beyond. And so just some examples. Stevenson's Tuakau quarry has delivered sand to Morrinsville, 90 kilometres away, to Rapa, 75 kilometres away. Bell Road Sand Quarry in Papamoa has delivered sand to Te Rapa at 125 kilometres away, Paira 95, Rotorua 60 and Whakatane 75. These guys know their sand and they know their concrete. They're not going to be taking sand for 125 kilometres unless they need to. Yeah, I think, yeah, I'll skip over that. I think we've talked enough about, there's some quite good, case law which I've put in here. There's two cases in particular which talk about the difference, the definition of functional need. So one's the Potama Kaitiaki Charitable Trust case, which is a Mount Messenger one. And the other's a more recent one of Te Runanga and Ngāti Awa. And the latter case is actually quite interesting because that was the water bottling case. And as part of the case, there was a debate about whether it's a functional need and whether a water bottling plant has to, you can get water from everywhere. Why does it have to be here? And the Court of Appeal made the note, there's no obvious reasons for treating the extraction of water from a rural location by the use of bores as an activity of a different kind. In all three cases, quarrying, mining and extracting water, something occurring naturally in or under the land, is extracted. And we do not see the district plan as requiring the particular rural location to be the only place where the resource is found. In other words, just because you can find sand somewhere else doesn't mean there's not a functional need to take it from the location that you are taking it from. Because otherwise you'd say that on every case. Every single option you'd say, oh, you can take it from somewhere else, so therefore there's not a functional need. I think that's pretty much dealt with everything. I'll just double check. Yeah, and I've got some comments in at the end, which really, and I suppose they're they're partly directed to the suggestion that, you know, and in fairness, Lou Wickham made the point that every single scientist I've ever met has made, which is the more information, the better. And that's fine. We understand that. But I think I've got some principles here about consent conditions. They need to be obviously enforceable and clear and all the rest of it, standalone. And there's some really good extract actually from the Environment Court Practice Note, which I've put in there. But they also need to not be more onerous than necessary to achieve the environmental outcome being sought. And I think that's really important to bear in mind, because every single additional element of cost that is put onto an applicant or a consent holder gets passed on. And if we're monitoring just for monitoring's sake, that's just cost on top of cost that then gets passed on. And there does need to be, in my submission, a degree of rigour about why the consent conditions being imposed. Are they achieving a desired environmental outcome? And how can they be worded in a way that is the least onerous while still achieving the desired outcome? And I think that's a really important principle to keep in mind. Otherwise, it's just too easy to fall into the trap of, we'll just monitor that, or we'll just put another condition on there. And I think that's worth keeping in mind. Thank you for bearing with me. It's been a long day. We have also discussed timetables, and we can address, I think we've agreed mostly about a potential timetables for discussion, but in your hands.
Part of that, I think, is related to the this air discharge matter previously. So don't really have a view on that at this point. I mean, as it stands, if we were to grant consent without the air discharge application being in hand, that would obviously align with your position, the applicant's position, and the council's. It would simply be a matter that was outstanding that an appellant or someone may take issue with. But I'm satisfied we have enough information to make a call on the matter. Certainly got plenty of legal points on it. We'll just have to weigh that up. And that's probably all I could say at this point, unless you seek, whatever the timetable is, further time to undertake some kind of belts and braces approach where you want to cover the matter off and make an application for it.
Yeah, I don't, I mean, we'll take instructions and I'll confirm it, but based on the discussions, the only thing I do, and I'm grateful to my friend for putting that Environment Court case in, because otherwise I would have been putting that in. It isn't, I mean, it cuts across some of the argument I made. It didn't address the Section 87A issue, but so I would like to potentially address that if you got there. But I guess, I mean, one option might be for the panel if it felt that it, because I don't think I need to say anything further on the is the panel in a position to make an interim decision on whether an air discharge, whether it meets permitted activity standards as we say they're interpreted or not. If the answer to that is yes, then you could simply proceed. If the answer is no, then the only real question in my view for the panel is does that warrant a wholesale decline of consent, which I say would be entirely unnecessary, unreasonable, in which case do you then say, well, all we need to do is put in a condition precedent that says you need to apply for an air discharge permit before you can exercise the consent. The difficulty with that, of course, if we turn up to the council and they say, well, no, it's permitted activity, like, because you legally can't apply for consent for a permitted activity, which is our problem, right? So if we turn up to the council and then say, well, no, they say it's permitted activity, then we're back to square one again.
Could you apply for a certificate of compliance?
Well, we could, but that's no different from what we've done. And actually, the one case I didn't refer to in here, which I probably should have, is the court has made it clear, and there's a really good case on this, which is if an applicant relies on a permitted activity and proceeds on that basis, then that's at their risk and they're subject to enforcement action. And I think that's my answer to that, Commissioner.
When I raise it, is it means that the relief in that case would be judicial review.
Well, I don't think, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any scope for, I mean, if the commissioners were to say either, well, we think you need a consent and someone didn't agree and they appealed it, then, as a sensible matter, I would just advise the applicant to go and get a non-notified consent. That'd be the end of it. So I'm just not sure what the risk profile is here. So I don't, I mean, I think,
well, look, we're happy to proceed on the basis of what we've got.
Okay.
As I say, we've got enough on which to weigh that up. If we were to get, well, I guess this would happen, we might make a finding of it after closing, in which case we would reopen the hearing and indicate that a further application is necessary. That could be the one outcome.
Well,
otherwise, it's just a matter of us proceeding on what we've got before us.
Yeah, I think, I mean, the only concern I guess I'd have with that is that I think probably rather the panel made a decision and just simply put in a condition precedent saying you can't proceed until you've got, because then you've made your decision. We can go and apply for consent or not if we need to. I mean, if the panel doesn't, I think that would be better, because otherwise I'm not sure, because it would put everything on hold and then we'd go and apply for a consent and then I'm not quite sure how it would come back to you.
Just thinking about what that might look like. So that might be in the form of an advice note that says an air discharge consent hasn't been granted. If one is necessary, that's the consent holder's responsibility.
Yeah, well, or you could just issue a decision and say this consent's been granted. Yeah.
That would be part,
oh, you're right. Okay.
part of a potential decision.
Yeah, and recorded in the advice note that this relies on the permitted activity standard. Yeah.
Well, just part of the timing equation, because where we've ended up with the German and so forth, we're running into, unfortunately, you probably won't want to hear this, but I'm away in July.
Okay, no, that's all right.
So depending on the timing of your actual reply, we might need to issue a Section 37, but certainly got 2 panel members that will still be able to work on matters. So there's that timing. I don't think that warrants going down this separate application route. Just that I'm highlighting it because it's an option with the time that we kind of have. But as I say, we're happy to proceed with the discharge on that basis, on what's in front of us. And I think there's ways that if we ended up getting to a different conclusion, I think we could raise that with you. The other thing I'd say is that with your reply, just in terms of the logistics of getting people together before we close, if need be, we would endeavour to do that through online. Yeah. And I think it would be, if we did do that, it would be on quite a confined basis. I don't see anything at the moment. I'm just flagging that as, if need be, we'll direct that there's a virtual meeting that suits.
Yeah.
All right. So you indicated earlier that your reply was sort of around about the 20th of June.
Well,
is that still your intent?
So what we had talked about was, and this may need to alter depending on your timing really, but so we discussed with the council, we can put in our updated plans. I think it's just the erosion sediment control plan. So, I mean, we could aim to do that by like the 17th or 18th or something next week. Say the 18th, and then.
Sorry, would that include the updated visualizations and cross sections?
Well, they've all been,
or are they imminent?
Oh, sorry, just to be clear on that. So are you wanting, so the model's been rebuilt with the gap, So that's been done, that
Yes.
can get uploaded. But
Okay.
you're not suggesting that we redo the modelling with full height wall, are you?
I thought that's what the updated modelling was.
No, the updated modelling is with the transpower gap.
Yes.
So that's all been built, but not with the full. All the additional modelling with the full wall would do is show the wall.
Right. Okay.
Right, you see what I mean? So,
All right. Okay. So we would then be reliant on the cross section to depict. There was talk about an updated cross section?
So the cross section we would update. So that's the first page that showed the line like this and then the gap at the top. So I'd certainly update that because that's the key erosion sediment control one. So it's that cross section with the benches and that the gully wall bund. And then the erosion sediment control maps just need that first staging adjusted. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that could all be done. 20th is, well, shall we say 19th? 20th is Matariki, I think, next week. We can have a talk about that. But the other option, if the commissioners did want that model redone, I mean, we could file that with our final reply because it's the only reason we're going to put these maps in is the council wanted it for their conditions. So what we were going to suggest is 19th, any updated plans, cross sections. 27 June, the council file their final conditions. And then a week later, we file our reply, which is the 4th of July. How does that work?
So 19th, update the SCP in cross section.
Yeah.
We'll come back to that. And the council conditions on the same day or the
27th.
27th?
Yeah, so the next Friday.
Okay.
That was the request. So that was regional and district.
All right. And then your reply would be?
A week later.
A week later. Okay. I may not be in a position to close the hearing other than to acknowledge receipt.
That's right.
But just coming back to this cross section and visualizations, what I'm thinking about, I'm sorry, I don't know how much, I can only imagine how much work goes into these models. But I guess once I'm thinking that it's probably more important for some views than others.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking about how that relates to this proposed condition that we talked about today about whether we're able to certify a certain outcome before stage 5 then goes forward. Now, it might be your reply says that that condition is not necessary, I think, but it would be needed to inform that, and I'd have thought.
Well, can we it's probably worth just thinking about that because remember the visualizations as they are also show a gully wall at the lower section that's not fully covered by the vegetation. So, in other words, all you'll see above the current gully wall is more gully wall. So, maybe we'll have a chat. It may be that we can get one or two of those key views done, perhaps the one from the house or something. Is it? Okay, all right. Okay, I'll have a chat. I think we've got enough in order to address the concern about the views, because it's that, I think as Mr. May helpfully pointed out, it's that view on the left-hand corner as the gully wall gets taken away the last 10 metres, that has a screening benefit. And whether you've taken away more gully wall by the time you get there or not, I don't think it matters, because it's that last, 10 or 20 metres, which is all within the current gully wall, if you know what I mean. So we can give that some thought. If the panel, if the commissioners think it would be helpful, maybe if you can let us know early next week and we'll have a chat to the long-suffering Mr. Mansur.
So what was the indication you were just giving? Just some work had already been done? Was that what your discussion was? No, okay, sorry.
You have to update every.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
Understood. Okay. All right, look, not being unreasonable about it, there's a degree of utility that perhaps isn't there from changing it, so
Okay.
we'll accept a submission on the point. Okay. All right, well, that sounds fine. I think we're happy to just record those dates. I don't intend to write a minute to that effect. If we'll run with that. If there's any timing issues, very flexible to that. If we can just let council know.
Does the, just as a process matter, do the commissioners have a view on whether they would rather the expert responses to some of these matters in reply be in a separate sort of statement, or are they happy for them to be incorporated into the reply submissions? I'm just, it sort of works with the odd paragraph, but it feels a bit artificial, sort of including huge sways of effectively.
Oh, I can't give you an answer to that on the fly, but I'll leave that to your judgment.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
that's fair.
yeah.
If it's just 1 or 2 points, I'll put it in. If it's substantive, then
yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's helpful.
I mean, for example, I take your point on the objectives and policies discussion, and thank you for highlighting those today for us.
Yeah.
Obviously, we had no no planning evidence on which to really delve into that, or at least submit a planning evidence in which to get into that. But
no, well, I was thinking more probably traffic. It's more traffic and air and landscape matters have largely been addressed. So it's really only though. I mean, the couple of comments from like the ecologists, I can add those into the legal submissions. But I think given the focus on traffic, I'd feel a bit uncomfortable putting too much in on that. So I'll
understood.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. A bit later than we anticipated. So much for the schedule. Thank you. I'm glad we got through today, though, and appreciate certainly, and said thank you to the council, but also the applicant, the way that evidence has been conveyed, and many iterations and changes in responding to matters as they issue. So it's appreciated, and to the submitters too. I think the case has raised some interesting issues for us, and we'll be taking all those matters into account in our decision in due course. Thank you all, and let's see if we can get past the field days traffic. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.